and John William Maddox. Prologue. About 9 months ago. Trixie. The night is always darkest just before dawn, they say. But tonight, dawn is still very far away, and this night has already been the blackest I've ever experienced. And I've been through some shit and then some. None of it compares to this night. It's almost pitch black out here by the lake. There are no clouds, but also no moon. And the stars twinkling up there give off no light, because stars, pretty as they are, can't. The rippling water of the lake somehow shines anyway, with a black light all its own. It's a big lake, but you wouldn't know it, standing in this small secluded spot, bordered by rocks and boulders on one side and thick shrubs on the other. I suppose I should be wary of wild animals out here, alone in the dead of night, covered in blood. But animals never scared me. Only people. And there's none of those near now. The rocks are sharp, cutting into my bare feet as I approach the water's edge. The lake is cool, freezing almost. I don't remember it being this cold when Hunter and I were here last. That was just a couple of weeks ago, actually, when the weather finally turned warm enough for swimming. It was never freezing on any other of the hundreds of times we were here before that, and the wind was never this cold either. Some of my very best memories are from this lakeshore. All of my best memories are with Hunter. I can't swim very well, just enough not to sink like a stone, thanks to Hunter, who patiently taught me how to swim one summer a very long time ago. So many things in my life, and definitely all the good things, big and small, I've had thanks to Hunter. Nothing will ever change that. I could just walk into the lake and never come out. I could just let myself sink like a stone. It would probably be for the best. For everyone. Except Hunter. So I won't do that. I came here to wash Hunter's blood off my body. Then I'm leaving. Getting in my car and driving away and never looking back. I'm leaving for good this time. Forever this time. If he dies tonight, I won't outlive him by much. There'd be no point. And if he lives, I will let him live. It's my only way of saying thanks for all that he's given me. My way of giving him what he needs but can't let himself have. A life without me in it.
Chapter 1. Hunter. Present day. Most of the unhappiness in the world comes from doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I heard that once, and it pissed me off then just as bad as it still pisses me off now. Trixie's gone. Lost to me. For now. Of the 1,000,001 times, or thereabouts, that those words applied, they were always followed by, "But I'll get her back." And I did get her back, each and every time she left, because she's mine. Just never for long. Madness, not just unhappiness, comes from doing the same thing over and over again and failing each time. I rode halfway across the country after she left me this time, went to the most pristinely beautiful place I've ever seen in my life, with nothing but soft summer grasses swaying in the breeze, and the sky a pinkish pastel yellow all the way to the horizon. And still that madness followed, beating against the inside of my skull like a raging bull, or several of them. Everything in my life reminds me of her. So all I've found is the same thing I always find, the suffocating need to get her back. Just like I always do. All I found was the way back into the madness that is my love for Trixie and her hold on me, her hold on my heart. The more I try to stay away, the harder it becomes, the worse the madness grows. And the only thing that brings me any kind of peace is the thought of her in my arms, in my bed, in my life. Safe. But But fuck all that. I'm fighting all that this time. Have been fighting it for almost 9 months, which is the longest we've ever spent apart since we met 10 years ago. But living without her is bound to get easier. It has to. Because it can't get any worse. As long as I hold on to that hope, I should be fine. Things at home are normalizing, in as much as they can under the looming, ever-present threat of attack that can come from anywhere, anytime now. How much of that particular fear is still a reality, and how much lingering PTSD from the attack that almost ended my life, I can't say. But what I can say is that my father, Cross, wants to keep me as far away from anything even resembling life-or-death action as he can. He hasn't yet admitted this out loud, but neither has he taken me on any of the dangerous MC rides in this war. Our enemies are the friends and family of the men Devil's Nightmare MC has put away over the years. They've banded together to get their revenge on us. I suppose I could be grateful that he spared me the embarrassment of actually saying he wants me to stay home where it's safe. I've grown up knowing what Devil's Nightmare MC, the club my father is president of, was. It was a gang of killers for hire, often contracted to eradicate whole clubs, not just individuals. But those days were well behind them by the time I was old enough to understand what it really meant. But after I was attacked 9 months ago, that past came crashing back in all its horrible glory. Even knowing the attack was part of a much bigger and much more murderous plot against us all, I still don't know how I feel about all the death Devil's Nightmare MC dealt out in my name. 100+ men, dead in a single night because I was stabbed. Some days, the bloodlust is strong, and I think 100 wasn't payment enough for nearly taking my life. On other days, it makes me sick to my stomach. On those days, I have no idea how the rest of them live with it. Especially Cross, who has killed more men than most. His road name is said to come from the fact that he's killed enough men to fill a cemetery all by himself. But I know the truth of it. I know he got it because he made the sign of the cross over the body of the first man he killed when he was still a teenager. Cross's father was a preacher in a small Montana town where he grew up, a strict man that I've never met. But I'm nearly positive I've seen him in the stern, hard look in my father's eyes, which never betrays anything of what's actually going on in his head. We're alone in his office at Sanctuary, the hilltop mansion, which was once a recuperation hospital, that has been the HQ of Devil's Nightmare MC since just after World War II. I'm not even sure why I came in here to speak to him this morning, which is probably why we've just been sitting here in silence for what seems like hours. Him behind his shiny oak desk, me on the black leather sofa off to the side of it. Maybe I came here to confront him about why I'm not getting sent into any of the battles in the war we're fighting. I've got plenty of fights to prove I'm not completely useless. But that didn't help any, since a few of those fights slowed down my recovery and put me out of action for longer than I'm willing to admit. Or maybe I came in here to ask him to find a peaceful solution to the war, because I'm sick of all the killing. Or maybe it was to find out how the fuck to make sense of it all. Now the leather sofa I'm sitting on is getting unbearably hot because I've been here so long, and I still don't know why I came. "What do you need, Hunter?" Cross asks. He's been asking me that a lot lately. I don't like the way his voice almost cracks. Not quite, but almost, when he does. I have no idea how to answer, so I just shrug. "Do you need to go find Trixie?" he asks, standing up from behind his gleaming oak desk as he does, probably so he doesn't have to meet my eyes. "Her name's Tricia," I correct him, "and I'll find her on my own." I'm fairly certain he already knows where she is, but if I decide to go after her, I'm doing it without his help, just like it's always been. She'll be welcome here when you do, Cross says, still not looking directly at me. After all the years of him and my mother actively working to keep me away from Trixie, the offer sounds insincere at best, and like a dirty lie at worst. No wonder he has trouble meeting my eyes. He groans and picks up a stack of paper off his desk, then comes to sit at my side on one of the 2 black leather armchairs. I have a job for you, he says. I'm sure he's about to force Trixie's location on me and almost stand up and leave the office. But then I notice that there's a picture of a bunch of dudes on the topmost sheet of papers he's holding. We need eyes and ears in L.A., he continues. Currently, we don't have anyone reliable there to pass us information, and we have to know if anything's brewing there that we need to be aware of. I thought Hawk had eyes and ears everywhere, I say, taking the papers, especially now that Gene's helping him. Hawk is the club's intel officer, and Gene is a very talented hacker who recently decided to join us. The lay of the land has changed, Cross says. He doesn't need to say more. It's been very hard telling friend from foe lately. The one good thing about the attack on me is that it came too early, as in before they were well organized to do any more damage than that. So the bulk of our enemy's alliance is broken up again. The bad thing is that they've broken up into small little bands that are even harder to track and keep tabs on. They can and do strike out of the blue. I spend some time going over the papers he's given me. Cross has leaned back in his armchair and watches me. This Rogue Angels MC, they don't seem like the type to get involved in a biker war, I say. Their president, Rogue's photo, is the first one. He's in his 30s and looks pissed off as hell in all the photos, and downright murderous in some. Not the kind of guy I'd trust easily, given the darkness in his eyes. But the write-up says that what they actually do is aid authorities in bringing down criminals, not banding together with bad guys. That's why I think you should go talk to him, Cross says, leather creaking as he leans forward in his armchair. His black hair is starting to get frosty tips, and the lines in his face seem deeper and darker every time I see him lately. This is some kind of pity job he's trying to send me on. Why? I ask. Because I'm too soft for anything else? He just glares at me and says nothing. It's because he's never going to admit that what I said is true, or that he wants me as far from danger as possible. Just go down to L.A. and talk to Rogue, he says. Tell him we want an end to the fighting. Tell him we need allies to make it happen. It's what you want too. It's my turn to glare at him and say nothing. I never shared my misgivings about the whole war in my name situation with him. What's happening now is bigger than that, and probably unavoidable, since these enemies of ours are going after our women and children and mothers too. But he's right. Most days, I would still rather end it without bloodshed. Not that I see a way to do that. But I'm not telling him that. He already thinks I'm too soft for this life, this world of his in which he swims like the shark he is. No need to give him additional proof. Take a couple of the guys with you, he says and stands up, and I can hear the unsaid, to keep you safe, at the end of it loud and clear. Fine, I say and stand up too. I'm leaving right away. But I'm not shying away from any fight I might encounter on the way. I leave that part unsaid. The day my father tells me to my face that he thinks I don't have what it takes to make it in his world will be a bad day. I'd prefer to avoid it for as long as I can. Maybe that's childish. It probably is. Keep in touch, he says as I open the office door. The look in his eyes isn't as hard as it usually is as I turn to him and nod. Above all, I could do without knowing that almost losing me has made Cross, the man who can kill without blinking, soft. But words will never change any of that. Only actions will. And I'm ready to show him I'd willingly die for any of our MC brothers, just like they'd all die for me. Hunter. I packed up everything I'll need for my LA trip and was rolling my bike out of the garage in less than half an hour after getting the assignment from Cross. I'm not taking anyone with me. If my father insists on sending me on easy, soft jobs, then I'm at least doing them on my own. I can handle easy, soft jobs. But now here's my Uncle Ice, standing in the middle of the wide driveway in front of Sanctuary and blocking my path. He has his hands on his hips, scowling at me just like his sister, my mother, would if she knew what I was doing. Though he might just be scowling at the sun rising up from behind the trees behind me. It's especially glaring and bright today. "Something wrong, Ice?" I ask as I reach him. "Cross tells me you're going down to L.A., he says. "You're not thinking of doing that alone, are you?" His tone suggests that he knows I very much am thinking of doing it alone. Funny how well he can read me. Probably because we're so much alike. "Why shouldn't I go alone? It's just going to be a simple conversation," I say, and look away as I adjust the strap on my saddlebags. "I can handle that on my own." He groans, and I can just feel the scowl on his face deepening. "None of us should do things on our own now. It's not safe." "It's just a ride with a short meeting at the end of it," I say, and mount my bike. "I'll stay on the main roads." The line between them all being overprotective of me and talking sense isn't all that thin, and they're all crossing it left and right. I don't think I need to explain that to Ice any more than I do my dad. Words won't fix it. If I'm to stay a member of Devil's Nightmare MC, I'll be an equal member. If not, I might as well take my leave now. "Did you tell your mother you're going?" he asks pointedly. Too pointedly. Or maybe I'm just seeing it that way because of the embarrassingly jarring reaction I have to it, like I'm doing something that'll hurt her. But it's understandable that Mom would worry about me. That's what she does. She worries about all of us. But she won't stop me either. "She's not around," I tell him. "I'll call her later." He nods, the expression on his face clearly saying that he's thinking hard. "Hunter, I understand your need to prove yourself," he says. "Do you also understand I need to do it on my own terms?" I ask as he pauses. I'm not even sure that's what I'm doing anymore. "This club rode for me once too," he says. "They killed for me, and got killed for me. It's something I'm still trying to repay, and I'll never stop, because that debt will never be paid." Leave it to my uncle to know what I'm going through better than I do. "And yet, when it was all done, you rode away anyway," I say, and I'm sorry I did the moment I hear the words echoing between us. Ice's situation was completely different from my own. He grins, of all things, and doesn't look shocked at all. "I was less than half a man at the time," he says. "I needed to find who I was." That's no exaggeration. If anything, he's underplaying it. "Maybe I need to do that too," I say, in a much quieter voice. He nods again, and the look on his face is much more understanding this time. "But take your friends with you," he says. "You don't have to go alone." "I think I do," I reply. I could lie to him. Tell him I'll do like he's suggesting and then go alone anyway. But that's not who I am. There's another reason I want to go alone, and it's not one I want to talk about, or even think about too hard. He claps me on the shoulder and squeezes. "All right then. Do what you gotta do. But be careful. Be very careful. I tell him I will, and then finally ride off. In the rearview mirror, I can see him standing there, watching me go. Cross joins him before I reach the gate in the tall wall surrounding the property. And I suddenly have no idea what I'm trying to prove to either of them. But if I don't prove it now, I might never get to.
Chapter 2. Trixie. The Golden Temple Strip Club is grand only in its name, but it's also the perfect workplace for me. The clientele is mostly truckers and low-level, seedy warehouse managers and workers, since it's located at the end of a long industrial zone lined with warehouses and factories, most of them closed down. It's also the only strip club for miles around. No bikers come out this way, not even on the off chance. At least I haven't seen any in the last 6 months since I started working here. This place is as far from the beaten path as I could find. I doubt anyone but the locals even know it exists. If I could leave California and go east, the biker-free part wouldn't play such a big role in my choice of employment. I tried to do that, but I turned around pretty quickly, like I always do. Besides, most of the East Coast is cold as fuck for too much of the year, and down south never agreed with me. Too much Bible, not enough fun. At least in Cali, if I have to sleep in my car, I can. Lots of people doing that these days anyway. Normal people, not just messed up chicks like me that don't belong anywhere. I saw a very fat rat run right across the dressing room of the Golden Temple last night, right as I was taking off my fake eyelashes. For a while, I managed to convince myself my eyes were just playing tricks on me, but then it came back. Twice. Not to mention all the roaches and other insects. On top of that, this whole joint smells like a sewer, the stench originating from bad plumbing that'll never get fixed. But the money's all right, mainly because I'm often the only dancer working here for weeks at a time. The others take one good look at this place, stay for a couple of nights, and are gone by the morning. I thought all that changed when my oldest friend in the world, Kara, or Caramel, as she calls herself on stage, took a job here. But between her car accident a week ago and how serious she's becoming with her new guy, I think she's got one foot out the door already. If nothing else, some mafia types seem to be after her. But as much as they scared her when she first started working here, she seems to be taking it in her stride since she met this breaker guy. What kind of a name is that anyway? Used to be me and Kara would do everything together. She was like a sister to me at a time when I had no other family. I'd forgotten how much she once meant to me, and it's been good trying to remember these last few weeks since we reconnected. And she's kept me from thinking about Hunter 24/7, like I was doing before she showed up back in my life. But her new boyfriend is a biker, so the rekindling of our friendship can't last much longer. If the wrong biker recognizes me, I'm dead. And I have no idea who this guy of hers is. I should move on. Maybe make that trip east. It's summer there now, so no cold. If I'm serious about leaving Hunter behind, I should get lost out east. Or go with Kara to Mexico like she's been trying to convince me to do for a while now. But I don't think she's going anywhere. Not without this breaker dude, anyway. The worst part is, seeing how they can't keep their hands or eyes off each other has started giving me too many ideas. Bad ideas. The kind that never end well. Such as going back to Pleasantville and... But no. Forever, this time. I made that promise to myself as I washed Hunter's blood off my body the night he almost died because of me and my bad ideas. And I will keep it. I'm not going back to Hunter. I almost got him killed, and that must never happen again. My shift started at 5 p.m., and it's only 11 now, but my feet are already pulsing in pain that's starting to shoot up my calves. I've been sitting for almost an hour now, while Kara is on stage, and the pain's not getting much better. I've been dancing so much that the ache rarely goes away these days, and the constant pain is preventing me from sleeping well, which, despite all the creams I apply religiously, is the only real remedy. I dare not touch anything stronger than a Tylenol for pain relief, because everything is a gateway drug for me. Though the reason why I'm still working so hard to stay sober is growing hazier and hazier by the minute lately. My past is something I yearn to forget. My future will just be more of the same crap. And my present is rat and cockroach-infested shit. Even smells like it, which is incredibly fitting. The crowd is big and loud today, which means we'll be working until dawn. I can hear every cough and groan through the thin wall separating this back area from the strip joint's main room. Despite the techno rendition of Gloria Gaynor's I Will Survive blasting from the speakers out there. This must be Kara's favorite song because she uses different remixes of it all the time. It sounds desperate and shrill tonight, like a last cry for help that will be heard, but not answered. The door behind me swings open, cool, shit-scented air washing over my bare back. "You in here feeling sorry for yourself, girl?" Kara says as she saunters in, bringing with her that air of sunny optimism that always follows her around, no matter what kind of situation she's in. Even her tasseled outfit is sunny and shines like gold against her dark skin. I wish I had a tenth of her optimism, but that's an old wish, and it never came true. "I'm just dead on my feet tonight," I say and lean over to massage my calf. "Who's on stage? Star? And she's dancing to your song?" She nods and takes a seat beside me. Star is a new girl, and tonight is her second night. She's been here since the afternoon, serving drinks and watching Kara and me perform in between her own sets. She's barely 18, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, saying she wants to learn all she can about stripping from the two of us, because we're such pros and so good. Her exact words. What I heard in them was that Kara and I are getting too old for this life, even though we're barely 27. I told her she should leave and go find a nice, normal job. I wish I could still go and find a nice, normal job. "Yeah, Star's eager. She's using my song because she wants to try some of my moves," Kara says. "But we both know your moves are where it's at." She grins at me like I'm supposed to think what she said is a big deal. I shrug. I do all right. She rolls her eyes. "You do better than all right. You could definitely charge people to learn from you. Ever consider quitting joints like this and teaching dance?" Hunter suggested this to me a lot over the years, and the sudden reminder feels like a knife to the chest. I tried before I started working here. I got a job at an actual dance school in Albuquerque. That's as far as I got on my latest attempt to go east. Neither of those things worked out. Because I can't go far from Hunter. And because I haven't been a part of the normal, daytime life for so long that I have no idea how to function in it. No. The nights are my time, and all I want to do is dance anyway. It lets me forget and not think. I'm fine right where I am, I say, barely able to get the words out and lean down to massage my calf. I don't deserve anything better than this right here. I deserve worse. She leans down so her lips are almost touching my ear. "Listen, Breaker might be stopping by tonight." I straighten up and fix my black wig, which slid down onto my forehead. I always wear a wig when I perform. I like to think I do it so I won't be recognized, but the truth is, it's easier to pretend I'm not me up on that stage if I'm disguised. Easier to pretend I belong only to Hunter, and not any of the nameless men gawking at me in the crowd. Or something like that. Something that doesn't matter anymore. "Yeah, I figured he'd make an appearance," I say and rip the wig all the way off. I don't have to pretend anymore, because I left him for good this time. "So, why are you whispering about it in my ear?" She chuckles. "I can ask Breaker to protect you, too." I don't need protection. Don't go telling him anything about me, I snap, and hope she's gonna drop it. I already told her too much about my situation. I shouldn't have mentioned that a bunch of idiot bikers might be after me because I betrayed them. I don't even know if that's true. But if it is, she could be in danger just knowing me, and I don't want to talk about why. "Come on, Trisha," she says, using my real name and sounding like some stern foster mom of the kind we both had our fill of over the years way back when. "You said men wanted you dead. Let me do what I can to keep you safe. You know, just like old times." She chuckles, but I barely hear it. because the memory of the night 10 years ago when she saved my life is so vivid that this whole smelly dressing room has disappeared, replaced by the shabby bedroom where our foster dad is kicking the shit out of me because I wouldn't let him fuck me. He only stopped after Kara smashed a whiskey bottle into his face repeatedly. I don't remember that part. She told me about it later, after I woke up from the coma he put me in. I should have let him kill me, I mutter, the words just tumbling out. She gasps in shock and grabs my chin and forces me to look at her. Her eyes are two deep, swirling dark pools of fear and confusion and pain. But how much pain would have been spared if she had let him kill me that night? How much heartache? Hunter would never have gotten stabbed if she had, because he'd never have met me. But just thinking that makes me sick to my stomach. I still can't imagine a world in which I don't love Hunter, no matter how hard I try. And I've been trying so damn hard these last 9 months. But now every memory I have of him ends with him bleeding out in my lap, and it's all my fault. Why the hell would you say something like that? Kara says, sounding stern again. I shake my head and give her a hug. Don't listen to me. I'm talking crazy. I'm sorry. She smells like home, and feels like it too. The only home I had for a long time was with her. She hugs me back, but she's shaking. What's going on with you? You're really scaring me. I let her go and smile. It's just been a hell of a year for me, Kara. But I'm getting better, especially now that you're around. It's the truth. But she's looking at me sideways like she thinks I'm full of shit. How can I help you if you won't tell me what's wrong? She asks, and sounds like she's at the end of her wits. I stand up and start putting my black wig back on. You don't have to worry about me, Kara. You really don't. Just have fun with your guy. Why don't you just call that guy of yours? She says pointedly, shocking me with how well she can still read me even after all these years. We both know you want to. Not doing that, I say. He's much better off without me. I don't wait for her to say anything else. Just kiss her lightly on the cheek and walk out of the room as fast as my aching feet will take me. The thing is, I could tell her she's right. And I could tell her all about Hunter and how much he means to me, not just the little bit I did. I could tell her everything, even about how badly I fucked it all up this time. A part of me even yearns to get it out. And Kara would understand. She'd offer support and love and friendship, and I wouldn't be so alone anymore. Hell, she might even know what to do and say to make me feel better. She usually did. But I don't want to talk about Hunter. I don't want to remember anything that we had, good, bad, or in between. I just want to look forward, even if there's nothing to see there. Chapter 3. Trisha. 10 years earlier. Mornings are okay, until I wake up enough to realize nothing is actually okay. Kara's locked up for keeping me alive, and I don't think she made the right choice. She's lost to me either way. But at least I have my own room at this shelter. It's a small attic one, with a twin bed, a slanted roof, and a tiny round window that looks out onto the vegetable garden where some of the other women that live here are trying to make things grow. Flowers and vegetables and other such nonsense. An activity to facilitate healing, apparently, to give us a sense of purpose in life. That's the tagline of this Phoenix House place. Purpose and life. I have neither. All that's left of my life fits in a plastic shopping bag. It holds a bunch of handout clothes and a black shoebox full of stuff no one but me cares about, a mood ring my mom bought me at a fair when I was 9, and her favorite necklace with a crystal teardrop pendant, a couple of photos, one of my mom and me by a small, sad-looking Christmas tree. I'm smiling so wide in that photo, though, and so is she. I never smile like that anymore. I don't know how to. I was 11 years old when my mom died, and I had no one for the first time. Now, 6 years later, I have no one again. At least this shelter isn't another shitty foster home. It's a safe house for abused women. I'm not that. My last foster father raped me 3 times before I said no on the 4th, and he kicked the shit out of me because of it. There was no point saying no. I could have stuck it out. Instead, I'm now stuck in this vanilla place. My best and only friend in the world is in jail for smashing up the bastard's face, and I have a headache that never goes away. A soft knock on the door is not followed by it opening right away. "Can I come in?" The woman who runs this place, Anne, says when I don't say anything and make no move to open the door. "Sure," I say, my voice hoarse from not saying anything yet today. This knocking and asking permission to enter my room instead of just barging in is a novelty to me. Anne's in her late 40s and talks in a kind, soft way, but I don't trust the kind ones. At least with the mean ones, you know where you stand. She's not alone today. A girl my age is standing behind her, smiling at me. She's possibly the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen, with thick, reddish-brown hair and no hurt in her big blue eyes. "You said you liked dancing," Anne says as she steps into the room. "I thought Harper here can show you the activity center in town. They have rooms where you could practice and some classes you could take." I do love dancing. My mom was a dancer too. Well, a stripper. But I only told Anne this because she wouldn't stop pestering me about leaving my room more, not because I wanted her to do anything about it. Harper is all smiles as she introduces herself to me. Her hand warm and soft as I shake it. "Trisha, is it?" Everyone calls me Trixie, I tell her. Not because I think we're going to be such good friends that I want her to know my nickname, but because I like to hide behind it with people I don't know, and those I don't want to get to know. "Come on, I'll show you the dance room at the center," she says. "You like it? It's huge and the acoustics are awesome." She blushes slightly. Not that you care about that. But the sound system is new, too. "Thanks, but I thought I'd just stay in today," I say, and sit back down on the bed. It looks like it's gonna rain anyway. Harper glances at Anne, but then smiles at me. "Nonsense. It's not gonna rain. Come on. I'm going down there anyway." "It'd be good for you to get out of the house," Anne suggests softly, but something in her voice tells me she's not gonna take no for an answer. "Okay, fine," I say and stand up, since I have no intention of arguing with anyone here. I'm in no position to. The sky is that cotton white again today, with no clouds because the whole thing is just one giant cloud. And I still say it's gonna rain, but the air smells nice here, of redwood trees and crisp, clean wind. Harper starts chattering away as soon as we're out of the house, telling me how I'll like the dance room again, and how she sometimes uses it to practice her singing and guitar when no one's around. "So you're like a singer or something?" I ask. She blushes again and looks at me sheepishly. "I want to be." "I'm sure you'll be great," I tell her. "You're pretty enough." "That's not all it takes," she says, sounding like maybe I offended her somehow. "That's usually enough," I tell her. All the pretty girls I ever met were also mean and full of themselves. Harper doesn't seem to be, but maybe she's just hiding it better. "So, how long have you been dancing?" she asks as we turn from the long residential street at the end of which Phoenix House stands and into the town center. "A while," I say. I haven't visited Pleasantville proper yet since coming here, but I expected just another small-town type scene. A main street lined with drab-looking shops and commercial buildings and a diner or two. But the town center is much bigger than that, and everything looks much cleaner and more modern than a lot of places in even LA. She leads the way to a tall building with a glass facade and bushes growing on its flat roof. The small parking lot in front of it is empty. Good. Means there won't be many people around. "Is there like an entry fee or something?" I ask as we ascend the short set of stairs that lead into the building. Her answer is drowned out by the sound of two motorcycles roaring past on the road, followed by the screeching of brakes. I watch the two bikers turn and ride into the parking lot, stopping right by the stairs that lead into the building. "Hey, Harper," one of the bikers shouts while taking off his helmet. "Got a sec?" He's grinning at her, and she blushes again as she smiles at him. He and the other guy are both tall, dark-haired, and they're our age, but they're definitely not the type's sweet, innocent, pretty Harper, with her pure eyes and nice flowery dress, should be hanging out with. These types of young bad boy wannabes are sometimes even worse than the real thing. We should go in, I tell her, but she doesn't hear me as she jogs down to them. At least she's smart enough to push the guy's hands away as he tries to hold her. But she smiles and blushes even harder as he whispers something in her ear. I walk down too, figuring she could use some backup getting away from them. The other guy hasn't taken his eyes off me since he spotted me. That's some kind of a miracle, given that I'm wearing funky, oversized gray sweats and an even larger white sweatshirt. And I'm with Harper, who is at least 100 times prettier than me. Are we going in now, Harper? I ask pointedly. Yes, she says and glances at me sheepishly. This is Jax, she adds, meaning the guy. My secret boyfriend. He finishes the sentence for her, making her blush again. I bet he's a secret. One she shouldn't be keeping. There's this hard look all foster kids get after they've seen how bad it can be, and it's always the same. He's got it. Harper should stay away from this guy. And this is Hunter, she says, introducing the other one. He's got the most gorgeous, dark blue eyes I've ever seen, like the ocean at midnight, with the full moon hitting it. There's no foster care guardedness in them, but I see a familiarity of home in them anyway, clear enough to take my breath. And you are? He asks, breaking the weird spell I was under. Trixie, I say, and take a half step back. He keeps his eyes on me, making me painfully aware of my shabby outfit and the fact that I should have washed my hair days ago, but just couldn't find the energy. I have no energy for fighting off overly interested guys either. I knew I should have just stayed in my room today. Okay, but what's your real name? He asks. I freeze on the spot, and suddenly can't take my eyes off his. It's been a long time since I felt this real, this present, this seen by anyone, and I don't know whether I love it or hate it. Trisha, I mutter, speaking barely above a whisper, because I think I actually love it. Harper gives a pointed, warning type of look and wraps her arm around my shoulders. He nods and looks away from me, and for some reason, I really don't like that. Okay, we have to go in, she says, tells the guys she'll see them later, and leads me back up the stairs. Hunter's great, she tells me as the roaring of their bikes fills the parking lot. You don't have to be afraid of him. I wasn't afraid, I say, wondering where she got that dumb idea. But I don't think you should be seeing them later. She laughs. It's a clear, happy sound. Oh, no. Don't worry. I've known them forever. We're just going to the movies. You should come, if you want. I shrug. Sure, maybe. But I have no intention of doing that. As soon as I turn 18, I'm out of here. I'm not planning on making any new friends while I wait. It just hurts too much when I lose them. And I am especially not looking for a boyfriend.
Chapter 4. Hunter. I became aware of Harley's following as I reached the top of Resolution Hill, which overlooks my hometown of Pleasantville on one side and the long, winding road that leads out of it on the other. Thickly growing redwoods line the road up here, lush and smelling as fresh and optimistic as ever. They add something to the acoustics, too, and make it easier to hear what's going on all around you. Or maybe it's just this ancient, untouched forest bringing all those primal senses to the surface, forcing you to be one with nature. That's something my sister Lily would say. Not sure she'd be right. But maybe. I pull into a small observation spot that's clear of trees but dotted with wooden picnic tables. The benches are all broken and splintered, and the tables themselves are going that way fast too. I once suggested we fix it up, since, technically, this part of the Resolution Hill belongs to Devil's Nightmare MC, but nothing ever came of it. I dismount and walk right to the rocky edge and look down at the road that looks like a black snake slithering away from up here. The strip joint I almost lost my life in is down there, along that slithering road. It's dark now, boarded up, deserted. I want to burn it down, erase it from the world. But that won't erase what happened there, just as killing the men who used to own it didn't. The sound of the bikes following me grows louder, then echoes off into the distance as they stop where I stopped. I don't turn to face them even after the crunching of their boots on rock and gravel tells me they're approaching. Whoever it is, they're going right back the way they came. "You know what I don't get, Hunter?" Chance asks, his voice clipped and even in tone, the way it gets when he's in a mood and looking to start a fight. He's our VP Tank's son, and like a blood brother to me. Him and his old man are growing more alike by the day lately. "What's that, Chance?" I ask in a similar tone, one he should instantly recognize as a sign that he's getting the fight he's angling for if he doesn't let up. "I don't understand how you, of all people, think it's a good idea to go riding up and down the coast alone," Chance says. I turn to him. Jax is with him too, grinning at me. At least he has the decency to look marginally embarrassed by the situation. I don't need bodyguards, let alone babysitters. "I'm not made of glass," I say, "and I'd prefer to be alone." "See? That's exactly what I said to your father when he woke me up less than half an hour ago and told me to go after you," Chance says. "He didn't take it all that well." I bet. I didn't for a moment imagine Cross would let me ride alone, but I figured whoever he sent to watch over me would stay better hidden. "I didn't even get a chance to have my coffee," Chance adds. They come join me at the edge, standing one to each side of me. Chance lights a cigarette, and for a while, no one speaks. We're all looking down at the strip joint. I'm still wishing it was razed to the ground. But even more, I wish it didn't exist in the first place. Almost as much as I used to wish Trixie didn't feel the need to work in nasty places like that and would just let me take care of her. Jax breaks the silence first, clearing his throat as he points at the decrepit building. "Here's the thing, Hunter," he says. "The way I see it, I should have been down there with you that night. But I wasn't, because I made the wrong choices." He turns to face me. "But now that I'm here, there won't be a repeat. Not on my watch. So don't whine and just let us join you on this ride. It'll be an adventure, just like old times." I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as going back to old times anymore. But his words are so sincere, I don't want to spoil them by arguing. Or whining. Which could very well be what I'm doing. "Hey, at least we came out into the open and gave you a choice," Chance says and chuckles. "We could have just followed you at a distance. So choose well. Because we were told to watch your back no matter what you want. And we're gonna. You don't have a say in that." He's joking. That much is clear to me from his tone. But he's also serious. "So, I'm not actually choosing shit, is that right?" I say and glance from one to the other. They're both grinning. And now I am too. "I guess riding off alone wasn't the best idea I ever had," I add. "It was one of your worst, actually," Chance says. "Now let's hit the road. I need the fresh morning air on my face to wake up all the way." "It's almost noon, Chance," I say. "What you doing sleeping so late anyway? I thought Veronica straightened you out." He scoffs. "I wish. She's out of town on some family thing, and I thought I'd use the free time to try and beat old Wiry at poker last night. You know, once and for all." Old Wiry is one of the founding members of Devil's Nightmare MC. He's in his 90s now. He used to be a priest back in the day, and the only things he still does is perform a wedding here and there, make sure everything is fixed up at the clubhouse, and beat everyone at Texas Hold'em. in addition to being a fountain of stories of the good old days. "But you didn't beat him, right?" I say. "Not this time," Chance says. "But next time." "Yeah, sure," Jack says. "You've been saying that for years." Chance just shrugs. He's always had this fiery way about him, going after things he wants no matter how impossible they seem to be. It's exactly the thing I lack. "And Harper, she's not going to miss you too much?" I ask Jax. "The last thing she wants is for you to go riding off alone, things being what they are," Jack says, and I'm not surprised. As far as best friends go, Harper's one of my closest. "Plus, she's in the creative throes of putting together a new album," Jax adds. "And I learned a long time ago she likes to be left alone when it's like that, even if she says otherwise." Jax is another who will go to the ends of the earth for those he loves, no matter the odds. No one doubts that. And what am I doing? Rebelling, whining and wishing things weren't as they are, like a spoiled little brat. "Fine, then let's ride," I say, and wipe some non-existent dust off my helmet. "Yeah, let's," Chance says, and strides off towards his bike, Jax following close behind. I let them get ahead as I glance back down at the strip joint one last time. I was in there visiting Trixie when the thing that set everything else in motion happened. And that's the one part about this whole thing I still wouldn't change, no matter what. Neither of them asked about her, and I'm glad they didn't. I know she's down in L.A. Cross told me as much during one of our many talks lately, before I could stop him. It's already more than I want to know. As much as I'd like to ignore it, I know a large part of the reason I jumped at this opportunity to go to L.A. was to find her. It's also the main reason I wanted to go alone. But no one else needs to know that. I don't know if I'll look her up. I don't know if I want her back. I don't know if I have the fight left in me to try to get her to stay one more time. But those are just the lies I tell myself over and over again, and repeating them has yet to make them true.
Chapter 5. Trisha, 10 years earlier. I'm out of breath, my face flushed and covered by a sheen of sweat, and pretty much every joint in my body is on fire. But I've just nailed the choreography that I've been working on for a month straight now. Happy doesn't even begin to describe it.
Wow, that was the best thing I've ever seen,
Hunter says, making my already hard-to-come-by breath stick in my throat. He's standing in the shadows off to the side of the door to the dance room at the center. I didn't notice him come in. "How long have you been standing there?" I ask. I'm not wary of him, but maybe I should be. I've hung out with him, Harper, and Jax, and some of their other friends a few times now, mostly because Harper wouldn't stop asking me to. But we've never been alone together.
long enough to see the whole thing,
He says and steps into the light.
Where'd you learn to dance like that?
He sounds like he's genuinely impressed. Oh, YouTube and stuff, I say, and feel my cheeks grow even hotter for some reason. I hope I'm not blushing. Everything about Hunter is so well put together, from his tallness to his defined arms and chest and effortless good looks. But it's his smile and his eyes I like the most. And I like it more and more each time I see him. I also like how he always says the right thing at the right time. I like talking to him. Not that anything's gonna come of it. I don't do dating, and I'm not putting down roots in this town. I'm still getting out of here as soon as I turn 18. It's hard to look away from his eyes, which seem to just see me, but I manage it.
You thinking of making a career of it?
He asks.
You totally could.
Now you're just trying to suck up to me, I say and laugh, and then blush even worse and hide it by pulling my oversized sweatshirt over the crop top I was dancing in. He laughs too.
No. If I was doing that, I'd also tell you that you're the most beautiful dancer I've ever seen.
But I'm not? I ask before thinking, what am I even doing? Flirting? I never flirt.
Oh, you definitely are.
He says and laughs again. I really like his laugh, too. But I don't flirt, and I don't date, and I can't give him what he wants. How did you even know I was here? I ask in a normal voice and avoid his eyes as I zip up my bag.
You told me you're here dancing every night from 6 to 7. Remember?
He says, sounding a little put out. That's right. I did. I say and shoulder my duffel bag. I had too much to drink the last time we hung out and probably said all sorts of things I shouldn't have. Maybe I even flirted too much. He has this way of making me say more than I want to.
Need help with that?
He asks, meaning my huge bag. I'm good. He's standing so close I can feel the heat coming off him and notice his smell. Redwood trees and the crisp autumn wind. I thought I just imagined sensing it last time. I start walking to the door before I start imagining more things. Or he does.
I was wondering if you wanted to hang out,
he says. Now? I say and keep walking. No, I can't. He reaches the doors first, and for a moment, my heart stops, because I'm afraid he's going to try and block me from leaving. But he opens them for me instead.
Come on, why not?
He insists.
Then I'll give you a ride back to the house.
I walk past him and start down the stairs. The center is deserted, as it usually is this time of evening, only some of the lights in the hallways still on. Everyone's home for the night, enjoying their family dinners and whatnot. We could very well be the only two people in here. I hope he won't decide to just take what he wants. I don't think he's the type, but maybe that's just because I like him. I'm not very good at telling the good ones from the bad ones. Maybe because I've mostly met bad ones. I thought men weren't allowed at Phoenix House, I say, and start down the stairs.
We're not, strictly speaking,
he says.
I can drop you off down the street if you want. So how about it? We can have dinner too.
I got class, I tell him as he opens the front door for me, and that wind he smells like hits me straight in the face.
Night classes? At the high school?
Yeah. I'm taking them so I can do my GEDs in the spring, I say. I think it's probably a waste of time, but Roxy, my counselor, thinks it's a good idea that I at least get my high school diploma. There I go, telling him too much again.
Yeah, she would,
he says, suddenly not being all flirty anymore. I miss it. But dinner sounds way better than 4 hours of math and English, I say.
No. She'll kill me if she finds out I kept you from school,
he says.
I'll walk you. Let me take this thing.
This time, he just reaches for the strap of my bag and takes it before I can protest. You know Roxy? I ask. He doesn't seem like he's in counseling. He's way too well put together to need it. He glances at me and smiles sheepishly.
She's my mom.
He starts walking, but I'm rooted to the spot. What are you all? Just one giant family in this town? I ask.
Something like that,
he says.
Are you coming?
I follow him down the stairs.
What's in this thing?
He asks, hefting my bag from one shoulder to the other.
Are you skipping town?
Nope, I say as I fall in step with him. Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. Well, I hope never.
He says, just as a peal of lightning paints the black sky a bright orange. It's followed by a crash of thunder that just echoes and echoes off the tall, ancient trees growing all around this town.
It's gonna start raining soon,
he says.
Come on, I know a shortcut to the school.
He veers off to the left and across another dark parking lot, and then a third. Thunder follows lightning again and again as we walk. I no longer feel the least bit weary following him through the darkness and deserted areas of town he leads me down. Maybe I should, but I don't. And just as we reach the chain-link fence around the high school football field and see the lights of the school beyond it, the rain comes down. In icy, cold sheets that drench me in seconds.
Oh, shit,
he says and pulls me after him under the canopy of a tall redwood tree. His hair is wet, and raindrops are sliding down his forehead and cheeks, sticking to his eyelashes. The branches keep the worst of the rain away, but it's coming in from the sides, too. We're right by the thick trunk, barely 2 inches of space between us. I don't want to move. Except maybe closer to him. It's not like me. Isn't it a really bad idea to shelter under trees in a thunderstorm? I ask. He grins.
It is. But if no storm took this one down before now, I doubt this one's gonna.
I don't know if he's only talking about the tree and the storm. You never know, I say. It might. I don't know if I'm only talking about the tree and the storm either. He leans a little closer.
I'm gonna kiss you now.
I really want him to. But my mouth says, is that your idea of asking permission? Anyway.
Yeah. What? No good?
He says and leans closer still. I shrug and smile, and it seems to be all the answer he needs. And I don't know if this is a good idea at all, but I do know that his lips on mine wake all sorts of feelings I never felt before, like tiny little sparks of joy fluttering all over the place inside me, kind of like watching fireworks explode in the sky over me, but 1,000,000 times better. And they're inside me, like nailing a really hard dance, but better. Kind of like walking barefoot on a sandy beach, like opening presents on Christmas, going to the fair and riding the roller coaster for the first time, like having dinner with a family that loves me.
Chapter 6. Trixie. Kara did another set, then I did one, and now Star is shaking her stuff on stage to a chorus of satisfied yelps and shouts. What she lacks in experience and technique, she makes up in youth and vibrancy. As a result, the place is showing no signs of emptying, even though it's past 2 a.m. now. Usually, only the drunks and the regulars are here by this time, lost in whatever drink is in front of them and the dark thoughts in their heads. Kara's been on me about finding a real job for the past 3 hours, but all that actually means is that she's ready to leave this job and feels guilty about abandoning me. I wish her boyfriend would show up already, so she'll get off my back. She waves at me from across the room, and I ignore her, pretending to be most interested in a spot on the wall a foot to her left.
Are you trying to ignore me? She asks as she reaches me. You won't get rid of me that easy.
When's your boyfriend coming anyway? I ask in a snappy voice. Her eyes widen, but then she laughs.
Oh, it's like that. So when's yours coming then?
Never, I say. I hope. She rolls her eyes.
No, you don't.
What do you know about me? I snap, and this time I see hurt in her eyes, even though she's still grinning. I'm sorry, I say. I know you're trying to help me. I just don't need help. She nods.
You need it. You just don't want it.
She could be so wise sometimes, but she's wrong this time. No, Kara, I say. It's that I don't deserve it. Amir, the club manager, is weaving his way through the crowd toward us. He's a thin man with gray speckled hair and perpetually huge dark circles under his very warm, dark brown eyes. He never smiles and isn't particularly nice, but he treats us girls right, and that's hard to find in places like this. Amir's the main reason I've stayed here as long as I have, actually. I have a private for you, Trixie, he says as he reaches us. I thought I'd just serve the drinks for a while, I say. Can't the new girl do it? She's bursting with energy. This one wants you personally, Amir says. It's King Dude. I groan so loudly I'm sure they can hear me clear across the room, despite the loud music. We call him King because he's the owner of King Mattresses that has a factory and warehouse on the way here, and Dude because he refuses to cut, or even comb, his thinning, shoulder-length blonde hair, which we're sure he thinks makes him look like a surfer. It doesn't. His name is actually Clive. Do I have to? I ask. You know the answer to that, Amir says in a bored voice. Room 2. He's already in there waiting for you. I do know the answer. King Dude is obsessed with me. He wants to make me his wife, give me everything, put me in a golden mansion and buy me everything I want. His words, not mine. The only words I have for him are, no thanks, Clive, or more like just, no. You could do a lot worse than the king, Amir says. He's barely 40, and crazy rich. He must be in a good mood today, suggesting this in such a friendly way. Amir never gets personal with us. I could do a lot better, too, I say. She's taken, Kara blurts out, and chuckles at the sharp look I give her. She might mean well, but it's getting annoying. All I want is to be able to stop thinking about Hunter all the time, and she's bringing him up every hour now. I'm not going back to Hunter. It's been 9 months, the longest we've ever been apart since we met 10 years ago. It used to be 3 months tops. And then either I'd go back to him, or he'd find me wherever I was hiding. Well, this time I'm not going back. I always told him I'm no good for him, and now I've proven it beyond any kind of doubt. I still have nightmares about the night I almost got him killed. All the time. Even when I'm not asleep sometimes. Hunter's clearly not coming for me either. We're finally on the same page as to what our relationship actually is. Just a lot of fun once in a while, and no future. So maybe I should just take Clive's offer. Get real stoned and drunk and just go through with it. Say yes and let him whisk me away and not have to worry about making ends meet anymore. But who am I kidding? I'll either die alone or with Hunter. No other way it can be. King dude's not for me, but I'll go make him happy in the meantime, I say, and slide past Kara on my way to the back. Fine, go. But we're not done talking, girl, Kara says and laughs. It sounds like home, that deep, melodic, rich laugh of hers. But I've already disassociated from all that. Already became just Trixie, the performer who doesn't care about anything. The back of the club is basically just a long hallway that runs the length of the building, separated from the main room by an arched doorway that's covered with a curtain made of wooden beads. On one side of the hallway is the dressing room and office, on the other the private rooms and toilets that are the source of the stench of shit, which has long since permeated the walls of this place too. Star is leaving the stage, and the shouts of disappointment and calls for an encore make me ache for Kara, who has to go on next. I was too prissy with her before, and I'm sorry for it now. I'll try to apologize later, though she really needs to stay out of my business, for her sake as much as mine. I find King Dude slumped in the wooden chair in private room 2, his head hanging to the left, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes slit. He's a large man, and the chair back and seat seem to be digging into his flesh painfully. I'm sure he prefers something more padded, but I'm also sure I don't care for his comfort at all. He straightens his head as I enter, his mouth stretching into a grin, but his eyes stay almost closed. You kept me waiting, Trixie. He slurs. He's had way too much to drink tonight. Even if his slurred speech didn't tell me that plainly, the stench of alcohol wafting off him is strong enough to fill the whole small room and overpower even the smell of shit. It's hard enough giving him a lap dance without him trying to touch me when he's sober and impossible when he's drunk. But you're worth the wait, he adds. Every cell in my body is begging me to just make a run for it, but I have nowhere else to be. So I smile and walk towards him, slowly, enticingly, like I could do in my sleep if I had to. There's no emotion behind my smile, or any desire behind the way my hips sway. None at all. Not even revulsion or fear. I'm a pro. This is what I do for a living, so I don't have to rely on anyone. And because being a doll they can look at but not touch comes easy to me. Natural. It's giving more, that's the problem. The only furniture in the room is the chair, and the light is reddish-purple, the 2 different colored bulbs fighting for dominance. It's been a minute since you've come to see me, Clive, I say as I reach him. I missed you. I flip my hair back, hoping the wig won't go flying. It doesn't. Then I smile as I straddle his wide thighs, careful not to touch more of him than I absolutely must. There's no way he could believe that lie, but he seems to, his eyes finally opening wider, lust flooding them as his breath hitches in his throat. He knows I don't allow touching during the lap dance, but he runs his meaty palms over the sides of my belly anyway. I'm wearing a bikini top and a Brazilian thong, both made of a shimmery forest green cloth that at once absorbs and reflects the red and purple light, making them take on the color of blood. It's not an image I want in my head, but there's no chasing it away now that it's there. I take his wrists and pry his hands away as gently as I can, given that what I actually want to do is knock him off the chair and run out of the room. You know the rules, I say in a sultry voice as I bring his arms down to his sides. No touching. Why? He asks for maybe the millionth time since we first met 6 months ago. Like an idiot. Only my boyfriend gets to touch. I tell him in the same sultry voice I used before. So let me be your boyfriend, he says in a whiny yet curt tone. I'm taken, I say and start swaying to the music, giving him what he paid for so this can be over quickly. It's not a lie. No matter if we're together or not, I am always taken. Hunter has my heart and soul. He is my one and only, and nothing will ever change that. I hate it when other men touch me. So you keep saying, he says, but I never see him. Where is he? I ignore the question so completely it's almost like I didn't hear it. What kind of man lets his woman do what you do? He barks. Maybe Clive's not as drunk as I thought. His eyes sure look sober as he glares at me. And angry. They're not softening even as I lay my hands on his shoulders, which is all the touch he's getting and much more than anyone else ever gets. A man who knows I'm only his, I whisper, no matter what. It's hard to keep moving to the rhythm now, knowing what I said is true, and also knowing it's never been easy for Hunter to accept it, but he'd give me anything, has given me everything, even my freedom to do this. It's me who can't give him anything in return. Me who is the reason it can never work between us. Me who almost got him killed as the only thanks for all the good he's given me. Clive grabs my breasts, making me yelp in shock. I stumble backwards, landing on my ass so hard an electric shock travels all along my spine. I'm done with your playing hard to get, Clive yells as he towers over me. Done. Do you hear me? I hear him, loud and clear, and I'm pretty sure everyone in a 5-mile radius does too. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I hiss at him, sliding away from him, trying to find enough purchase to stand. But that won't happen in these 6-inch platform heels I'm wearing, not without turning my back on him and getting on my knees. And I really don't want to do that. Name your price, Trixie, he says. I'll pay it, whatever it is. I can't be bought, I yell back. Not for any amount of money. I will never be for sale again. He laughs harshly. Stop lying. It's ridiculous. You're just a beautiful whore. Nothing more. No, I yell, undoing the strap on my right shoe so I can either stand up easier or use it as a weapon, whichever will need to come first. Fine, he says and drops to his knees between me and the door. Then I'll just take what I want. I'm done waiting. My damn shoe won't come off, and he's inching closer, huffing as he tries to cover me with his body. He's got 200 pounds on me easy. I won't have a prayer if he succeeds. The door opens, and I've never been so happy to smell shit. What's going on in here, Clive? Amir asks in a harsh voice. He no longer looks sleepy, and his eyes are anything but warm. They're killer hard. He's flanked by 2 of the club's security guys. She's being difficult, Clive says, like always. And she's not giving me what I paid for. He's glaring at them almost as angrily as he glared at me. Amir says something to the 2 guards in Arabic, and they come in, grab one of Clive's arms each, and drag him up and away from me. We keep it civil here, Amir tells him. Don't come back until you remember that. You're kicking me out over this whore, Clive yells. How dare you? Amir laughs. I'm still the manager, so I'm managing. You'll pay for this, Amir, Clive warns, but Amir just shrugs. Tell them to release me, Clive says in a whiny voice. I'm walking out on my own. I'm shaking all over, but I finally manage to stand up while they all glare at each other in silence. Amir looks away first, saying something to the security guys, which makes them release Clive. He gives me a murderous look, spits at my feet, then sways out of the room, stomping so hard the floor shakes. The security guys follow him. "Thanks, Amir," I say once we're alone, trying to control my shaking. "Don't know what got into him today." He shakes his head. "It's my fault. I saw how drunk he was. I should have told him you weren't available." Amir's always been sort of kind to me, but I never fully trusted him, not until this minute. "No, it's my fault," I say. I said some things to make him angry. I could have handled it better. It's not a lie, but I also don't regret a single thing I said to Clive. "Thanks for looking out for me," I add. "You're a pro. And a real asset to this club," he says. "But?" I ask, since I sensed he wasn't done talking even though he fell silent. "But Clive is buying this place," he says. "I could keep him away from you tonight. But once he owns this place, he won't be able to," I say. That's just great. The moment things finally start looking up for me, or I finally get settled somewhere, they fall apart. Just like always. Story of my life. "I'm sorry," he says, and the expression on his face tells me that might actually be the truth. "But you'll find another job. You're a great dancer." "I gotta get out of here," I say. "I can't deal with this right now." Between Kara picking at my scabs and this, I've had just about all the shocks I can take for one night. The part of me that's sick of running is ready to just give up and give Clive what he wants. I'm sick of running. I'm sick of dancing for creepy strangers. I'm sick of pretending I still have a life worth living. But the other part, the part that wants to have fun and be free, and maybe sometimes even happy, is louder. Amir reaches into his back pocket, pulls out his wallet, and hands me a few 20s. "Come back for the rest of your paycheck tomorrow. I am really sorry about this." I grab the money, wishing I could refuse. But if I have no job anymore, I'll soon need every cent I can get. "I'll leave out the back," I say, and he nods. I'm barefoot as I walk to the dressing room, but my legs are heavy, like I'm wearing shoes made out of cement anyway. Now I really don't have anything. Again. And I still don't know if I have the will to start all over. But maybe I don't have to. Maybe I could just go back home to Hunter. See how he's doing. Tell him I'm sorry in person, not just in a stupid letter. See if he still wants me. The thought gets louder and louder as I'm stuffing my outfits, wigs, and shoes into a duffel bag in the dressing room. But the answer's still no. A screaming no. But the door flies open, and Kara bursts in. "I have to leave, Kara," I say without looking at her as I zip up my bag. "I can't stay here anymore. I'll call you tomorrow. I'm sorry, but you have Breaker now. You'll be fine." "I have to leave too," she pants. "Can you give me a ride?" I finally look at her. She's trying to take off her shoes while simultaneously pulling on her leggings, and she looks like she's in a total panic. "What happened?" I ask, and give her a hand getting dressed. "My ex's men," she pants. "They're here." She grabs her purse. "Let's go." Then she bolts down the narrow hallway to the back exit. I grab my own bag and follow on her heels. She's told me about her deadbeat ex and how his men might be after her, but that was more paranoia than real, I thought. She slams out the back door but stops just beyond it. There's supposed to be only darkness there, and my car parked in it. But the light from the wide-open back door now reveals 3 guys standing by my car. They're all wearing black zip-up jackets and pants, and their muscles and stance suggests they're fighters of some sort, trained, probably to kill. Kara, the one in the middle says. He's leaning on my car, smoking a cigarette, trying to look relaxed, but his eyes are knife-sharp. "Why are you running from us? We just want to ask you some questions." Kara's not actually running. She's frozen to the spot just outside the door, shaking all over. "What do you want from me?" she asks them, as if this is a good time to be chatting. As if it's not evident from the way they're looking at her that they don't want anything she'd be willing to give them. They exchange more stupid words, but I'm sure the men are just about ready to pounce on her like tigers on prey. The roaring of Harleys comes from the front parking lot, so familiar and so wonderfully right on time that my legs move towards the sound on their own. "Breaker!" Kara screams and tries to run towards the sound. I drop my bag and sprint too, propelled by the feeling that I'll be safe and home and everything will be all right forever just as soon as I clear the large dumpster that blocks this part of the lot from the main parking area in front of the club. 2 men are behind me, and one of them tackles Kara to the ground. 3 more are coming towards me from the parking lot, but I can dodge them all. I just need to reach those bikers, then both me and Kara will be safe. But as soon as I succeed, as soon as the bright orange light illuminating the parking lot is washing over me, I realize I've never been more wrong about anything in my entire life. I stumble back into the darkness, trying to hide behind the dumpster. But it's too late. He's seen me. He calls my name. Arms grab me from behind, but they're not strong enough to prevent me from crashing to my knees. "No!" I scream at Hunter. "You can't be here. Go! Leave now! Go!" Whatever these guys are planning to do with me is better than Hunter getting hurt again because of me. This is a scene right out of my worst nightmare, but also from my happiest daydreams, because he's always there when I need him the most, like magic. But right now, the nightmare and the daydream are melting together into the most horrific thing I've experienced. Hunter isn't alone. Jax and Chance are with him, but that's not enough backup. There's 5 bad guys and more coming from behind, and they have knives, probably guns too. He won't survive this fight. He can't survive it. My worst nightmare is about to come true all over again.
Chapter 7. Hunter. I was determined to make the ride down to L.A. in one day to begin with, and Chance's constant complaining made it even more necessary. If it wasn't lack of coffee or food, it was the ocean views we were missing by staying on the highway, or some other gripe he just happened to come up with on the spot. My plan would have worked out just fine if it weren't L.A. we were visiting. But there's about 1 billion roads in and out of this city, and they all look the same. It's as though, when they were built, they were just trying to see how sprawled out they can make it. We were supposed to meet the Prez of Rogue Angels MC at some place called the Flamingo Saloon on a road called Sycamore Avenue at midnight. It's nearly 3 a.m., and we haven't found Sycamore Avenue yet, let alone the saloon. Thanks to Chance's navigation skills, we're now on Sycamore Road, which looks like something straight out of a horror movie. It's just a long, dark industrial zone lined with warehouses and factories, most of which seem to be permanently closed down. And we're so far from anything resembling normal civilization that I'm pretty sure we've entered the Twilight Zone. I am so done with this road trip. "Don't you now wish we hadn't skipped going to the beach today?" Chance asks as we pull up on the dark shoulder by a 6-foot chain-link fence. The large concrete building behind the fence could be anything, but mostly it just looks deserted, decrepit, and possibly haunted. I don't bother replying. Instead, I check the map app on my phone, which isn't working very well since the internet comes and goes around here. Our meeting with Rogue has long since been postponed to tomorrow night, but I still have this urge to at least find the place tonight. I hate leaving things unfinished. "I saw a motel back there," Jack says in his practical voice. "And we can grab a drink at that strip joint we just passed," Chance adds. "It looked empty, so it should be safe. Then we can make a plan for tomorrow." I didn't hear much beyond the word safe. Lately, just hearing that word makes me want to start a fight. "Maybe they even have something to eat," Chance adds. "I'm starving." Never mind that we just ate 2 hours ago because he was starving then too. "Besides, this area could be the safest place for us," he says, looking up and down the dark and deserted road. "I'm sure very few people are aware this little stretch of paradise on earth exists." There he goes some more, trying to keep me safe like I don't know how to do it by myself. Frankly, I could just keep riding all night, and right now, I really want to. It's better than starting a fight with some wino at a strip joint just because I need to. Let's find a place closer to the Rogue Angels MC clubhouse and spend the night there, I suggest. Both Chance and Jax give me a nearly identical look that plainly says no. I need a beer, Chance says, and then I want to get some sleep. You're no damn fun anymore, Hunter. Was I ever? I ask and rev up my bike since I'm done arguing with them for tonight. I take off in the direction of the strip club, but not before I see them exchange a look that plainly says something I'd rather not know. The ride to the Golden Temple Strip Club, which is neither golden nor looks remotely like a temple, takes all of 3 minutes. If it weren't for the bright yellow neon sign over the entrance, I'd easily mistake it for just another abandoned warehouse. Yes, you were always fun, Chance tells me as we dismount in the brightly lit but mostly empty parking lot. He sounds more serious than I've heard him be in a while, almost like he means it. And like I was actually being serious asking. Let's get you that beer and then I want to keep going, I say, and lead the way to the back door of the club. I can already tell I'm going to hate everything about being inside this place. A sped-up techno version of a famous song I can almost name as blaring inside, and everything from the dirty, patchy facade to the small black foil-covered windows and the cigarette smoke wafting out of every crack in the concrete reminds me of every other strip joint Trixie worked at when she was hiding from me. She claimed it was because no-name, low-paying places like that let her do what she wanted. I always figured it was just one more way she liked to punish herself. She's good at that. Namely, at making life bad and hard for herself. And me. Because all I ever wanted was to keep her safe and loved. But nothing I ever said or did changed that, and it's never gonna. So I don't know why I'm even compounding the annoyingness that was today with thinking about it. She's out of my life now, and I think I'll let her stay out this time. Just like she always wanted. How many times does she have to walk out on me before I get the picture that she doesn't want to be with me, no matter what she says? After all, actions always speak louder than words. I catch 3 black figures moving from the shadows at the edge of the parking lot towards the back of the building. I notice things like that now, not because I'm some sort of super vigilant fighter, but because I was almost killed. And then there she is, standing by a huge black dumpster, her long, honey-colored hair glowing like fire under the orange parking lot lights. "Trisha!" I hear myself yell, even though she might just be a figment of my imagination. A mirage after this long and pointless day. Just something I really want to have. She stops dead, even though the men from the shadows are coming right at her. Then she starts screaming for me to leave, to go. Chance and Jax are shouting something to the same effect, but at least they're right on my heels as I run towards her. I manage to knock down one of the men coming at her, but 2 others are already holding on to her, and there's 3 more to fight, all holding huge knives. Chance is fumbling with his gun that he carries on him at all times these days, and I wish I had more knives on me than just the one in my boot. It's a good thing I at least have that. I have such a short fuse lately, I don't want to be armed if I get the urge to fight, just in case. I wish I was armed better tonight. These men were fighting, or attempting to, move like the shadows they slinked out of. They're definitely not run-of-the-mill goons. They know how to separate the 3 of us, for one thing, so we can't watch each other's backs. Chance gets 1 shot off before the gun is knocked out of his hand. Jax has 2 guys on him, but a knife in his hand. Trixie's on her knees, screaming like she's been gutted and is dying. But there's no blood on her, and the men aren't holding her anymore. Good. I tell her to run away, but she doesn't hear me over her own screams. A guy comes at me, knife raised, and slashes it towards my neck. a practiced, controlled move. I go down and finally get the chance to pull the knife from my boot. The scars from the last knife fight I lost tug at my stomach and back. They're not painful anymore, just annoying. Something I'm going to have to live with. Which I intend to do, despite all these knife-wielding lunatics we're facing. The guy coming at me is fast, changes his attack seemingly in mid-air once he sees I feigned going down. He comes at me, knife slashing so fast it's just an orange blur as it catches the parking lot light. But I trained with killers my whole life, and I've been doing it non-stop since the pain from my stab wounds finally went away completely about 5 months ago. Because I had nothing better to do, and because I will never again be caught unawares like I was that night. All it takes is seeing the opening and going for it, and I don't hesitate once he gives me that opening, not even for a blink. I just plunge my knife in as soon as he presents his chest to me. A split second is all I needed, and I take it. He stumbles back, clutching his chest, bright orange blood gushing out. 2 more come at me. But now I'm finally back to back with Jackson Chance, so it's easier. Not easy. These guys know what they're doing. And they won't stop until either they or us is dead. I wish Trixie would stop screaming. And then she does. Right after a fist connects with the side of my head, making everything wobble as though I'm on a boat. But my knees slam into hard, unyielding asphalt. I'm still conscious enough to know a knife will follow that blow. I'm ready for it. But it doesn't come. Instead, I look up to see Trixie hanging off the guy's back, getting tossed around like a rag doll. But she's not letting go. Whatever doubts I may have had about her, the fact that she loves me with all her soul and would willingly lay down her life for me was never one of them. It's just another lie I tell myself that she doesn't. Her clear-headedness and quick thinking saved my life when I was attacked as much as Chance's shooting did. I make short work of incapacitating the guy with a few well-placed slashes to the belly. Trixie lands on the ground beside him like a sack. 2 other bikers appeared out of nowhere, and they're helping Jackson Chance take down the last of the thugs. But Trixie is just lying there. I can finally go to her. After nearly 9 months, I can finally touch her again. "Trisha, are you hurt?" I ask as I crouch down beside her. She looks up at me, her big blue eyes as vast as the Pacific Ocean, all for me. She's breathing hard, says nothing as she grabs my arm and I help her stand. Then she starts frantically checking my chest and arms and neck for wounds. "I'm fine. I'm not hurt," I tell her. "You're bleeding," she says, pointing at a spot by my shoulder. There's a nick there I didn't even feel getting. "It's just a scratch," I tell her. "The rest of the blood isn't mine." She hugs me tighter than she ever has. "You could have died," she whispers. "You could have been killed." She repeats it a couple more times. I tell her I'm fine a few more times, but she can't stop shaking. Her scent. Rain hitting the redwoods on a hot summer day with just a hint of jasmine. And the softness of her body, so perfect in my arms, is making all my best memories of us flood back like the dam I've kept them behind exploded. "It's all right," I tell her, but she doesn't seem to hear. "I've survived worse odds." "Barely," she mutters. "What are you even doing here? You're not supposed to be here." And just like that, the magic is broken. Hearing her say those words triggers all the worst memories, and I'm right back in the spot I was in before all this happened, back when I wasn't sure I ever want to see her again. Chance is stomping around, making sure all the thugs really are down, while cursing to himself about how close we came to dying. Jax is talking to one of the 2 bikers who helped us out. "I gotta go talk to that guy," I tell Trixie. She doesn't want to let me go, but she does. Story of our lives in a nutshell right there. A woman I vaguely remember meeting once, a long time ago, comes up to her, asking all sorts of panicked questions. The guy Jax is talking to introduces himself as Breaker, the prez of Satan's Raiders MC. He looks friendly enough, talks friendly enough, and has the sort of reverence in his eyes as he spots our club colors that I hope means he's not friends with our enemies. But we can't be too careful these days, so we better keep this conversation short. Still, he helped us out. If you ever need anything, look us up, I tell him. We always repay our debts. In kind, that is. But I don't say that. A shot rings out, cutting our conversation short. Breaker's friend has shot one of the thugs. Then Trixie is beside me again, holding onto my arm like she never means to let go, and I wish I could say it's all I ever wanted, that it's a 9-month-long dream come true. But I can't. Sirens are echoing in the distance, seeming to come from all directions at once. "That's the cops," Chance says. "Let's bolt." "The motel I'm staying in isn't far from here," Trixie says. "Take us," I say, and she keeps a firm grip on my arm as she leads the way to my bike, like the million times she's done it in the past. And I still want to say that's all of my biggest wishes coming true. Trixie in my arms, on the back of my bike. Safe. Mine. Since I was 17 years old, that's all I wanted. The only thing I ever truly wanted. But I don't think I do anymore.
Chapter 8. Trixie. It's not until I'm riding on the back of Hunter's bike, my arms around his waist, my thighs pressed against his hips, leaning on his back, the wind making my hair streak free, that I know the worst is over and the best is yet to come, even if that knowing is just a beautiful lie. But I do know where I belong. It's right here, right where I am right now. Doesn't mean I can stay. The ride to my motel is a short one, and for the first time since I rented a room here, the sight of the lopsided sign by the entrance and the cracked, weed-infested parking lot doesn't make sadness bawl in the pit of my stomach. "It's room 50, all the way to the left," I say to Hunter, speaking directly into his ear. He tenses in my arms, his reaction making me smile unguardedly, unsourly for the first time since I saw him last. With each second, the moment when we'll be alone together draws nearer, and despite all my promises, despite all my best intentions to let him be free of me, that's the only thing I want. I slide off the bike as soon as he stops in front of my room. I somehow manage to hold onto my purse and all the crap that went down at the Golden Temple, and my hands are shaking as I unlock the room door. Hunter is right behind me as I switch on the overhead light, a dim thing that flickers because it's about to die. No light will definitely be an improvement on this room. The messy king-size bed that takes up most of the room is lumpy and lopsided, and the room smells of rot and dust that settled so deep into the wood, carpeting, and the 2 armchairs by the window that the only solution is throwing everything out. My clothes and stuff is also strewn all over the room, which doesn't make it very welcoming either. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting company," I say and grin over my shoulder at Hunter. "What the fuck is this place, Trixie?" he asks. He only calls me Trixie when he's angry at me, which I'm sure he must be. He hates it when I walk out on him without saying goodbye in person. I hate it too, but some things are just unavoidable. "Do you find shitholes like this to live in on purpose?" he adds. "That's not a priority right now, Hunter," Chance says as he closes the door behind us with a bang. "Who were those guys?" Jax draws the curtains on the grimy window that looks out onto the parking lot, and then all 3 of them are looking at me. "They're nothing to do with me," I say. "They were after my friend Kara. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." I can just read, "What else is new?" off Chance's face, but thankfully he doesn't say it. The guy doesn't take a damn thing seriously, except being overprotective of Hunter when it comes to me and my mistakes. And I really don't need a reminder of just how much Hunter's friends and family don't like me. I know it well enough already.
We probably shouldn't stay here,
Jack says, peeling back the curtain and checking the parking lot.
If they know where Trixie lives, they'll find us.
No, they can't know, I say fast and too loudly because I'm that happy to be offering some good news. No one at the strip club knows where I live, and I pay cash here and used a fake ID when I registered. Hunter flashes me a look that's at least 80% hurt. Turns out my good news isn't all that great after all. He's right to be hurt. I have a fake ID because it makes it easier to stay hidden from him. Not that it was ever enough to keep him from finding me in the past. Besides, like I said, those assholes weren't after me, I add, stuttering. I'm starting to shake again, the vibrating originating deep in my core and projecting outward.
We killed at least 2 of them,
Chance says.
They'll come after us. You should call Cross,
Jack says, talking to Hunter.
Tell him what happened. It'll keep till the morning,
Hunter says.
We might as well get some sleep now.
Chance rolls his eyes, but Jax nods.
We'll get a couple of more rooms,
he says.
I'll walk you out,
Hunter says and leads the way to the door without looking at me. You should move your bikes behind the building so they're not visible from the street, I offer, just in case.
Yeah, that's a good idea,
Jax says. Hunter barely glances at me before closing the door after them. They stop just outside the door, mistakenly thinking I won't hear them talking there, but the walls of this place are paper thin. I can also see their outlines clearly through the thin curtain on the window.
So what happens now?
Chance asks.
We still meeting the Rogues tomorrow?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we?
Hunter asks, looking at both of them. Neither replies. I should give them some privacy. Besides, I'm sure my face is a mess because I didn't bother to take off my makeup before leaving the club.
Did you both know she'd be at that strip joint?
Hunter asks, making me stop dead on my way to the small bathroom at the far end of the room. Everything that comes now would be so much easier if Hunter came here tonight to find me. But him asking this means he didn't.
I had no idea,
Jack says, and it's followed by a very telling silence that drags and drags.
Look, Cross and Tank forced the information on me.
Chance finally says,
I didn't want anything to do with it. You know I never do. It's your business.
Yeah, it is, Hunter interjects, sounding about as cold and angry as I ever heard him.
But after that long-ass ride today, and you being all cranky the last couple of months, I figured you could use a little pick-me-up,
Chance adds.
So you can read a map better than to confuse Sycamore Avenue with Sycamore Road,
Hunter says,
whatever that means. I had to improvise,
Chance says.
That's all well and good,
Jack says,
but the sooner we're out of this city, the better. Those guys were trained to kill. We're lucky we're alive. I'd rather just move on tonight.
I head to the bathroom, because they wouldn't like me listening in as they make their plans, and I've heard enough as it is. The bathroom is an even bigger mess than the main room. Its rust-stained bathtub and toilet bowl, broken shower door, and cracked sink, the least of it. Miraculously, my makeup is still intact, so I speak clean as much as I can, wiping down the sink and bathtub with toilet paper and stuffing all my dirty clothes in a plastic bag. By the time I hear the front door open and close, the bathroom isn't exactly clean, but at least it no longer looks like we're in a crack house. When I come back out into the main room, Hunter is sitting in one of the 2 armchairs by the window. He's changed out of his bloody clothes and taken off his cut. If touching him is my favorite thing to do in the world, then looking at him is a close second. He looks good. His thick brown hair is a little longer than it was the last time I saw him, but just as wavy. And recuperating from the stabbing doesn't seem to have had a lasting bad effect on the muscles of his chest and stomach. But I knew all that already from the ride over here. What I didn't have a chance to do is look into his eyes. I love his eyes. They're deep and intense like the open ocean, and just as dark blue, but they're a sea I'll never drown in. Denim on denim. That's a new look for you, I say as I walk towards him, meaning his jeans and the denim shirt he's wearing. Why don't I help you out of them? I reach for the collar of his shirt, but he stops me with a single look. I don't want to touch anything in this dump with my bare skin, he says. How do you live like this? It's cheap, and it gets the job done, I say and laugh, hoping he'll laugh too, but of course he doesn't. All right, he says. Then why do you live like this? I could answer, but what would be the point? He's heard it all before, never cared much for my answers, and I don't want him angry at me anymore. I want him to hold me and tell me he missed me just as much as I missed him. So I smile and unzip my hoodie. I'm still wearing just the green bikini outfit underneath my tracksuit, and the flash of desire that ripples across his eyes tells me I still have a shot. That makes me equal parts ecstatic and sad, because it can only end the same way it always does. When you say you don't want to touch anything, does that include me? I ask, and let my hoodie slip off my shoulders. He hesitates, even as his eyes turn sharp with desire. And that tells me all I need to know. He doesn't have to say it. But then he pulls me into his lap, and that's my answer too, the one I needed. I wrap my arms around his neck. His heart is beating fast and hard. The last time I felt it, his heartbeat was terrifyingly slow. But he holds me loosely, kind of like he doesn't want to at all. I did say goodbye to you. I didn't just leave, I say. I said goodbye in the letter I left for you. Did you read it? He shakes his head and avoids looking into my eyes. Never a good thing. I didn't bother. Figured it was just more of the same old bullshit. He's not wrong. I wrote 5 pages expounding on how I'm no good for him and how much I will always love him, all while tears stream down my face. I feel those tears in the back of my throat now. I wasn't hiding from you here. I was hiding from Horned Riders MC, I say, and it's not the whole truth. I was hiding from him too, but we both already know that, so no point saying it. You don't have to worry about them anymore, he says, his voice toneless and hoarse. They're gone. Gone where? I ask. Dead, he says, in a voice that sounds like he is too. I gasp. All of them? All of them, he repeats and finally wraps his arms around me tighter, but the closeness lasts for less than a breath. Your father killed them all, I ask. Yeah, the MC did, he replies. His father has never been my biggest fan, and the feeling is mutual. But right now, I wish he was here so I could thank him for taking such bloody revenge on the men who almost killed Hunter. I would have done the same thing if I could. It bothers you that they killed them all, doesn't it? I ask instead of voicing that thought. He shrugs. It is what it is. He's wrong, feeling sorry for the bastards who tried to kill him. But he wouldn't be Hunter if he didn't. He's nothing if not compassionate. You didn't want to find me, did you? I ask, the words just tumbling from my mind. If chance hadn't brought you, you'd be in God knows what kind of trouble right now. He finishes my sentence, but doesn't answer my question. But why is my heart twisting in such a painful way at reading his no loud and clear between the lines? Him not coming after me is exactly what I wanted. He holds me tighter, wrapping both his arms around me and burying his face in my hair. I keep it long, to the middle of my back or longer, because that's how he likes it, even though it's a hassle fitting my wigs over it, or just washing it for that matter. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Why does it always have to be so hard? He whispers into my hair. I hold him tighter, too. It's the only thing I always want to do. It doesn't have to be that way tonight, I tell him. It's a shit answer, I know, but it's the best I can do, and we both know it. He scoffs, but not meanly, just in a resigned sort of way, and holds me even tighter. We're not going to find any answers right now, and we both know it, so it's pointless to keep searching, because we'll just be running in these same circles again tomorrow and the day after. We're also clearly not moving from this chair tonight, and that's perfect too, because being held by Hunter is my third favorite thing to do in all the world. Or maybe that's actually my top favorite thing. Either way,
This is exactly where I want to be, even if it can't last.
Chapter 9. Hunter. I didn't think I'd fall asleep, but the rising sun wakes me, the yellowish, translucent curtain on the window not doing much to soften its glare. Trixie is still in my lap, curled into a ball and sleeping deeply, her even breaths tickling my skin through the gaps between the buttons of my shirt. I feel like I'd expect from sleeping on a sagging armchair that was new back in the 1970s. My arms and neck stiff, a piercing ache already starting in the middle of my back. It'll be worse when I stand up. But that's not the reason I don't want to stand up yet. Trixie's weight in my arms is something I always miss. She so rarely sleeps this deeply. Too many demons haunting her dreams, old and new. Plus, everything is so simple right now. As soon as she wakes up, it won't be anymore. Used to be all I wanted was her. Now, I don't know what I want. She's still set in her convictions when it comes to us. Keep it casual. At least she didn't come right out and say it last night, but I read it between the lines anyway. So, I'm in no hurry to get back to talking. A light tap on the window brings me out of the downward spiral into darkness my thoughts were starting to take. I don't want any more dark thoughts. I want things to be good, the way they used to be before I got stabbed. I'm so sick of brooding. And the only person who can always successfully keep me from brooding is currently sleeping in my arms, not looking that much worse for wear after the 9 months we spent apart. Fighting those guys last night left me numb. I was numb during the fight too, but I'm sure the shakes and the nightmares will come. I still have them from the time I got stabbed. I'm sure Trixie can help with that too. The tap comes again, and this time Jax follows it with pressing his face against the window and calling my name. I give him the thumbs up and stand up with Trixie in my arms. The aches and pains aren't as bad as I thought they'd be, and she barely stirs when I lay her on the bed. As I pull the covers over her near nakedness, I achingly wish I'd taken what she offered last night. But I was in a foul mood and she was in shock. Not a good combination for reunion sex. "Finally," Jack says as I join him on the covered porch that runs the length of this seedy motel. Some kind of large pink flower is growing strong out of a crack in the concrete right next to the door to Trixie's room. I step around it and walk to the edge of the motel building. "You should make the call now," Jack says, "and then we should head back home." That's a lot of shoulds. "We came here to do a job and we should do it," I say, giving him one more. "This place is real close to the strip joint," he says. "I bet someone knows she lives here. I've been up all night making sure no one came looking for us." He looks it, too. His eyes are sunken and bloodshot, his skin a bluish white. "I know damn coffee, because there's none to be had around here," he adds. "And no one came," I say. He just shakes his head and says nothing. "I'll call Cross," I say. "But we can handle this. We did last night." "Barely. Look, I'm going to make sure nothing happens. I still owe you for not being around when you needed me." "Is that what this is about?" I ask. "You don't owe me anything, Jax. You were locked up when they came at me because I was an idiot and didn't come with you when you tried to warn me." This is a conversation we've had a bunch of times already, and I'm sick of it. The night I got stabbed, I was stoned, unarmed, and in a place I figured was safe. There were 5 of them, Trixie was in front of me, and they were going to cut her up to get to me. I would never let that happen. So no, I don't need to be taken care of. I just need to be prepared and on my guard, and no one owes me shit. "Go get some sleep, Jax," I tell him. I'll wake you when it's time to go. The door of Trixie's room opens and she comes out carrying 2 cups of coffee. Well, 1 cup and a bathroom glass. I thought you could use these, she says, smiling. She hands me the cup and the glass to Jax. Thanks, he says, and drinks it in a few big gulps. I'll go wake Chance, he says as he hands her back the glass. There's really no need to go anywhere. This place is a good place to lay low, Trixie says. Once in a blue moon, a trucker or some businessman will stop here. But most of the time, it's just me and Myrtle, the lady who owns it. She and her husband opened this place like 50 years ago, when this was a promising neighborhood. She only keeps it open for the memories and because no one wants to buy it. And I always park behind the building. As usual, she has it all figured out. How to lay low and make herself hard to find, that is. Why don't you go pack up your stuff? I tell her. That's if you want to come with us. She shudders slightly, gives me a scared little look, but then smiles. Yeah, I want to come with you. Whatever that means. I watch her walk back into the motel room. You're not letting her down easy, are you? Jack says. What's that supposed to mean? I snap. He holds up his hands like in surrender. I'm just saying. She has her reasons for what she does. Yeah, crap reasons, I say venomously. Go get some sleep and I'll let Cross know what's going on. But we might as well spend the day here. If Trixie says it's safe, it probably is. All the years she's spent laying low have made her an expert at it. Jax wants to argue some more. I can see it in his eyes. Look, it's real simple, I say. We don't have any friends in this city. Anywhere we go, we could be walking into an even worse situation. Not if we go home, he interjects. But I doubt Trixie will follow me there. We came here to speak to the rogues and try to make some friends, I say instead. And we're doing that. This is the first job my father sent me on solo since I was stabbed. The last thing I'm going to do is run back home at the first sign of trouble. But I'm not going into all that with Jax. He shrugs and nods at the same time. Fine, we'll do it your way. The old lady put us in room 5, all the way on the far side of this row. Wouldn't hear of giving us the room next to Trixie's. Probably to keep you away from her, I say. We'll be fine. You don't have to babysit me. I'm sure Cross will send a whole army to do that after I get off the phone with him. Jax just shakes his head and walks away. Maybe I offended him. I do that a lot with the people who care about me lately. I watch him until he's halfway to his room, then fish my phone out of my pocket and walk to the back of the building where our bikes are parked. As usual, Cross answers on the first ring. I swear he holds his phone in his hand the whole time he can't see me lately, like I'm 10 and not 27 years old. We got into it with some guys last night, I tell him, since there's no point beating around the bush. Is anyone hurt? He asks, and I swear I hear his voice crack. I hate it. No, we're all fine, I tell him. But those guys, we killed a couple of them, and they didn't seem like the type who'd forgive that easily. What the hell does that mean? He asks. I explain about the fight and how well trained those guys seem to be. Did they come for you? Were you the targets? He asks, putting 2 and 2 together a little wrong, thinking it's part of the war we're in the middle of. A part of me doesn't want to correct him because he won't like the truth much better. No, they weren't there for us, I say, and drink the rest of the coffee Trixie brought me. Now, tell me why you'd go picking fights with just random groups of thugs, he snaps, raising his voice, which rarely happens. With everything that we're dealing with, why? Because of Trixie, I say, and I can hear his breath lodge in his throat like a rock. She was in trouble. All right, he says, to stall, because he needs to get his composure back. Doesn't want to say the wrong thing, because things are different now. He's pretending he doesn't mind Trixie. Used to be he had no sort of filter when it came to talking about her, and how wrong she is for me. So she knows who it was, he finally says. She doesn't. They were after her friend, not her. She was just there. He scoffs. If she's with you now, then come home and we'll figure this out. If it's all the same, I'd rather do what I came down here to do first. Unless you think I'm too weak and incompetent? I don't say that, but I'm sure he heard it loud and clear from my tone anyway, because he inhales sharply, then clears his throat. Okay, but watch your back, he says, and get Trixie to find out what she can about those guys and let me know. Where are you staying? I give him the name of the motel. And there were some other bikers there. A breaker, the prez of Satan's Raiders MC. They helped us out and seemed friendly enough. Might want to check them out, too. He says he will, and I tell him I'll call with more info. Then I get some fresh clothes from my saddlebags and walk back to the room. Trixie's out front, watering the pink flower growing by her door from a yellowed water bottle. She's taken off her makeup and fake eyelashes and combed out her hair. I like her best this way. Natural. Looking like the first day we met. But any which way, she's always the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And that smile of hers, the one she has just for me, that's something too. I wish I could return it. My friend's name is Kara Haynes, and her ex is Javier Smith. He was killed during a big shootout at a New Year's Eve party here in L.A. It was all over the news. She tells me, the smile fading from her lips. He worked for a place called DES Inc., but Kara thinks that was just a front for something else. She called one of those guys last night Peter. I walk up to her and usher her into the room by laying my hand on her low back. Once we're inside, I don't let go. You have to stop listening in on my conversations, I say. The walls here aren't all that. I figured Cross would want to know this, she says. I'm trying to help, since this mess is all my fault. Again. It's not, I say, and finally let her go. Thanks for the info. I'll pass it on to Cross. And I'll go take a shower, she says. You're welcome to join me when you're done. She doesn't give me my special smile as she says it. I wish she would. And what more than that do I really need to know?
Chapter 10. Trixie. Once in the bathroom, I let the shower run, but I don't get in. Instead, I wash my face again, even though I just did that, hoping my hands will stop shaking, hoping he'll come to me. In all the years and all the times I've left and he's had to come after me, he's never been this cold, this distant, this uninterested. Maybe this time it really is over. It's for the best that way. Doesn't feel like it, but it's true. I can no longer see my reflection in the mirror from all the steam by the time the door finally opens. For a moment, he just stands there in the doorway, surrounded by mist. He's taken off his boots, but nothing else. I don't have any condoms, he says, and the magic cracks, but I can fix it. I haven't been with anyone since I was with you last, I tell him. He knows it's the truth. I'm never with anyone when we're apart, except when I can't help it. Usually I can help it. I guess the no condoms thing means he hasn't been with anyone either, or at least that he wasn't planning on it. But I won't ask. I don't want to know. I can't handle the thought of Hunter with other women very well, so I never think about it. Came pretty close with a John named Clive last night, but I got out of it, I add. Not even sure why I'm telling him. Probably because it really freaked me out. He says nothing, but I can tell from the look in his eyes he wants to know if I'm all right. You should find a different line of work to avoid that kind of thing, he says instead of asking me that, hard-like. And not the first time he's said it. What did this Clive do? I walk up to him and run my hand down his cheek and let it rest on his neck. Jess wouldn't take no for an answer easily. But let's not worry about him now. Then I stand on my toes and kiss him lightly on the lips, like I've wanted to do since I first saw him last night. Like I've wanted to do since forever. Hoping he won't push me away. He doesn't. Instead, he buries his fingers into my hair and kisses me too, hard and deep, like it's the only thing he wants to do too. Never, not since the very first time, have his kisses not sent sparks like fireworks all through my body. And it's always best after we've been apart for a while. He peels off my hoodie, rips off my bra while I'm fumbling with the buttons of his shirt, needing to feel his skin against mine. The last time I did was so long ago. The last time I did, he didn't have these scars that my fingers are catching on as I finally run my hands down his chest and abs. It kills off some of the fireworks of the kiss, knowing why they're there, remembering the night he got them. He stops kissing me, too. We should get in the shower. Before all the hot water's gone, I whisper, trying to salvage some of the magic. It can wait, he says, and kisses me deeply again. He presses me against the sink, unbuckling his belt while pulling down my pants. I help. He's right. The shower can wait, but we can't. He spins me around and kisses my neck as he enters me, but for all his hard urgency, he goes slowly. The feel of his cock inside me wakes all the dead fireworks, flooding me with all the ways I've missed him while we were apart. All the emotions I didn't let myself feel, all the longing I buried deep, all the love I have for him and always will. It's too much. Much too much for going slowly. I buck my hips back, gasping as his cock slides in deeper, moan as he grabs a fistful of my hair and gives me all of it. Again and again, hard and fast, the way we both need it, to shake the cobwebs, break through the hurt, the yearning, the impossibility, the rightness, all that is ours, but never was, never will be. He keeps thrusting into me, one hand gripping my hips, the other a fist in my hair. I'm close, so close I can't think anymore. Just be in the moment, one with the fireworks, which really are the best thing I've ever known. He pulls my head back and kisses me wildly again, burying his cock deep inside me as we come at the same time, the way it's meant to be, the way it only sometimes is. That was just perfect, he whispers breathlessly as he lets his cock slide out. It always is. I whisper back and wish he'd smile, because he's still not doing that. Then I pull him after me into the shower. The water is still warm, but growing cold from the inside out. We don't have much time. We never do. He doesn't waste any time lathering my lemon-scented shower gel all over me, his touch hot yet gentle, leaving gentle sparks like the flutter of butterfly wings everywhere his fingers pass. My neck, my breasts, my belly, all the way to my toes. My head was already spinning from the orgasm, and it's even worse now. It's desire and lust and yearning and regret all rolled into one physical feeling. But mostly, it's just love. I grab the shower gel from him and start washing him, too, knowing it will make the spinning worse and yearning for it. But then my fingers catch on his scars again. There's one long and jagged one, right in the middle of his stomach, almost right below his heart. Another on the side of his stomach, all marring the lay of the ripples of his abs that I know so well, making it so I don't know them anymore at all. The thought makes my breath hitch in my throat like I'd swallowed a piece of glass. I dare not look. Not at the scars, not into his eyes. This right here. This is why I should stay away from him forever. That's enough of that, he says harshly, grabs my wrists and peels my hands away from his stomach. I finally look into his eyes, and they're as hard as his voice, the ocean in them dark and dangerously still. I might drown in this ocean. He finishes washing himself, and the water is cold by the time he turns it off. I step out first, not sure of my footing. Don't worry about it, Trixie, He says in a softer voice as he spins me around and wraps the towel around my shoulders. It wasn't your fault, so let's just forget it. Forget what? That I left? That he got stabbed because of me? That he almost died because of me? Then and again last night? That we love each other? Maybe he means all of that. I dare not ask. His kiss tells me he wants to forget none of it, and I want to trust it. I really, really do. And as he leads me to the bed and starts kissing all of me slow and gentle, hitting all the spots that make me go wild, I think maybe I can trust it. At least he's kissing and touching me like he still loves me, and that's all I need. And way more than I deserve.
Hunter. She tastes like fake lemons and chlorine, but also like the purest, clearest, realest thing I've ever tasted. I'll never not need her. And if that's all I think about, the rest is easy. I love the way she writhes and moans as I kiss her neck, her nipples, her belly, all the spots only I know how to press. It took a while to find them, but I'll never forget where they are. And I keep going, all the way down to her pussy. Taste that flower bud of her clit. Watch it open for me. Watch her come on my fingers. But it's been too long. I need to be inside her now. I love the way her eyes widen as I slide in, how she gasps and moans as I enter her, how her eyes beg me to be gentle even as she spreads her legs wider, grabs my ass, and pulls me into her. It took a while for us to get here, too, and now the silent begging is only there for a second. It means a lot, knowing I'm the only man who can make her open like this, surrender as she does to my cock, make her moan in pleasure as I give it to her slow and deep, all the way to the hilt and back out. At times like this, it means everything. Because this is something we'll never lose, no matter how hard she tries to make us. But I can't do slow today. It's been too long. All that we've lost is too loud. She takes it, always, moaning and writhing beneath me as I thrust into her, deep and hard, holding her wrist down against the pillow, losing control, what little of it I had. Her moans turn to shrieks, and then a scream as her pussy clenches hard against my cock, making me come too, making me black out from the pleasure of it, from the rightness. Afterwards, I roll onto my side and pull her after me with the last of my strength. "I'm sorry," I whisper, as she lays her head on my chest, just in case I hurt her. I don't think I did, but she's bad at telling me when I do. She hiccups, then whispers, "Don't be." And I'll take her at her word, even though she sounds like maybe she's going to cry. "I'm sorry," she says. And I hope that doesn't mean she'll be gone again when I wake up. But I won't think about that. I'll just hold her, just fall asleep with her in my arms. That part's always easy.
Chapter 11. Trixie. Hunter's sleeping, but I couldn't. For a while, I just watched him sleep, trying not to think about anything other than how happy I am that he finally showed up. Only now do I realize that I expected him to show up every single day for the last 9 months. Before, I just buried it deep under all the late nights dancing and the days of letting myself feel nothing. After a while of him not coming, I fooled myself into believing he'd read my letter and decided he didn't want anything more to do with me, which was the response I wanted. I don't think so anymore. Last night, maybe I still did. After this morning, I know all he ever felt for me is still there, which makes everything so complicated. But not today. I can pretend everything will be fine today. And tomorrow. Kara called earlier, asking about Cross and the Devils, and all I had to say were good things. That surprised me, but I didn't tell her any lies either. Maybe I could go back to Pleasantville with him, just for a little while. His father and the MC seemed to have everything under control. Hunter and I managed to see each other in secret for years there, while everyone was against us being together, when his family thought of me as just a thief, a liar, and a whore. But he swore he'd never let me go. It worked then, and it can work again. It can't. He has to let me go so he can get on with his life. But I like to pretend. So I spent a good hour packing my stuff, doing it quietly and slowly so as not to wake him. I was almost done by the time I realized that some of my most important possessions are in my car. Or maybe I just didn't want to admit it to myself because my car is still parked at the Golden Temple. My riding jacket, boots, and helmet, and the box in which I keep all my most precious memories, some from way back when my mom was still alive. Hunter wouldn't want to go back there to get my car, and he'd be right. He'd just tell me we can buy what I need, and I'm pretty sure he thinks my box is just sentimental bullshit. Or maybe he'd want to go with me, and that would just be too dangerous. It was 3 p.m. when I realized it, and almost 4 by the time I decided to get my car on my own. If I went across the abandoned lots where I go running sometimes, I could be back with my car in less than half an hour. I thought it was a great plan. I could approach the strip club from the back and make sure no cops were around, then I'd run to my car and drive it back here. Easy. This way, Hunter wouldn't have to go back to the scene of last night's fight, and with any luck, he'd still be asleep when I came back. I left a hastily scribbled note on my pillow for him, telling him where I went, just in case he woke up and found me gone. The muggy afternoon air and the sun beating down on my head make me regret the decision as I jog, but as soon as I reach the club, that regret vanishes. The parking lot is clear of cops, and my car is parked exactly where I left it. Crime scene tape is still up in places, and maroon-colored blotches of blood, some large, some smaller, cover the area from the club's back door to the dumpster, and probably beyond. On a normal day, the club would be open by now, but there's no music coming from inside. Another good thing. I'm almost at my car when I hear the club's back door open. "What are you doing here?" Amira asks. There's an ever-so-slight note of panic in his voice for some reason. "I just needed to get my car," I tell him and continue walking towards it. "The police want to talk to you," he says, making me stop dead. "You can tell them you haven't seen me, can't you?" I say and smile at him. "I'm leaving right now." "Maybe he can, but I can't." Clive's voice comes from the dark hallway of the club, moments before he appears in the doorway. "This is my place now, and I won't start things off on the wrong foot with the law. It's bad enough that what happened last night happened. I won't have my workers under suspicion." I could run. I probably should, and I very nearly do. If it weren't for the snide tone in Clive's voice, I would. He has no intention of turning me in. He just wants leverage so he can get what he wants from me, meaning I can easily still get what I came here for. "I quit last night, Clive," I tell him, "because you were so mean to me." His eyes were angry, but they soften now. "I'm sure we can come to some arrangement," he says, just like I figured he might. I'm never letting him touch me, let alone fuck me, but he doesn't know that. "Why don't you let me leave now and I'll come back tonight when you open," I suggest. He comes all the way out of the building, followed by 2 men I don't recognize, but they look like bouncers. "No need to go anywhere," Clive says, and the 2 guys stand menacingly, one to each side of him. "All your pretty outfits are still here. You can audition for me right now, and we'll talk about getting your job back." I glance at Amir, who shakes his head but doesn't meet my eyes. I'm not sure what that means, but I can guess. He's not going to help me out. So I don't think. I just bolt, and I almost reach the broken chain-link fence separating this lot from the next one over, but the 2 bouncers reach it first. They don't touch me. They just block my escape route. Now, Trixie," Clive says. "Play nice. You still owe me a lap dance, if nothing else." Then he tells the bouncers to bring me inside. The one closest grabs my arm and starts marching me towards the back door. I could try to fight free, but then I'd probably just get slapped around. You really have the most fitting name, don't you? Clive says as we reach him, Trixie, because you're full of tricks. Yeah, really bad ones. They all fail and turn to shit. I don't answer him. It takes all my composure not to spit in his face. That would probably get me slapped too, which will make it harder to run when I get the chance again. I'll need a clear head to get out of this mess. So much for my great plans. I really should just give up and stop making them.
Hunter. I wake up, happy that the sun is still shining bright outside, because it means I have hours still before I have to be anywhere but inside Trisha. But her side of the bed is cold, and the room is clean. Her stuff that littered every available surface in this room is gone. She's gone. And as soon as I think them, those words can't stop reverberating in my head, getting louder and louder, to the exclusion of everything else. I managed to get dressed, feeling stupid for having gotten undressed in the first place, angry that I did. She had no intention of ever seeing me again. She said as much in the long-ass letter she left while I was in a coma, and I was an idiot for letting myself believe she didn't mean every fucking word. Loud knocking on the door is followed by Chance's voice shouting, "Rise and shine! We're coming in!" I open the door before he can do it himself, then stand back, letting Jax and Chance enter. Jax takes one look at the room and then locks eyes on me. "She cleared out?" he asks, sounding about as shocked as I feel. "Wow, it's got to be a record," Chance says, "even for her." He's my oldest and best friend, and he saved my life. Those are the only reasons I don't punch him for saying it. Saying what I'm thinking anyway. I move away from him just in case he says anything more. Jax closes the door. "Is that all her stuff in there?" Jax asks, pointing at 2 black carry-all bags by the window. "And that looks like a note on the pillow," Chance adds. I walk to it and pick it up. "I went to get my car. I had to. I'll be right back." I have to read it a few times before the meaning sinks in. "She went to the strip joint to get her car," I tell them, since they're both just standing there glaring at me. "Oh, great," Chance says, and sinks into one of the armchairs by the window. "Catastrophe averted." It's anything but, yet he's kinda right, too. "You can't go after her," Jack says, like I need reminding. I sit down on the edge of the bed and rub my face. All the times Trixie made a fool of me in front of everyone by running out with no warning or doing reruns in my head. And as glad as I am that it was a false alarm this time, I still can't shake the bitterness. "What the hell was she thinking?" Jack says, speaking what I'm thinking again. But I won't answer. There's no need to discuss it. Thankfully, Chase doesn't say anything either. "Cross will try to find out who those guys last night were," I tell them instead. "And the meeting with the rogues is still on." Then I spend some time going over my conversation with Cross, painfully aware that the light outside is starting to dim. It's 5 minutes by car to the strip club, a 20-minute walk at best. Trixie's now been gone much longer than that. What the hell is she doing? "I'm going after her," I say, and stand up, instead of answering Jax's question of when we're heading home for the 3rd time. "No, Hunter," Jack says. "You two stay here," I say, and yank my cut off the back of the armchair where I put it last night, "in case she comes back." "Hunter," Jack starts. "I'll be so very careful, Jax," I interrupt. "Don't you worry." Then I walk out before either of them can stop me. They don't try to. Not that they can. I just don't want to waste any more time. I focus only on the task ahead and nothing else. I'll do a ride-by and make sure there's no cops or friends of the guys we fought lurking nearby. If there are, I'll find another way into the club. If not, I'm just walking in. That's as far as my planning gets before I'm at the club. Trixie's car is still there, and there are no cops, or anyone else in the large, nearly empty parking lot. The neon sign over the club's door is off, but the music is on inside. I park next to Trixie's car and take my gun from my saddlebags. Then I try the back door. It's locked. Which makes some sense, even if the club is open, but not enough to prevent all sorts of bad scenarios involving Trixie from playing in my mind. Pretty much everything that I always fear is happening to her when I'm not with her. She knows how to take care of herself, but she's still a woman alone in a world where women like her don't get much respect. It's enough to drive me insane at the best of times if I let it, and I have no control over it right now. So I kick at the lock on the back door until it breaks. It's a shitty one, so it doesn't take a whole lot of kicking. The hallway is dim, the overhead lights off, and no one is in sight. I keep the gun at the ready as I follow the loud music deeper into the room. A thin, dark-haired man walks through some sort of curtain made of beads and stops dead when he sees me. "Where's Trixie?" I ask as I point the gun at him. He raises one hand and puts the index finger of the other against his mouth, signaling me to be quiet. Then he shows me 3 fingers. I assume he means 3 other guys are in there with her. I have no idea who he is, and the smartest thing to do would be to take him out, but I'm not that far gone yet. He seems to be trying to help. "Go back in," I tell him just as Trixie screams. "What the hell do you even want from me, Clive? You're disgusting. I wouldn't do you for $1 million. A guy laughs. $1 million? That's lowballing it. I'd have given you that much easy. Now, I'm just gonna take what I want." Her scream is angry and furious, but it makes my blood run ice cold anyway, because I can hear the pain behind it. The guy isn't moving fast enough, so I shove him through the curtain, right into a guy that looks wider than he's tall. Over by the bar, Trisha's trying to back away with nowhere left to go as a whale of a man advances on her. He's at least 6'8" of pure blubber. The guy almost knocked down comes at me, blocking my view for a moment. I slam the butt of my gun into his nose, and this time he does go down. I charge the fat man, but don't get far before the deafening sound of a gun going off fills the room. A bullet whizzes past me, flying just inches from my face. It hits the mirror behind the bar, making it explode into about 1 billion pieces. The fat man turns, shock and anger on his face. "Hunter!" Trisha yells, and I hope she's not going to start screaming again like she did last night. I turn to shoot the guy behind me, but the thin man has already overpowered and disarmed him. "Get away from her!" I yell at the fat man. Another bouncer is next to him, his gun trained on me, so I keep mine on the large guy. Trisha tries to run to me, but the bouncer grabs her and points his gun at her head instead. "Fuck!" "How about you put your gun down?" he shouts at me. "Nice and easy." I wish the music wasn't so damn loud. Makes it hard to think. Not that I have a lot of choices. Trisha's eyes are wide in fear and full of some sort of plea. Probably for me to leave or some other such bullshit nonsense. The main door of the club crashes open before I have to figure out how I'll get us out of this mess. Jax and Chance storm in, guns in their hands, faces covered. I probably should have covered mine too, but I never could think straight when Trisha was in trouble. Their sudden arrival disorients the guy holding her just enough for me to get to him. I yank her out of his grasp and elbow him in the face. I don't stop punching him even after he's already on the ground, his face a bloody mess. "Hunter, it's okay. He's down," Trisha says, and lays her hand on my shoulder. The touch is softer than a butterfly landing, but enough to bring me back to the here and now. Jax has the 2 guys by the bead curtain under control, and Chance is eyeing the fat man as though he's not sure how best to handle him. I stand up and wipe the blood off my hands on my pants before wrapping my arm around Trisha's shoulders. "Let's all be friends," the big guy is saying. "We can still all be friends." He's grinning, but his eyes are full of fear and his teeth seem to be chattering. "This is the Clive that was bothering you last night?" I ask Trisha, and she nods. I release her, but she tries to hold on to my arm. "It's fine. Let's just go." I hardly hear her. I want to empty my clip into the man's stomach, but I settle for knocking out his teeth and breaking his nose. I kick him once he's down. He's spasming on the floor, clutching at his bloody face before Jax pulls me off him. "We gotta go now," he hisses into my ear. "Fine," I say and shake him off, give Clive one more kick, then grab Trisha's hand and pull her after me out the back. "What the fuck were you thinking coming back here alone, Trixie?" I ask once we're outside in the fresh air and darkness. "I had to get to my car," she says. "My stuff. I thought it'd be safer if I go alone." "Yeah, it was real safe," I say. "What stuff?" I don't even know why I'm being so vicious with her. A minute ago, I was 100% ready to die for her. "My boots and my helmet and my—" "Your stripping outfits, no doubt," I snap. "Those are real important to you. More than your life. Or mine." She blinks at me and swallows hard and starts shaking again. "My box," she says. "That's what I came to get. I was afraid you'd say no if I asked." Hearing that blows my anger clear away. I don't keep mementos, but Trisha does. She has a box full of them, and she's held on to it through years of foster care and moving around all over the country. She even held on to it when her uncle sold her to a very sick man when she was 11. It contains what little she has of her mom's and a whole lot of us. "What the fuck are you doing?" Chance yells from over by the dumpster. "We gotta go. You can talk later." He's absolutely right, so I usher Trisha towards her car. "I wouldn't have said no," I say as she unlocks and opens the door. The look she gives me is pure love and gratitude. Almost pure. There's still some fear in there, too. "Are you okay to drive?" I ask. She nods and I close the door, then wait for her to drive off before following. But I still don't know where my anger at her ends and my love for her begins, or if the two are even separate anymore.
Chapter 12. Trixie. Hunter rode behind me all the way back to the motel, but Jax and Chance are already standing in front of my room when I pull into the parking lot. Both have nearly identical, hard, unreadable expressions on their face, but I can still tell that neither of them is very happy to see me. I drive past them and park in the back, then get out of the car, leave the door open so the light doesn't go off, and start frantically searching for my stuff. The box I find in the trunk, hidden next to the spare tire, but the rest of my stuff is all over the place, and I'm having the hardest time finding my helmet. "We need to get going now," Hunter says softly. I heard him ride into the parking lot after me, but he stopped to speak to the guys before coming back here. "I got the box. It's on top of the car. Now I just need to find my helmet," I say, my hands shaking worse and worse with each second I don't find it. I've checked most of the spaces it could be at least 3 times already, and I'm getting real nervous that I won't find it. That's not the only reason I'm nervous. I've never seen Hunter go off on a guy like he did on the one pointing a gun to my head back at the strip club. He was gonna kill him. Just beat them to death with his fists if I hadn't stopped him. And Clive, too. The cold look in his eyes as he looked at me when I stopped him was something I've never seen there before. It chilled me to the bone. It's why I'm still shaking now. He's a stone-cold killer now, just like his father and the rest of them. Another thing I caused but never wanted to. Another thing I'll have to live with. "It's fine, Trisha," he says as he opens one of the rear doors to help me look. We'll figure it out. Hearing him call me by my real name stops the worst of my shaking. I didn't know I cared so much about that, but I do. He's the only person who still does that. When he stops, I'll just be Trixie forever. But then his breath catches in his throat, probably because he noticed the bloodstains and the smell. His blood. Is this... He says, but can't finish the sentence. Most of the color is gone from his face. His eyes aren't as cold as they were back at the club, but they're not much warmer either. Yes, I whisper. From that night, That's just disgusting, Trixie, he snaps. Melody gave you money. I asked her to do it. Enough for a new car. I don't cry a lot, practically never, but tears are a prickly ball in my throat right now. I don't know, I just couldn't, Hunter. I just ignored everything for so long after I left. The shaking is getting worse, and nothing I'm saying is coming out the way I want it to. I know it's fucked up, but in some twisted way, this car was my last link to you, I say, making one last crappy attempt at explaining. He looks absolutely shocked, as he has every right to be. It is sick. I drove a car soaked in his blood for the last 9 months like some crazy lady. And you survived because of this car, I add, and that's more like what I'm trying to say. If I didn't have it with me that night, I don't even want to think about that. But the whole truth is, I just couldn't let go. I'm shaking so hard my teeth are chattering. Any time today, Chance shouts from somewhere. I resume my frantic search for my helmet. It has to be here somewhere. I love that helmet. It's adorned with a single red rose, sparkling with silver dew. He gave it to me a long time ago. I'd never throw it away. I didn't throw it away. I know I didn't. So where is it? Where? I laugh out loud as I finally find it wedged under some kind of metal box and covered by a bunch of rags in the trunk. Hunter's not saying anything. Not to me. Not to Chance, who is now standing at the mouth of this back parking area, outlined by the light behind him. Hunter is holding my box in both his hands. Found it, I tell him, and hold the helmet up, then almost drop it as I try to pick up my boots and jacket, too. He's still just looking at me, his face and everything else perfectly still. This thing's gotten real heavy. I think he means the box, or the conversation, or just everything between us. And for the first time since we met, I'm sure he's going to tell me he doesn't want anything more to do with me, and mean it. I fear it so much, tears well in my eyes. They don't spill, though. I don't deserve to cry over that. Not with the amount of times I walked out on him. But his eyes aren't cold anymore. They're almost as kind as they've always been for me, almost as soft as the rippling waves of a calm ocean. Maybe we should just start making some new memories, he adds, clarifying. He even smiles a little, sadly. I'd like that, I whisper, my voice hoarse from the tears I don't deserve to shed. He puts the box back on the roof of the car and walks around it, laying his hands on my arms. We have to go now, but let's stop somewhere and burn this damn car. I nod, looking up at him. His eyes are almost perfectly black in the absence of light back here, but they're still the warmest, safest, friendliest thing I've ever seen. Yes, I'd like that too, I say. He wraps his arm around my shoulders and leads me away from the car. But there's no way everything you packed will fit on my bike, just so you know. I know. I was only going to take one bag, I say. The rest can burn too. Finally, Chance says as we pass him, and nothing else, which is very surprising for him. I can't leave without saying goodbye to Myrtle, the motel owner, though, and no one argues with me about it. I tell Hunter which bag to put on his bike, and which in the car, and walk over to reception in front of which Myrtle is already standing, wearing one of her oversized house dresses, gold-colored flip-flops, and smoking a cigarette. The pile of butts on the ground beside her tells me she'd been there a while. Are you leaving with these men? She asks as I approach, her voice oozing skepticism. She's gotten a little protective of me in these last 6 months that I've lived here. Yeah, I'm going with them, I say. But I'll miss our talks. Sometimes On long days when I couldn't sleep and it was too early to go to the Golden Temple, I kept her company at the reception desk. We'd play cards or do crosswords, and she'd tell me stories. It was great. It allowed me not to think. She eyes the guys over my shoulder, her eyes narrow slits. "But can you trust them?" she asks. I glance back at them, too. Hunter's brought my car around, and now they're loading everything up. I can't hear what they're saying, but I kinda do anyway. Chance is going off at Hunter about something. Jax is trying to keep the peace, and Hunter is taking it all in his stride as he packs my stuff into his saddlebags. I've known them all for so long, since we were nothing more than kids. When did it all go so wrong? I wish I could go back to that time now. I'd do it all differently. But there's no going back. I trust them with my life. I tell Myrtle. As was proven to me yet again today, despite all the shit I've pulled on them in the past, I still can. "It might come to that," she mutters. "If anyone comes asking, please don't tell them you've seen us," I say. And she looks at me sideways, her eyes still very narrow. "Like the cops?" I nod. "Or anyone else?" She grins. "Don't worry, Trixie. Your secrets are safe with me." She tosses her cigarette on the ground and gives me a hug, her bony arms digging into my sides almost painfully. I hug her back, just as tightly. Then I slide a couple $100 bills into her hand, even though I already paid her until the end of the month, and jog away to join the guys before she can refuse the money. She needs it more than I do. For now. Hunter tells me to follow them to one of the abandoned factory lots littering this area where we're going to burn the car. And a couple of minutes later, I'm in the car, the windows down all the way, the night wind cooling my face, and the sound of Harleys all around me. The rumbling vibrates inside me, in my chest, near my heart. And for the first time in a long time, I think I might actually be heading somewhere worth going. But I dare not hold too tightly to that thought, because I might crush it if I do.
Hunter. We're standing in the darkness near Trixie's beat-up Toyota, the air thick with the smell of gasoline that we pumped from the tank and doused the car with. It's so silent, I can hear cicadas chirping somewhere in the darkness, and Trixie's soft, shallow breaths beside me. It seemed like a good idea to do this when I suggested it, but now, with no one saying anything, just standing motionless, just black masses in the night, it feels too much like a funeral. My funeral. We're meeting Rogue in less than an hour, and my mind keeps wanting to drift towards the conversation I need to have with him. "Ready?" Chance asks and hands me his lighter. For all his choice words about how much time I've wasted talking to Trixie and letting her do whatever she wanted, while who knows who might have been looking for us back at the motel, he thought this little ceremony was a good idea. As if I can tell Trixie what to do. As if I'd ever say no to her. As if... "Yeah, I'm ready," I say, and grab the lighter. "Good," Jack says and lets out a long breath. "'Cause this was getting morbid. Should someone say something?" "Please, God, no," I say and light the Zippo. Everyone laughs. Or chuckles, more like. And the sound is quickly swallowed by the darkness. Tricia grabs hold of the hand I'm holding the lighter with, and together we light the line of gasoline on the ground that leads to her car. I've set cars on fire before, mostly for kicks when I was younger and stupider than I am now. You shoot holes in the tank until gasoline starts leaking out. Then you catch it, douse the car with it, and make a line running a safe distance from it, because eventually something's going to blow up. That's where all the fun is. Trixie's car catches fire spectacularly well, with orange flames rising high and bright. "Goodbye," she whispers, and that little word from her is, as always, like a stab through my heart. I wish her stripper stuff was burning with the car, but that shit wasn't in any of the bags I tossed in the back. It's probably in ones on my bike. All right, it's done, I say before my thoughts get any darker. Let's go. I don't wait for anyone to agree or disagree. I just walk to my bike. Trixie is right behind me. She says nothing as she puts on her helmet and gets on the back. I wish she would say something, and I don't. But I can't deny that the feel of her body pressed against my back makes me feel alive and full of hope in a way few other things ever do or did. She's also been saying all the right things, and so am I. Maybe if I just focus on that, everything else will finally fall into place too. But that's an old hope. So old, it actually tastes sour. Chapter 13. Hunter. About 9 years earlier. The beach house is everything Chance promised it would be and more. A small whitewashed home with a steepled roof and wraparound porch straight out of some picture book. It's set in an overgrown garden that opens right onto a wide sandy shore that's mostly people-free. He's been here a bunch of times, never with the same girl twice. This time he brought Melody, a new club girl who's studying to be a doctor of all things. I haven't seen them much for the past 2 days since we got here. I haven't seen much of Jackson Harper either, but that's normal, with the way they have to sneak around back home because they don't want anyone to know they're together. I've seen a lot of Trisha, still not as much as I want to. The sun's setting a golden yellow amid very dark blue clouds that are going to bring rain soon. It's cold for July, and it's probably going to get even colder after this storm. Trish has left me on the shore alone while she attempts this swimming thing, as she puts it, on her own. I've been teaching her for the past 2 days, and she's a quick learner, but she still can't do much more than float on her own. She's not actually swimming now. She's in waist-high water practicing her dance moves. Sometime yesterday afternoon, she discovered the water lets her move exactly the way she wants to, but never can on land. In a minute, I'll join her. Right now, it feels too good just watching her dip in and out of the water, swirling, her long hair gleaming like gold in the failing sunlight as she flips it this way and that. Her smile is big and bright enough to make up for the lack of light. Just looking at her is enough for me. Kissing and touching her is better. Any more than that, and I feel like I'm taking something she doesn't want to give, even if she does give it. I should have just joined her in the water instead of sitting here brooding, but it's too late now. She's coming out of the water, drops clinging to her bare skin, glowing gold too. The bikini top she's wearing barely covers her boobs. Her nipples are two mouth-wateringly hard nubs under the thin black fabric, and her body ripples more beautifully than the sea as she walks towards me. It's almost more than I can bear. My cock's been hard pretty much the entire time we've been here, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm managing not to grab her and take her right here and now. But I do know why I'm not doing that. We're not having sex again until I'm sure she wants it as much as I do, and that's that. With all she's been through, that might never happen. And that's fine too. Kissing her is enough. She likes it when we kiss, I know that. "We should get back. It's going to start raining soon," she says, cold water dripping on me from her hair, feeling as though the storm's already here. The wind's picking up too. Rainstorms are kinda our thing. Ever since that first kiss we shared under the redwood tree by the high school. I'm looking forward to the one that's coming tonight, despite all my brooding. Her perfect body starts disappearing as she puts on first her short green beach dress and then her jean jacket. She sits down next to me and starts putting on her boots. "You should get dressed too," she says, but how can I move when she's leaning on me? Instead, I grab the back of her head, turn her face towards me, and kiss her. The sharp gasp isn't all pleasure. It's also fear. And she tries to hide it by turning all the way towards me and wrapping her arms around my neck as she kisses me back like she's been waiting her whole life to do it. But it's not the same now. I shouldn't surprise her. I shouldn't even touch her, let alone kiss her when she doesn't see me coming. I know that. But I can't always help it. I want her too much. A sharp, cold gust of wind sends her hair flying, spraying us both with ice-cold water drops. Some land in my eyes and sting. We should go, I tell her. Maybe we even have time for a good long ride before it starts raining. Okay, yeah, that'd be nice, she says, sounding kinda unsure. Then she starts packing up our stuff while I dress. It's all better when she's on the back of my bike and we're riding down the wide, empty beach. She squeezes her thighs against my hips and leans into the wind, and just what I can see of her smiling face in the side mirror is enough for me to know it can't get much more perfect than this. Sand and motorcycles don't mix well, and I should get off the beach and onto a road, but she's having too good a time. She leans against me as I slow to avoid a pile of driftwood, wraps her arms tightly around my waist, and kisses my neck. Her lips feel like the gentlest butterfly landing against my skin and a wrecking ball hitting me in the chest at the same time. Then she stops kissing me, and it feels like a chunk of flesh's been ripped out. That's no good, but I have an idea, she says. Hold on. And before I have any chance to process any of it, she grasps my shoulders, stands, and then swings herself into my lap. I catch on to what she's trying to do just in time to help her, though with her perfect balance and all that core strength from all the dancing, she could have easily done it without my help too. That's better, she says, and smiles as she settles in my lap. Then she lays her hands on the sides of my face and kisses me for real. Hard and carefree, with the kind of wild abandon that rarely comes up for more than a moment or two. Now it's all there is. And I have no idea how I'm managing to keep the bike moving. But I do. And we keep riding. And we keep kissing. And it's some kind of dream I didn't even know I had coming true. She stops kissing me, but keeps her face real close to mine. How about we find some shelter right here on the beach? She asks. Yeah? I ask, and she bites on her lips and nods, kinda avoiding my eyes, but not quite. Then she kisses me again. The bush-covered overhang from the cliffs bordering this beach will give us more than enough shelter. She only stops kissing me after I stop the bike by an alcove that better work. It's surrounded by rocks, but at the center the sand looks soft and untouched. She climbs off and leads me right to the center of the sheltered space. The setting, cloud-covered sun is still managing to make the sand and her hair glow gold. She tells me to sit, but when I try to pull her into my lap, she pushes me away, takes a couple steps back, and kicks off her boots. There's just enough light left to see her clearly, even though I'm pretty sure I could see her clearly even in complete darkness. She smiles at me as she takes her jacket off and lets it fall at her feet. The dress follows, sliding off her silky curves. She moves like a cat, all grace and poise and perfection as she strips for me, complete with all the right moves. It's the hottest thing I've ever seen. The bra flies off, her perfect breasts kinda making me see double. Only the bikini bottom is left now, but she makes me wait to see that come off. Once it does, she finally comes to me, straddles my lap, and gazes real deep into my eyes as she takes off my jacket and then my shirt. She runs her warm, soft hands down my chest and stomach and up my sides all the way to my face. Then she kisses me lightly, before looking into my eyes again. I don't stop her until she has my belt undone. "We don't have to," I say hoarsely. She laughs, and it sounds like a wind chime. "You're lying." Then she runs her hand over my hard-on, making me see double again. "I'm serious," I say. "Not unless you want to." A very pained look flashes across her eyes, but it's gone again in an instant. "I want you," she says, and unbuttons my jeans. But I still don't know if she really means it. So I stop her by laying my hand over hers, because I can't find the words to say. "I don't have any condoms." I finally find some words, an easy out if she wants it. She looks at me sideways, her lips stretched into a grin, her eyes kinda sad again. "I won't get pregnant. And any disease you give me, I can live with." That's a weird thing to say. Not that I can give her a disease unless I get it from a blood transfusion or something, because I doubt I'll ever be with a woman that's not her. She extricates her hand, which I'm still clutching, and lays her palms against my cheeks again, forcing me to look right into her big, deep, swirling blue eyes. There's no sadness there now, no fear. Only a soft smile that echoes the one on her lips. "I trust you, Hunter. I know you won't hurt me. Ever," she says. "And I want you. Desperately. So can you stop being such a gentleman about it? Or do I have to beg?" I finally believe her. "You don't have to beg. I'd give you anything." She kisses me with the same wild abandon as before on the bike, and then some. Rain starts coming down hard, blowing in on the gusting wind as I lay her down in the sand, sheltering her with my body. The rocks all around us and the ones hanging over us keep the worst of the storm away. She gasps as I slide into her, going as slowly as I can. But she doesn't jerk away, doesn't writhe, doesn't do any other small thing to let me know she's not as ready as she claimed to be. Instead, she grabs my hips and pulls me closer, moans as my cock slides deeper. And if this wasn't all so perfect, and everything I wanted for just about ever, I'd probably come just from that. But I don't. I won't, because the silky warmth of her is too good to waste. Too good not to enjoy slowly. And I do, sliding in and out, muffling her moans with kisses, her hands caressing my back, her fingers tangled in my hair, her pussy clenched tight around me as she comes first. "I love you, Tricia," I whisper into her ear while I'm still able to speak. "I love you more, Hunter," she whispers back hoarsely, trying to look at me with very unfocused eyes. Then I come to, and I can't see very well anymore either. Only I can still see her. Perfect as she is, it's impossible not to. Chapter 14. Hunter. The Flamingo Saloon is nowhere near as bright and colorful as the name would suggest. It's a run-down bar in a shitty area of town, but this place used to be grand. I can tell by the old Hollywood pictures on the walls and the pink diner-style tables that still aren't cracked, even though it's been a minute since they were new. Not that they're even pink anymore. More a diarrhea brown from all the smoking and no cleaning that goes on in here. Some of the pictures on the wall are so grimy I can't tell who's in them. But the one above our table is of Marilyn Monroe and JFK, and it looks like it was taken right here. Rogue is sitting in the booth across from me, two of his guys standing beside him. Jax is sitting to my left, and Chance is by the door, watching the place like he expects an attack any moment. Trixie is sitting at the edge of the bar counter, sipping a Coke and doing the same. It'd make a lot more sense for them to look so worried if the only other people in here weren't a large, gray-bearded man who can't stop looking at Trixie, and a guy our age who can't seem to focus his eyes on anything. Rogue and I have been chit-chatting for the past 10 minutes or so, getting a feel for each other, I suppose. Although, honestly, my mind's been on other things. "You wanted this meeting, so talk," Rogue barks. He's not that much older than me, but his eyes belong on the face of a much older man, one who's seen some shit and never got over it. "We're looking for allies down here in L.A., I say. That's the long and short of it, and as plainly as I can put it. I've been going over and over how I wanted to handle this conversation on the ride here, but discarded all my plans when I met Rogue. He seems like a no-nonsense, expedient kind of guy who wouldn't appreciate too much beating around the bush. Or maybe I just want to take Trixie away from this sad place. "You want us to side with a bunch of killers?" he asks, proving me right. "Why would I do that? We've devoted our lives to eliminating bad guys." The two guys with him grunt in agreement. "Yeah, so have we. Mostly. But it's all a matter of perspective. I don't say any of those things." "You've been looking for a certain someone," I say, leaning closer. "A guy called Ghost, on account of how hard he is to pin down." This is all in the file Cross gave me. Ghost tortured and killed Rogue's girlfriend, Angel, about 10 years ago, and Rogue's been trying to find him ever since. Unsuccessfully. I don't like seeing the pain in the man's eyes as I pause and lean back. I kinda like him. I kinda just want to tell him where he can find this Ghost and not ask for anything in return. But Cross's instructions were clear, and I've let him down enough. "You know where he is?" Rogue asks, the pain spreading from his eyes and twisting his whole face now. I glance at Trixie. She's looking right at me with understanding in her eyes. She can't hear what we're saying, and she doesn't know what we're talking about. But somehow she seems to anyway, because she's pretty good at reading my mind. It's hard to look away from her. "Yeah," I say, and pull a piece of paper from my pocket. "He's living like a hermit somewhere in the Arizona desert. Here's the coordinates." I toss the piece of paper on the table in front of him. His eyes widen in surprise. Then a whole lot of conflicting things cross them. Shock, hatred, happiness, surprise. They finally settle on doubt. "And you're just telling me this?" he asks. "You want nothing in return?" "Let's just say I know a little something about losing the woman you love," I say, and look at Tricia again. Can't help it. Her eyes are still full of understanding. Kinda sad, too. Regretful. Rogue scoffs and points at her. "But your woman is sitting right there." "Yeah, for now she is," I say. He looks at me for a couple of moments, squinting like he's trying to read my mind. Then he nods. "Thanks, but what do you want in return? There's things I can't give you." "Go check out the place," I say. "See what you see. Then you can decide what the information is worth to you." He locks his eyes on mine. They're no longer doubtful or mistrustful. They're just hard. He finally picks up the piece of paper and reads it. The only thing on it is a set of coordinates, so it's not telling him much. But the expression on his face suggests he's reading the best thing he's ever read. I brace myself against the table and stand up. "Call when you're ready to talk. And if you need any help killing that guy, it's what we do best." He stands up too, offering me his hand. Thanks for not dangling this thing in front of me like a carrot. I appreciate that. I'll be in touch. Good, I say, then watch him and his men walk out. Was that a smart thing to do? Jax asks once they're gone. I shrug. Cross wanted me to dangle it. But I don't know. He didn't seem like the type who'd respond with loyalty to that kind of thing. What happened? Chance asks, striding towards us. Did he say yes? He's gonna think about it, I say. Trixie's come over too. I take her hand and pull her close. She smiles and leans against me, squeezing my hand tight. I feel like going for a drink now, she says. Somewhere a lot less depressing than this place. Yeah, let's do that, I say, and smile at her too. All those men I beat up and or killed in the last 2 days are starting to show their faces in my mind, and I probably just fucked up this first job Cross trusted me to handle on my own. And I haven't actually had a good time since I almost died 9 months ago. But Trixie's here now. She can make it better. And I'm gonna let her. Luckily, neither Chance nor Jax feel the need to be practical and try to spoil that plan.
Trixie. Silhouette, the place where Kara worked before she joined me at the Golden Temple, is the only cool place I actually know in LA, so that's where I've taken us. It's a strip club, but more of a nightclub type of thing, and no one's complaining. I sit in Hunter's lap, my arm draped around his neck, his resting loosely around my waist. Jax and Chance are watching the busty blonde on stage as she slides and twirls to the music. She's good. Best I've seen in a while. Got some moves I've never seen before. Moves I want to try. Or not. I could just stay like this, in Hunter's arms, and I'd never want for anything more. That's at least partly the result of the 2 gin and tonics I've had, which have gone straight to my head. But mostly it's the truth. All the time, it's the truth. Too bad it's not also reality all the time. But the music's too loud for such heavy thinking, and I feel too light. No one said anything in a while. The music's too loud for that, too. She's a good dancer, I offer, because the silence is growing loud, too. You're better, Hunter says. Chance gives him a sidelong look that's at least 50% pity and way more than I want to see. Then he braces his hands against the table. She's great, so I'm gonna head out before I get any bad ideas. That'd already be enough for Veronica to kill me. Jax chuckles and stands up, too. And I just need some sleep. You two okay here on your own? I glance at Hunter, afraid he's gonna say he wants to leave, too. I don't want to talk. I just want to be with him right now. Just the 2 of us. Yeah, we're good, he says without taking his eyes off mine. And I really, really, truly hope he means it. I think he does. And even if he doesn't, he's gonna before this night is done. Once they're gone, I extricate myself from his arms and stand up, taking both his hands in mine. Come on, I'll show you some of my new moves. His eyes light up the way the rising full moon lights up the ocean. He's always been the biggest fan of my dancing, and some dances I save just for him. The blonde has finished her set, and a slower song is playing as I lead him to an area clear of tables where a few other people are already dancing. We might as well be alone under the sparkling disco ball lights. Anywhere we are, it might as well be just the 2 of us. Why that isn't enough, I can never explain coherently, and I won't think about it tonight, just like I never do. Until not thinking about it becomes unbearable. It's easy not to think when I'm dancing. Easiest when Hunter's watching me dance. And he does. Has eyes just for me as I swirl and twirl around him, my body moving in all the most perfect ways just for him. I don't know how many songs play as I dance for him. All of them, maybe. I'm out of breath as he finally wraps his arms around me, and so is he. Not just from moving. We really are alone on the dance floor now. And about as many people are watching us as the dark-haired girl on stage. Let's get out of here, he says. I nod and let him lead me outside.
The night is warm and the wind soft, carrying the scent of rain. It smells like summer. Like the summer when he first told me he loves me. When I first realized just how much I love him, too. And I hope he still feels that way, because I never stopped. The hotel we booked into before coming here is only a short ride from the club. It passes in a blink and is still too long and too short. I want it all. All the love we once shared. All the innocence of our beginnings. None of the mess of our ends. And I want it all right now. Because there's never enough time. Because it always ends too soon. I'm afraid of the beginning as much as I am of the ends. And everything about today has signaled a beginning. The best one yet. It's not a super nice hotel we're staying in, but it used to be. The orange marble in the lobby is cracked and darkened in places, and our footsteps echo off the stone as we cross it. Hunter is holding my hand, the warmth from his spreading up my arm and into my chest, maybe all the way to my heart. The receptionist barely looks up from the magazine he's reading as we pass the desk. Our room on the 12th floor smells of clean sheets and furniture cleaner. We showered and changed here before going out, and the flowery scent of the hotel body wash still hangs faintly in the air. The sparkling lights of LA spread out far and wide outside the large windows, some creating rivers and streams of fire. If I were alone, I'd probably sit here, imagining all those people in all those lit-up houses living their perfectly charmed lives. But Hunter is with me, so I don't have to imagine anything. He pulls me closer as soon as the door closes behind us, wraps his arms around my shoulders, and kisses the top of my head. Pure liquid bliss is a sparkling pool in my belly, and has been for a while now. The kind that's capable of dissolving everything bad, like just how much I missed him these last 9 months. I haven't allowed myself to feel it, but it's been a flash flood for most of today. But that doesn't matter now, because he's here. I slip out of his arms and lead him to the wooden chair by the small writing desk. I smile at him as I pull it out, turn it around, and tell him to sit. He's smiling now, too. Has been for most of tonight. He takes off his coat and tosses it on the desk as I take a step back, slide out of my jacket, and let my shimmery silver gold dress fall, too. I'm wearing my silver bra and bikini set, adorned with rhinestones that shine like diamonds when the light is right. Tonight, the light is perfect. I don't wear this outfit for anyone else but him, and I'm sure he knows it. I've told him before, and I won't be spoiling this little time of magic by mentioning it again. He's still smiling, his eyes soft at the edges, yet hard with desire at the center, like a storm starting over deep ocean. I walk back to him, slowly, as slow as I can, lean over and slide my hands down his cheeks, his neck, his rippling arms, and back up his stomach, pulling his t-shirt off. Truth is, I could dance for him all night. I don't even need music, because I can always hear all the music I need when we're together. But really, I just want to touch him. I run my hands up and down his arms again, and his chest, ignoring the scars, and his wide neck, where his excitement is pumping with the best beat I've ever heard or felt. I run my fingers softly over his lips, his hot breath enough to send my own blood running faster. Then I straddle his legs and pull the string, letting my breasts bounce free, skin to skin, or nothing. I sit in his lap, rolling my hips slowly as I drape my arms around his neck and kiss his lips softly. His cock is rock hard, and I can feel it pulsing through the thick fabric of his jeans. It adds yet another layer to the rhythm and beat of our music. He runs his hands along my things and over my butt, up my sides and my back, gently over my long hair, and even gentler over my face. The storm in his eyes is still brewing, still far offshore, still something to look forward to. He groans as I stand and slide out of his arms, reaches for me but doesn't grab or try to pull me back. He knows he doesn't have to. He knows I'm right here for him, knows I'm not going anywhere far. I lean down, run my hands along his inner thighs, and spread them wider. Then I smile at him as I kneel on the floor between his legs. I feel his whole body relax as I undo his belt and unbutton his jeans. He gasps as I free his rock-hard, pulsing cock and run my fingers lightly down the silky shaft,
not taking my eyes off his. There's still always so much surprise in his eyes when I take him like this, as though he still doesn't believe it's what I truly want. But that doesn't matter now. It will pass. I will chase it away. And as I wrap my lips around the head of his cock, his eyes do go softer. Even the brewing storm in them is only an image now, and not a real thing coming for us. I take as much of him as I can, feel him quiver as the head hits the back of my throat. Then I release him slowly and do it all over again, up and down, faster, then slow, taking as much as I can and more, until it's all of him. Because I can, and it's all I want. I'm close, he whispers hoarsely, but I already knew that. So I just wink at him and keep doing what I'm doing. He tastes better than food after a week of starving, better than a drink of water after walking in the desert for days, better than anything anyone has ever tasted. I don't take my eyes off his, not when they start watering, not even as he makes a fist in my hair and his seed fills my throat. Not even as I release his cock and he stands up, leading me by the hand to the bed. The pale gold satin cover on the bed is cold against my bare skin, but cold like the first drops of a rainstorm on a hot summer day are cold. He balances over me and trails kisses down my neck and over the center of my chest, all the way to the edge of my silver panties, which he leaves untouched. I'm shivering as he comes back up, taking first one nipple in his mouth, then the other, nipping and biting, kissing and licking until my breaths are all just ragged little moans. The bed beneath me is no longer cold, and just as I know I can't take any more of this teasing, he finally slides my panties off, caressing my clit before kissing me there too. Soft at first, then harder, then soft again, bringing me right to the edge of coming before easing back up, teasing me more, teasing me beyond what I can take. But I can take it. I can always take all he gives. He slides a finger inside me, and I almost lose it right then. But that doesn't happen until later, when he slides in another and starts pumping them in and out, his fingers caressing me inside as his kisses and his tongue do outside. I come then, hard, so hard all the little lights outside explode into the most beautiful fireworks display, and I think I'm dreaming, but I know I'm not. I love you, Trisha. He whispers in my ear once I'm lying in his arms under the covers. We're face to face, barely enough space for that whisper between us. Not as much as I love you, Hunter. I whisper back and hold him tighter still. I stopped saying it like that because he stopped believing me a long time ago. But it's absolutely true. It's the only truth I always know. Chapter 15. Trisha. About 8 years earlier. Hunter and I had a fight. A big one that involved yelling and saying things intended only to wound. Wasn't anything I actually meant, because I remember practically none of what I said. Still, the fight lasted all night, until he finally walked away in that darkest hour just before dawn. So I packed up everything I own and caught the first bus out of Pleasantville at 5 a.m. I don't even know where it was going. Canada, maybe. Or down south. I didn't look. I made it to the third stop before I got off and called him, apologized, told him I never want to fight with him again, because it's the truth. He picked me up on the side of a long, dusty, empty country road, lined with shrubs and no redwood trees, just as the first pale gold rays of the sun washed over the world. Took me on a ride I'll never forget. A ride all along the coast, ending on a vast, empty, sandy beach, sheltered by tall cliffs. The sky and the sea were awash in silver moonlight as he knelt before me and asked me to be his wife. I didn't even pause for a breath before saying yes, before kneeling beside him, throwing my arms around his neck and screaming yes. We spent the night on that beach, a night so magical and so full of everything I never had and always wanted that for a while, I was sure it was only dreaming. Then he took me home, to the big mansion his mom and Cross preside over, and we fell asleep to the song of thousands of birds singing outside the open window at dawn, and the scent of redwoods riding in on the clean spring wind. Even if it was just a dream, it was the best one I ever had. And it wasn't just a dream. The sun was shining bright when I woke up, He's not in the bed beside me. Not anywhere in the large bedroom full of wooden furniture that looks expensive but soulless at the same time. I'm going to decorate our house in light colors. White and turquoise. Soft yellow. Maybe pink, if he'll let me. And we'll have big windows that will only close if we absolutely have to. I daydream about that for a while as I wait for him to come back. But the minutes are always so long when he's not with me. I get up and dress, hoping he'll come back before I'm done. He doesn't. And the minutes are already too long. So I leave the room, the old wooden floorboards creaking under my bare feet as I walk down the hallway. I hear voices in the distance, deep male voices rising from the floors below, and Hunter's voice much closer. He's talking to his mother in one of the rooms on this floor. I follow it and stop dead in front of a massive dark door that's not all the way closed. "You can't get married," Roxy says, shrill-like, as though she actually wants to scream it. "You're not even 20 years old yet. You don't know what you want." "I do know what I want," he says in that calm voice of his that speaks nothing but truth. "I want to marry Trisha. That's not gonna change." I'm standing as still as I can by the door, my whole body shaking, because all I want to do is run into the room and hug him. "You're just reacting to the fact that she left," Roxy says. Her voice not exactly harsh, but the words sharp enough to cut. "That's not it," he says. "You have time," she insists. "There's no reason to rush. You have time to see where it goes." "I know where it's going," Hunter says. He's still calm, but barely. "I don't need to wait." "She's just the first girl you've fallen in love with," Roxy says. "There will be others." "No, there won't." "Ones that won't leave as easily as she did," Roxy said. "Ones that will say goodbye before they do." "We had a fight, Ma," he snaps. "She overreacted." "Maybe," Roxy says, but doesn't sound like she believes it. But he's right. I did overreact, because I don't want to be anywhere Hunter is not. "Just give it some more thought," Roxy adds. "That's all I'm saying." He scoffs. "That's not all you're saying, Ma." "She wants to leave this town. Has done since she got here," Roxy says. "Will you go with her?" She's not wrong. And yet she is. I had wanted to leave since the day I got here, but that's an old thought now. Has been for a while. A forgotten plan that I resurrected yesterday because maybe I just needed to get it out of my system. They've stopped talking. Hunter hasn't replied to her question, hasn't said yes, even though he promised to come with me when I go to dance school. "You just don't like her," he finally says. "You think I could do better?" "Hunter, no, that's not it." "We're done talking." He snaps and stomps towards the door. "I'm gonna do what I want. You don't get a say in who or when I marry." I run back to his bedroom, slamming the door behind me. Roxy's always been kind to me, and she's helped me a lot. But she doesn't like me. Not since I dropped out of night school. Not since she found out Hunter was in love with me. Not since I asked him to come with me to LA for dance school. It was one of the things we argued about before I left. His mother hating me and him never doing anything to cross her. I remember now. It wasn't all just angry words. So everything that followed was just a dream after all. Just not in the way I thought it was. Real, but impossible. A piece of foster care trash with a sketchy past like me is not good enough for the Devil's Nightmare MC Crown Prince.
Chapter 16. Hunter. If I'd thought about anything other than how perfect Trisha tastes and how good it feels to touch her last night, I'd have turned my phone off. As it was, I'd even put it on silent. It's barely light out, and it's ringing louder and louder somewhere very far across the room. I still have so much holding and tasting and having of Trisha to do today. Hell, I thought I'd just make a couple of days of it. But the phone won't stop ringing. "Turn that off," she says hoarsely, her hair tickling my neck and chest as she turns away from me and buries her head under the pillow. I get up and feel my way to the phone, but I'm wide awake when I see it's Cross calling. I can't very well tell him to go to hell before I switch off the phone, though a part of me wants to. "How'd the meeting with Rogue go?" he asks as I answer. "I told him where he can find Ghost," I say, since there's never any point in beating around the bush with my father. He has zero patience for it. "Did you get any assurances?" he asks. "No." In the silence that follows, I have enough time to find my boxers and put them on and walk to the bathroom besides. "You're telling me you just gave him the info?" Cross finally says. "You didn't make an alliance?" "I just gave it to him, yeah," I say, feeling like the world's biggest fool. It seemed like the best thing to do. Ghost killed the love of his life. Revenge for that kind of thing isn't something you tease a man with. Those reasons felt a lot more solid last night. Now they just sound like an excuse. A very sorry excuse for my failure. "Meeting in 2 hours, he snaps. "I'll send you the address." "You're coming here?" I ask. "There's no need." "There's every need, Hunter," he says in a hard, merciless voice, the one I learned not to argue with a long time ago. 2 hours. Then he ends the call, the silence on the other end deafening. I failed. The one job he sends me on, and I fail. The one thing I wanted to avoid on this trip, and I've done it. He expected it too. It's why he didn't even bother telling me off. I shower with ice-cold water, hoping to chase all those dark thoughts away, but it doesn't work. Not even a little bit. When I come out of the bathroom, Trish is sitting up in bed, the sheet draped loosely around her waist, the sunlight streaming in through the windows, making her skin glow a pale gold. "Was that Cross?" she asks. "Do you have to go?" "Yeah, he's coming to L.A. I don't meet her eyes as I pick up my jeans off the floor. "He's not happy?" she asks, and I don't answer that. I just put on my jeans and my shirt and my cut. When I turn, she's standing right next to me, naked, the most perfect spring morning rising in her beautiful eyes. And all I want to do is kiss her, then get naked again and climb under the covers with her. I settle just for the kiss. And just like always, it's enough to dull the sharp edges of my thoughts. So what if I'll never live up to my father? I don't have to, as long as I have Tricia. But how long do I have her for this time? I pull back before that train of thinking can get any louder. "Go back to bed," I tell her. "I wish I could come with you." "You did what you thought was right last night, Hunter," she says. "And for what it's worth, I think you did the right thing not torturing that guy by not giving him the info he so desperately wanted." She wasn't eavesdropping now. She was there when I discussed it with Chance and Jax last night. She stayed out of it then, but hearing her say this feels like a huge boulder rolling off my chest. She always could explain my thoughts better to me than I ever could. And she always supported me the way no one else ever has. "Not how Cross sees it," I tell her. "He's gonna," she says, stands on her toes and kisses my cheek. "And that rogue guy probably already loves you for it. And I love you for it too." "Yeah, but you love me anyway," I say, and pull her into my arms. "That's true," she says and giggles. Then I kiss her again, and get so lost in her sweet taste and her softness I barely remember my name, let alone why I'm still dressed while she's not. She's the one who has to shoo me out the door in the end. Before I just stay and fuck up what's left to fuck up on this job. It took some loud knocking to get Jax and Chance up, but once they woke up enough to understand what I was telling them, namely that Cross is not happy with us, they didn't waste any more time getting ready. Cross had sent me the coordinates of where we were to meet him by then, and we've been sitting on our bikes in a gravel parking lot of a roadside bar, Petey's rest stop, for almost an hour. We would have gone in, but the place is boarded shut, as are the two adjacent rectangular buildings, which might have once been a motel, or possibly a clubhouse. When we first rolled up, I was afraid we'd come to the wrong place, but I've checked and rechecked the coordinates 5 times. This is where Cross wants to meet us. "You think they'll just stop long enough to put a bullet in our brains and ride on?" Chance asks, scanning the dusty, empty road which seems to lead nowhere in both directions. "For fucking up with the rogues, I mean?" Jax must know he's joking, but he looks at me sharply and turns a few shades paler despite that. I guess that reaction is understandable since he was actively hunted by Devil's Nightmare MC not so long ago. It worked out good in the end, but some of those memories clearly lingered. I laugh. "Given how hard Cross has been trying to protect me, I'd say you're safe." Neither Chance or Jax join me in laughing. Chance looks at me sideways over his aviators. "Everything has its limits." I take off my sunglasses and look at each of them. "I'll take full responsibility for what happened with Rogue," I tell them. "And whatever else happens, I want you to know I'll always be grateful to both of you for helping me save Trixie. Twice." They exchange a look, and this time they both laugh. "Oh, it's been a few more times than twice," Chance says. "Remember that sleazy dive bar down in Texas? Those truckers thought they'd get to keep her forever." "Or the time in Tijuana," Jax adds. "Hey, that turned into a very nice holiday," I say. I know they're just messing with me, but it's turning dark fast. "Yeah, I still have a pretty big scar from that holiday," Jax adds. "Hey, all she did was dance," I say. "It's all she wants to do." "Or those meth dealers at that crack house?" Chance says. "Now, they really didn't want to let her go." I don't feel like laughing anymore. Messing with me or not, they're bringing up shit I try hard not to think about. In the distance, I hear bikes approaching. It's still a faint rumbling, but growing louder. "Or more recently, when I barely kept her from taking revenge on the riders over what they did to you," Chance says. This time, Jax doesn't respond right away. I can feel him watching me very closely, even though I can't see his eyes because he's still wearing his shades. "But we do it all again, Hunter," he finally says. "You know we would." Chance clears his throat and takes off his shades. "Of course we would, man. We're brothers." And I know it's the truth. They did just yesterday, with no hesitation. The rumbling of approaching bikes is deafening now until a cloud of dust they're kicking up finally reveals them. There's at least 30 of them, along with 2 pickups and some vans. Cross and Tank stop right next to us, the rest spread out over the lot. Ice is here too, and Rook, even Scar. Maybe Chance wasn't so off the mark, fearing the worst. But then Edge and Ruin roll up too. And even Jean, the hacker who's been taking over more and more intel gathering tasks from Hawk. I even spot Melody on the back of someone's bike. All these people aren't here just to see us get punished. That much I'm sure of. As for the rest, all I can say is that I'm having a lot of trouble looking away from my father's hard, piercing gaze he's fixing me with. I can't tell what he's thinking, but I'm sure it's nothing good. "What's happening?" Chance asks once the rumbling dies down. "Are we fighting?" "We'll talk inside," Cross says. Edge runs up to the padlocked front door of Petey's and uses a crowbar to break in. He grins at us when Tank and Cross aren't looking, but that's a very pitying look in his eyes. Cross and the rest of the execs enter the bar. I pull Edge to the side. "What the hell is going on?" He shrugs. "Let's just say I'm real glad I didn't come down here with you guys this time." In the past, whenever I went to get Trixie, he probably would have come along. He's another I owe a lot to. Him and Ruin both. Someone's kicked out the boards covering the windows, and dust is now dancing in the sunlight streaming in as I enter the bar with Chance and Jax behind me. Cross is sitting at a table just off the center of the space, flanked by Tank and Ice. Behind him, the mirror over the bar counter is so dusty it doesn't show me my reflection. "Sit," Cross says, and doesn't take his eyes off mine as I do. Chance takes the chair next to me, but Jax remains standing behind me. He's a full member of the MC now, something he never wanted to become because he was afraid it would mess up his chances of being with Harper. Those days are long gone, but I think he still feels like an outsider most of the time. All the dust still floating around is making me need to sneeze. "Where'd you find this lovely place?" Chance asks, rubbing his nose. "Tommy of Viper's Bite MC was kind enough to lend it to us," Tank says. "So we do have allies down here?" I ask. Viper's Bite MC is the club that handed over their entire weapons trafficking operation to Cross before I was born. They're the reason we're no longer killers for hire. Only, we are again now. "The Vipers don't want to be involved in the war," Cross says, "but they'll help where they can." He resets his elbows on the table and leans closer to me. "Tell me what happened at the meeting last night." I go over everything as word for word as I can. I still can't read what he's thinking by the time I'm done talking, but I can tell he's pissed off at me. "And you thought this plan of yours would work better than mine because—" He's seriously pissed off at me. I know what he's really asking. He's asking me why I disobeyed his order. But I learned a long time ago that no matter how angry he is, you just gotta stand your ground with Cross. Anything else will only make it worse. "Rogues driven by principles and justice," I say. "You don't use those things for leverage with a guy like that." The expression in Cross's eyes finally becomes a little more readable. Too bad it's now mockery. "So, it didn't have anything to do with you wanting to get the meeting over with fast?" he asks. "So you can be off doing other things?" He means be with Trixie. I shake my head. Look, at the risk of sounding weak, I kind of understand what he's all about. He could hardly talk about his dead girlfriend when I asked about her. He wouldn't help us in a million years if I tried to buy his loyalty with information about the man who killed her. I was definitely more sure of this last night than I am right now, under Cross's mocking gaze. Patricia agreed with me, and I know I can trust her opinion. She always tells it like it is, even when I don't want to hear it. "This isn't something you thought you'd better discuss with me first?" Cross asks. His voice is colder than the north wind. "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision," I say. "I'm sorry. I did what I thought was best." He just leans back and looks at me for a couple of seconds. Then he shakes his head. "And I guess those 2 fights at the strip club were a spur-of-the-moment thing too?" he asks. "Tell me about those." I do, but the words don't come nearly as easily as they did before. "Well, in case you don't already know, you've successfully given us yet another enemy to worry about with that fight," he says when I'm done. "And this enemy's a lot worse than the ones we're already dealing with." "I knew it," Chance says. "I knew those guys were pure danger. Who are they?" "They're an organization that specializes in taking people out," Cross says, turning his attention on Chance, but just for a moment. "As far as we can tell, They've picked up where we left off when we got out of the mercenary business. Only, unlike us, they'll take on any job that pays well, Tank puts in. And they even copied their name from us. Diablo. A bunch of losers. Only they're really not losers, Chance says and leans back. What are we going to do about them? We are going to meet with Breaker, the Satan's Raiders MC Prez, and see if he can handle the Diablo situation on his own, Cross says and looks at me pointedly. Then we're riding on to San Diego to take care of something. You are going back home. What? Chance says, leaping out of his chair. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm serious, Cross says, glancing at Chance, then fixing me with his hard eyes again. No, I say, and I'm not sure how my voice can possibly be as calm as it is, or as cold, almost as cold as his. No, he asks. No, I repeat. I accept that I fucked up on the one job you trusted me with. And I accept that we've made shit worse. I even accept that you don't trust me anymore and want me on the sidelines. But leave Chance and Jax out of it. It's all on me. They did what I needed them to do. That's not completely true, though, Chance says and looks at me as he sits back down. We were at that strip joint at the wrong time because I brought us there. And now you're going to pack up and go home, Cross says. So get Trixie and ride. I shake my head. That's not going to work. What are you saying, Hunter? Cross says. And a moment ago, I wasn't sure. But it's crystallizing real fast. Now I just wonder if I'll be able to say it. I lean forward and match him glare for glare. I'm either a full member of this MC or I'm not. Not very clear at all, but I think he understands. Ice motions to the rest that they should leave, and Tank pulls Chance out of his chair when he doesn't move fast enough. You're my son, but I'm also your president, he says once the door slams shut and we're alone. Dust is rising in the air again. And I just gave you an order. There'll never be a good time to hear him say I don't measure up, but at least I can choose when it happens. I've always done what you wanted. You don't even have to order me, I say. But that's never been enough. So just tell me I don't have what it takes already. Then we can have the conversation we really need to have. His eyes went wide in surprise when I started talking, and they stayed that way. But they're still angry, too. That's not what I think, he says. The hell you don't, I snap. So why have I been sitting on my ass at home while everyone else is out fighting? And why am I getting sent out to sweet-talk guys who ain't even close to being our natural allies? Admit it. You think I'm too soft for anything else. It rarely happens that Cross doesn't know what to say, but it seems to be happening now. I never wanted you to be a killer, Hunter. Not like I am, he finally says. Too late, I interject as he pauses for breath. It's not too late, he says, and it's not where your strengths are. So much for hoping he'd come clean so we could have a real conversation about this. He does everything on his own timeline. There's never any forcing him off it. But I came this far. All right, I'll say it for you, Dad. I'm not cut out to be in this club, so I'm going to stop pretending. I don't have time for this, Hunter, he interrupts. I would tell you if I thought that. God knows your mother would love to hear it. But she thinks me working in a library would be too dangerous, I interject. He grins, just a little bit. That's probably true. But I think you're perfect for this club. Level-headed, fair, and unafraid to be both those things, even in the toughest situations. Only, that's changed lately. You've been starting fights and finishing them in blood, even when there's no need for it. That's why I sent you down here to talk to Rogue. He's a lot like you, from what I heard. He stops talking, and I don't quite remember how to start. He's not wrong about me being angrier than I've ever been before. Not wrong about me starting fights just because of that. And he's not wrong about me not being a natural-born killer. I just never thought he saw that as a good thing. I still don't. Not completely. I thought meeting Rogue would remind you what you're all about, he adds. And I guess it sorta has. But we don't need love from our allies right now. Having them owe us will do. He's another that seems to know what I'm all about better than I do myself. I'm sorry I didn't follow your orders with Rogue, I say, and lean back in my chair. It'll play out, and we'll see where we are, he says. But do you want me to stay out of whatever you came down here to do? I say. As punishment? You need to figure out what you want, Hunter, he says. I thought he was on his way to giving me a second chance. Clearly I was wrong. And where you want to go from here, he adds. Trixie is welcome to come home with you, and she's welcome to stay. I scoff. Yeah, I'll believe that when hogs fly. He shakes his head. She kept you alive. I consider that a personal debt I owe her. Your mother feels the same, he adds when I don't respond. I still don't believe him. He scrapes his chair back and stands up, the dust he kicked up once again dancing all around him, shimmering in the sunlight. I gotta go meet Breaker now, he says, and I'll think about whether I might need you down here after all. I stand up too and nod. It's the best I'm gonna get. It's probably more than I deserve. I did go against his orders, and I did fuck up, many times over. Maybe it's time I start facing up to that.
Chapter 17. Trixie. I went right back to sleep after Hunter left. I had no problem doing that, because the sheets smelled like him, and all the kissing has left me swimming in that pool of bliss only he can call up. I slept so well that when I finally wake up, I'm sure a whole night had passed and it's the morning again. And that Hunter isn't back yet because he's not coming back. Because something bad happened to him. Because Clive and his bouncers somehow tracked him down and got their revenge. That sent me into a full-on panic attack, complete with blurred vision and my heart thumping so hard I thought I was going to explode. It takes a full 5 minutes of deep breathing to get my vision back and my heartbeat under control. And it doesn't fully happen until I find my phone and check and recheck the date and time. 3 p.m. Hunter hasn't been gone for more than 3 hours, maybe even less than that. And he went to meet Cross. Nothing bad's gonna happen if Cross is around. The phone starts ringing while I'm doing that math in my head. A strange number on the screen. My heart starts thumping again. My breath's lodging in my throat and not making it to my lungs as I answer. But no one says anything as I do. Who is this? I ask. But the silence continues. Did something happen? I ask, my voice shrill. Tell me! Just silence. But over the whooshing of blood in my ears, I can hear someone breathing on the other end. It's not a gentle sound, but rugged, harsh, and wheezy. Hunter? Did something happen to you? I yell. Are you hurt? Nothing. I'll come, I say, leaping out of bed and frantically searching for my clothes. Where are you? I'll come. Still nothing. And from then on, my questions just dissolve into incoherent pleas for answers. My vision's not blurry anymore. It's quite clear. But what I'm seeing isn't what's right in front of me. What I'm seeing is this smoky strip joint, full of Horned Riders MC members, their faces twisted in anger as they come at Hunter with knives. Then it flips to the back of my car, where I'm desperately trying to press down on Hunter's wounds, but there are too many, and I can't press hard enough. The feel of his hot blood seeping out through my fingers is the scariest thing I ever felt, and I feel it like it's happening right now. Then it flips again. To the lobby at Sanctuary, to his mother screaming, to no one being able to help him, to his heartbeat disappearing, his chest not rising because he's not breathing. And then the whole thing just repeats. The breathing on the other end of the line turns into a harsh little laugh, which is cut off in the middle by the call ending. I call back at least 50 times, but no one picks up. And the visions in my head keep multiplying. Pretty soon I'm seeing things that never happened. Hunter dying in ways he didn't almost die. I'm still shaking all over, my heart only beating slower because it's gotten tired, as I hear the hotel room door opening. And then Hunter's standing there, a look of pure, wide-eyed surprise on his face, the last thing I see before I leap into his arms and kiss him so hard it hurts. I hold him so hard it hurts too. But the pain's dissolving now that he's here. Now that I know all those visions in my head are just the past and things that never happened. "What's wrong, Trisha?" he asks, as I pull away from the kiss for a second. But I don't answer. It's silly. He doesn't need all those things in his head like they've been in my head for the past, I don't know how many hours. Thousands of hours? Millions? Zillions. He just needs to know how much I love him. And I just need to feel him skin to skin. I just need him inside me, so we can be one like we already always are anyway. I'm ripping off his clothes as fast as I can, only stopping the kisses for as long as I absolutely need to so he can get naked with me and follow me to bed. By then, he's not asking any more questions. He's just kissing me back, with passion, with need, with desire, lust, and love, waking a fire in me that's enough to burn right through my terrible visions. They're burning like old Hollywood film burns, bright, hot, and with a caustic smell. But they're all gone once he's lying on top of me on the bed, my legs wrapped around his waist, my fingers tangled in his hair, my lips attached to his. And still, I need him closer. He knows what I need. Always. I don't even have to ask. And I moan softly as he enters me, my pussy clenched tight around his pulsing cock. And still, I need more. I need it all. He moves in and out slowly, and I feel his cock everywhere, in every nook and recess of my body, every cell, every nerve ending. Deep in my very soul, the fire burns brighter and brighter, cleansing me, cleansing us. His cock is inside me to the hilt, and still I need more. So I pull him towards me, wrap my legs tighter around his waist, and just hold on. Just feel the pulsing of his heartbeat deep inside me. Just let myself know he's alive, that he's all right and in my arms, safe, forever. I come harder than I ever had once I accept that, and softer, too. My whole body shimmering, awash in the bliss that is this moment. Wow, that was wild, he says as he lies down next to me, breathing hard. What did I do to deserve that? I turn to him and balance on my elbow so I can look at him, my hair draped across his rising and falling chest, my eyes kinda misty. But I can't tell him about all the silliness that was my overreaction this afternoon. I just really, really missed you, I tell him, and kiss his lips softly. For a long time. Me too. He pulls me down on top of him and kisses me again, and as the kiss deepens, as it grows and expands, it also swallows up the years and everything they brought. Then we're under the covers and his cock is inside me again, and bad memories just keep getting burned away, until we're just teenagers again, discovering for the first time how amazing making love to your soulmate feels like.
Chapter 18. Hunter. About 7 years earlier. It's June, and Trisha's gone again. This time with $5,000 stolen from Anna's safe house, where she's been working for the last couple of years. No one's too happy about that. Even though I paid it all back and asked them all to forgive her. No one's too happy about me doing that either. At least my mother's refraining from telling me, "I told you so." But the way she looks at me says it loud enough. And she said plenty of other things I never want to hear again. We were going to get married in June. She didn't take the ring I gave her. She left that on the short goodbye note written on a neon pink post-it attached to my nightstand where she probably figured I'd see it first thing. It's not going to work out for us. Not in the way you want it to. I love you. Goodbye. Trixie. She'd have taken the ring if all she wanted was money. She didn't sign the note with her real name. For the first few days, I figured that meant she'd be back soon, because she really didn't mean it. But then days became weeks. I couldn't call her because she switched off her phone and never turned it back on. The note might have been short, but the days and days of talking that led up to it weren't. She's convinced my mother would never let us get married. And wouldn't believe me when I told her my mother wants me to be happy. And when she shot that down, she also wouldn't believe me when I told her my mother's opinion doesn't figure into the equation of who I marry. Then the damn dance school came up. I told her I'd go anywhere with her. She didn't believe that for a second. If I didn't know how much she loves me, I could get on board with what everyone's been telling me. To let her go. Cut my losses. Be happy I found out what she's really like before it was too late. Behind my back, the meaner ones whispered that Trixie will never be Roxy, even if their names sound the same. A liar, a thief, and a user. Those were the words most often used to describe her. Broken was used too. None of that advice factors into the fact that it's getting harder to breathe with each day that she's gone. Everything in this damn town reminds me of her. Every fucking tree, every flower, every blade of grass, every inch of road we rode on. The sun, the moon, the wind, the rain, especially the rain. It all reminds me of her. And that's never going to stop. So I'm going to go find her, and I'm going to bring her back. And I'll make sure she knows I'm always going to choose her first. Chapter 19. Hunter. 2 days spent in bed. A late-night room service dinner and breakfast in bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, intertwined with a whole lot of lovemaking, and just plain old fucking. My cock's sore. It hasn't been for a very long time. It's worse for her. I'm sure I've got some hickeys, and I know she does. It's almost time for dinner again, and I'd like to take her out. I could get used to this. I could just have this every day, and I wouldn't need anything else. But that's nothing new. I haven't told her what Cross said yet. Like I told him, bringing Trisha home to Pleasantville never worked out too great for us. She'd stay, sometimes, for a while. But she never asked me to leave with her when she did. She's in the shower now. I should go join her before too much thinking makes everything seem impossible again. I still have the ring I gave her when she said she'd marry me 8 years ago. The amount of times I thought about throwing the ring to the bottom of the lake or the sea or off a tall building so it would shatter into a billion little pieces is staggering. But I never did. I used to carry it in one of the small pockets on my cut. But that would get unbearable too many times. So I stashed it in the lining of my saddlebags. That way I didn't have to think about it, but it'd always be there if I needed it. Maybe I'll need it tonight. Maybe at some nice restaurant on the beach, or just in the sand, in the moonlight, like the first time. She comes out of the bathroom before I can stop thinking long enough to join her, steam rising all around her, her wet hair like molten gold, dripping. How about we go for a ride before dinner? I ask as I join her by the bathroom door, fighting the urge to get rid of her towel and just stay in bed some more. Cross doesn't need you for anything? She asks. She's been asking about that on and off all day, but I haven't told her anything. It'd be too much reality intruding. He's not too happy with me right now, I tell her anyway. Because of what happened with Rogue? She asks. Or with me? The look she gives me when I don't answer right away is very familiar. It plainly tells me where I can shove my plans of a romantic evening ending in a proposal. But I'm going to ignore that. Rogue, mostly, I say, and just how I've been lately. So he's still deciding if he'll need me at all while he's down here. But that just means you have me all to yourself. She smiles, weakly. I'm going to go shower now, and then we'll go, I say, and kiss the top of her head, then duck into the bathroom before she can say anything else. Feeling like a coward. But I don't want to ruin this perfect day with any type of serious conversation. I feel better when I come out of the bathroom and she's standing by the window, ready to go. She's wearing a sleek dark blue dress that slithers across her curves perfectly, her riding jacket and boots. I like her best in the boots, over all the stilettos she owns, though those are nice too. And I feel even better after our ride into the sunset, which she spent leaning against me and holding me tight, her breath tickling the side of my neck, her hands resting on my stomach under my shirt. The restaurant we chose is off the beaten path, on a whitewashed wooden deck right on the beach, small yellow string lights giving off just enough light to see her perfect face clearly. The breeze carrying all the scents of the sea, reminding me of the first night she gave herself to me. I kinda wish we could just stay right here, she says. Forever. She's smiling, but her eyes, soft and swimming with light, are sad. These chairs are nowhere near comfortable enough for that, I say and chuckle, then add, Yeah, me too, as her eyes turn even sadder. We've been done eating for a while and are just sitting here, along with a handful of other couples just as engrossed in each other as we are. Does Cross want you to go back to Pleasantville soon? She asks. I didn't want to have this conversation tonight. I still don't. But her voice is just as sad as her eyes now. You're coming with me, I tell her. Her eyes glaze over, but she doesn't say no. Our song starts playing. Well, one of our songs. We have a lot of them. I don't remember the name of this one, but she has all the titles of our songs written down on a piece of paper in her box, along with why it's important. Let's dance, I tell her, and take her hand. She looks at me like she's going to say no, but then she smiles and lets me lead her to a small cleared area by the bar. Unlike the dancing we did in that fancy strip joint, there's not much to see in this one. But I like it just as much. Maybe more. We're just swaying to the music more than anything. She's leaning on me, holding me tight, letting me lead. Can't we just stay here? She whispers. In L.A., I mean. Hearing that would hurt a lot more if there wasn't so much pleading in her voice. There's a war on, and we didn't do ourselves any favors getting in that fight when we got here, I tell her. Kinda just whispered into her hair because it's too much reality on this perfect night. But she's got to know. She freezes in my arm, her eyes aglow as she stares at me. I thought you said the riders were dealt with. They are, I tell her. But that was just the beginning. A whole war came out of it? She asks hoarsely, sounding like she's having trouble catching her breath. I nod. It's not safe for us here. It's not safe for you with me, she says, rips herself out of my arms and storms off the deck and onto the beach, the darkness swallowing her before I have the chance to process what just happened. Or more like get over the blow to the chest her walking away always causes. But it's different now. It's gonna be different this time. I settle our bill, grab her jacket, and follow her. I find her shivering right by the water's edge, her dress shimmering in the moonlight and matching the sea. I wrap the jacket around her shoulders and stand next to her. She doesn't react, just stares straight ahead, her body taut and poised like she's getting ready to walk into the waves. Safe or not, I'm not going anywhere, Tricia, I tell her. You should know that by now. She turns to me fast, causing a gust of wind to hit me in the face. Wind smelling like her. Like a field full of flowers, wet from a storm. Like moonlight on the beach. Like the open road with nothing to see for miles and miles. Why? She asks. You almost died because of me. What will it take for you to finally realize I'm poison to you? You actually dying? Her voice is no longer sad. It's just angry now. Unsteady, hoarse, kinda broken, but definitely angry. The stabbing, that wasn't your fault, I tell her. The hell it wasn't, she snaps. If I hadn't told you about the Riders' plan with Jax, they wouldn't have come after you. I told you to stay away. I told you I'd come to you. But you just couldn't stay away, because you never listen. That's not why it happened, I tell her as she pauses to take a deep, shuddering breath. Yeah, right, she says. You keep lying to yourself. Keep pretending that we can have what you want us to have. But it's not possible. All we can have is what we've had for the last couple of days. A little bit of fun in a sea of shit. So go back home. Find yourself a good wife already, and I'll see you when I see you. I'll just be your little secret, like I've been up to now. It'll be great. It's always amazing, but it won't ever be more than that. Because it can't. Her words are hitting me like sharp little rocks. I should be getting angry, but for some reason, I'm not. Maybe because I've heard her say all this so many times before, it's old news. And the ring I was going to ask her to wear is getting real heavy in my pocket. I don't want another wife, I say. And yet you've never actually put a ring on my finger. Why? Because you know all I'm good for is hurting you or getting you in trouble, getting you killed. She pants because she refuses to breathe. I can't even give you children. I'm no good at anything but giving you a good time. And even that's not lasting more than a day or two lately, now is it? She finally has to breathe, her chest heaving as she pants from all that talking. She's really beautiful when she's angry. Almost as beautiful as when she comes. Or when waking up in the morning. Or going to sleep at night. The ring in my pocket is now unbearably heavy. But not after I take it in my hand. It's lighter than a feather then. Let me try this again, I say, and clear my throat. I would like you to come home with me. As my wife. She's not breathing again as she stares at the ring I'm holding out to her. And then at my face. And then at the ring some more. She doesn't seem able to speak. But fine. If you want to talk about all this bullshit some more, here's how I see it, I say. No one blames you for what happened to me. Least of all me. You saved my life. You kept me alive and got me to a doctor. Everyone else, including my parents, is very grateful to you for that. Cross has been keeping an eye on you this whole time, while I've been too angry to come after you. She lets out a little whimper, making me pause, her eyes as soft as the ocean behind her. You've been very angry at me, haven't you? Yeah, I admit. First, I was angry that you didn't stay when I was at the hospital. I couldn't, she says in a shaky voice. I almost got you killed. It had to be over. It had to be. I wrote it all in the letter. The letter pissed me off too, I say, making her shudder again. That's not what I wanted. I was attacked because a lot of clubs banded together to get revenge for the devils killing their loved ones once upon a time, I say. You telling me about the riders' plans and me fucking them up just sped things along. Made them come out into the open before they were ready, and it gave us the time to be ready for them. She doesn't say anything, just looks at me with huge eyes. But mostly, I was angry that you didn't come back on your own, I tell her. Recovery was a bitch. I'm sorry, she whispers. I wanted to. I know you did, I say. You always do. Are you still angry? She asks, glancing at the ring, tears welling in her eyes. You should be. I shake my head. I'm not. Because after all the anger burned away, I still knew what I've always known. Nothing has changed. You're the only woman for me, Tricia, and you always will be, just as you are. You'll never be just my secret. She takes a shuddering breath, stars reflecting in her watery eyes. I hope she's hearing me, because there's more I need her to know. You can do what you want, I tell her. Dance, strip, argue with my mother all the time, whatever. Just as long as you come home to me every night. I don't even know if I want children, but we can always adopt. Most of my closest friends are adopted. So please, be my wife and let me take care of you, so we can finally stop having this stupid conversation. Now I'm a little out of breath from saying all that. She smiles at me through the tears streaming down her face. It takes a lot for her to cry. I'm not sure I want her doing it now. But then she grasps my hand, the one holding the ring with both of hers. Yes, 1,000,000,000 times yes, she says. It's always been yes. I know, I tell her, and take her finger so I can finally give her the ring I've been waiting almost 10 years for her to wear. By some miracle, it still fits her perfectly. She just looks at it for a while, moves it this way and that to catch the moonlight. This is the same ring you gave me the first time, she says, and looks at me, her eyes threatening to spill tears again. You kept it all this time? I take her face in my hands and kiss her instead of answering with words. Her tears are salty, but the kiss is sweet and lasting, as deep as the ocean in front of us, as electric as the storm raging when we kissed for the first time, as soft as all the love I have for her. And she for me. She said yes.
Trixie. I've been proposed to on a beautiful, moonlit beach by the man of my dreams. Twice. And twice I've said yes and meant it with all my heart and then some. So why am I sitting awake now, unable to sleep, watching the night turn darker and darker? The lights outside the hotel room window were a sea of fire before, but now only a few still twinkle in the darkness. I'm not awake because I'm having second thoughts. Not about spending the rest of my life with the man currently sleeping calmly by my side. I want that more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. More than I knew I wanted it until he asked. It's just all the other things beating around in my head. All the things I told him tonight. All the things I wrote in a long letter before I left him the last time. All the things he calls bullshit and won't really talk about. It's been wild and carefree between us until now. But how much of that is because I've been running and he's been chasing me? How will that translate into sharing a bed 24/7? Sharing a house, a life? He's wrong. I won't strip anymore after we're married. Except for him. But I will dance. It's a part of me like my arms are. And I won't argue about his mother. I never did much anyway. I appreciate all she did for me and all she tried to do before she realized just how much I was hurting her only son. Maybe there's still a way back from that. But his mother wants grandchildren. I know she does. She had 3 miscarriages after she had Hunter. I can't have children because my creepy uncle sold me to an even creepier man when I was 11, and that guy and his friends raped me so many times and so hard the doctors had to cut out my womb. Hunter's the only one I told that whole story to. Everyone else only knows what's in my file. He wanted to hunt down and kill all those creeps for me. I asked him not to, because I don't want him to be a killer. But never having children isn't the problem keeping me awake either. Maybe the fact that his family thinks I'm a whore is, but I've never been with another man willingly since I was 17 years old, and he knows that. It's enough. No, it's something else. Something I should have told him. Maybe. But I said so much tonight. So many things he didn't want to hear. And then it goes off like a spark in my head. I did forget to tell him something. I turn on the bedside light. He's lying on his stomach beside me, and I lay my hand on his shoulder, shaking him gently. Hunter, wake up. I have to do it a couple of times before he finally rouses and lifts his head a little, trying to look at me through eyes still mostly shut. What? He mumbles. Something wrong? Yeah, I say and smile at him. I forgot to tell you something before. He opens his eyes then, and even in this poor light they look exactly like the moonlit ocean did earlier. Deep blue and velvety safe. Something really important, I add, still smiling. What? I forgot to say that I'll never leave you again. And just like that, as soon as the promise is out of my mouth, all the tension leaves with it. I feel lighter than a feather, lighter than air. He nods and smiles too. That's real good to know. He pulls me into his arms, burying his face in my hair, and holds me very tight. So tight I can feel his heart beating. Slow, but steady and strong. But maybe we'll get the rings tattooed on too, he says. You know, just in case you decide to take it off again. I won't, I say, and hold him tight too. Soon, his breathing turns even and steady again. Steadier and calmer somehow than it was before. Now I can drift off to sleep too, because there's nothing left to worry about. This promise I will keep. I'll have to be dead not to.
Chapter 20. Hunter. We spent another perfect day in bed. Mostly, I just held her. Mostly, we just talked. It's been a long time since we did that. Too long. Maybe I told her too much about my current problems with Cross. But then again, I always told her everything. I always could do that. Tell her even the things that would make me sound weak and soft to everyone else. Like how I never felt like I truly belonged in my father's world of killers and hard, ruthless men. So much was always expected of me. And I did it the best I could, by everyone. But it just never seemed like it was good enough. I used to pray for a brother or two to take some of that off my shoulders. I told her all that too. She never thought I was weak, never judged me. Always said and did exactly the right things to get me out of my own head and make me stronger. I told her other things too, much more than other MC brothers tell their old ladies. I never wanted any secrets between us, and I trust her opinion more than my own sometimes. Besides, she'd never betray me. I've always been sure of that, just as I've always been sure of her love for me. The sky outside is turning a deep purple. We're too late for a sunset ride, but moonlit ones are just as nice. Any ride with her is perfect. We made plans to go out for dinner hours ago. We just haven't found the will to move yet. I don't think Cross is going to be mad at you much longer, she says. He's got to know you did the right thing. I shrug. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think he was as pissed as he let on. And he hasn't called to check if I left L.A., which probably means he wasn't completely serious about that order. She lifts her head and looks at me with her sky-blue eyes. Maybe he's testing you, seeing if you do the right thing on your own. I did do the right thing, I say and grin at her. I asked you to marry me. You did, she says and smiles. But I meant about following his order and going home. I have a sneaking suspicion she might be right. Or not, given how long he spent convincing me to go find Trisha these last few months. Who knows what Cross is thinking most of the time, I say. I'm his son and I can hardly ever figure it out. He's hard to read, I'll give you that, she says. I wonder what he'll say when we tell him we're married. She's worried about what everyone will say, not just Cross. But it's best we don't worry too much about that now. This time, it will be different. It already feels different. More solid. Like it's going to last forever. I run my hand down her back. You know, I think Cross was pretty impressed with the way you tried to handle the riders after I was stabbed. I was impressed too. You were just going to take all of them on by yourself. She lifts her head and gives me the most disbelieving look I've ever seen on her face. Come on. He sent Chance to stop me at all costs. But I'd never speak to the cops. Ever. You know that. I do, I say, and brush a strand of hair off her face. Then I cup her cheek. He actually sent Chance to find you so they could protect you. She nods and leans her hand into my palm. I should have accepted that, but I was so messed up. My worst nightmare was coming true. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you needed me the most. But I just thought, it's all because of me, and the only thing I can do to help is get as far away from you as possible. I brush my fingers across her lips to stop her talking. I forgive you. She just looks at me, her eyes big and soft and sparkling with stars, matching the twilight sky outside. A lot of people would call me an idiot for forgiving her so easily. Hell, a lot of people have. But no one knows her heart the way I do. I know she never left because she doesn't want to be with me. She leaves because she wants to be with me too much and doesn't think she's good enough for me. But she is. The ring I gave her last night was all the proof she needed. I hope. Thank you, she says, takes my hand and kisses my palm. This reaction is different too. She'd usually be the first of them to call me an idiot for forgiving her. If Cross doesn't call soon, I say we just head up to Vegas and get hitched, I say. We've waited long enough. She smiles and nods and kisses my cheek. But I've gone and jinxed it because my phone starts ringing. And it's Cross. You're still in L.A., he says as I pick up. I wish I was wearing at least some clothes for this conversation, but I'm not. Good, he adds. That shocks me enough to make me gasp. I've given it some more thought, and maybe you're right, he says, but doesn't elaborate on what. Come to the rest stop. Now? I ask. Right now, he says. We're riding. It'll take all night, maybe longer. He ends the call before I can ask any more questions. I face Trisha, expecting to see that same worried look on her face as she had when I got the call. But she's grinning. He wants you on a job? She asks, and I nod. See? What did I tell you? She says triumphantly as she climbs out of bed and comes to me. I have to leave right now, and I'm going to be a while, I tell her, wishing I didn't have to go. You going to be all right? She nods and smiles even wider, her eyes glinting playfully. Yeah, I'm going to be all right. I'm going to finally get some rest for one thing. I grab her, pull her to me, and kiss her. But just one quick and deep kiss, which is already enough to give me strong notions of blowing Cross off. Then I take a very cold shower. She's back in bed when I'm ready to leave. I'd kiss her again, but I might not be able to stop. I'll be right here when you get back, she says as I open the door and look at her one last time. I'm going to hold you to that promise, I say, and finally find the strength to leave the room. But finding strength is easy when I'm with her, and especially when I know I'll be seeing her again soon.
Trixie. Hunter worries too much. Always has. He doesn't realize how much everyone depends on him and counts on him. Even his father does. And that man depends on no one. But he wouldn't be Hunter if he wasn't completely oblivious to all that. If he didn't always try to do better than his best, which is already plenty. I tell him that all the time, but it's one of the things he never believes. I hope he believes I'm going to be right here when he gets back. I lied to him. It's going to be hard getting to sleep without his arms around me, and next to impossible not seeing how everything could go terribly wrong on this thing Cross wants him along for. But I know he's itching to prove himself, to his father and all the MC guys who risked their lives to avenge him. So I made it real easy for him to go. Danger is all just part of the package. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to fully accept that. It's easier tonight, because I have his ring on my finger. I never knew him asking me to be his wife again would mean this much to me. But it does. It means everything.
Chapter 21. Hunter. 30 of us rode out from Petey's rest stop at just before 9 p.m., Cross leading. 20 more met us in the rocky hills surrounding an old mining town just outside of San Diego at midnight. The town is called Last Post. About 25 years ago, this is where the remaining members of Roadside Sinners MC and their old ladies and club hoes hid while the devils hunted them for snitching to the feds. In the end, Cross let everyone but the snitches walk, not something Devil's Nightmare MC was known for back then. But this was already the time of transition from us being killers for hire to just running guns. Most of the sinners were allowed to live because they made promises to leave the town and disappear forever. Well, they're back now. They have none of their old ladies or hoes with them this time. Only friends. Our enemies. The meeting Cross held before we rode was short and to the point. There was no time for questions. No one had any. He's known our enemies were regrouping at Last Post for a while now, but only found out another 100 were riding to join them this afternoon. That would bring their number to almost 200, in one place, ready to ride against us as one. So this job is our attempt to squash that plan before it's fully hatched. I told you letting the sinners go was going to come back to bite us on the ass one day, Tank told him at the end of the meeting. Resentment festers, especially in the ones who only heard about the original sin. Yeah? When the fuck did you get so wise? Cross snapped at him. He never snaps, so it wasn't a good sign. This job is not going how he wants it to go. But he gave me 10 men to lead, including Edge and Jax. Chance is leading 10 men too. It's more trust than he's ever placed in us. There are 5 more groups like ours, the rest led by Cross, Tank, and Ice. I can't see any of them from our spot on the hill behind a couple of huge boulders. But I can see most of the town, and it looks empty. Not so much as a single ball of tumbleweed is moving down there. What are the chances they've cleared out already and we came here for nothing? Edge asks in a hushed voice. Not a whisper, because whispers carry, especially on silent nights like this. I'm glad I remembered that. Cross wouldn't be here if they had. Jack says, saving me the trouble. But it is awful quiet down there. And I feel like we're being watched, Edge says, and shivers all over. To my surprise, more than a few of the guys with us grumble in agreement. Never mistook you for a coward, Edge, Mac says. He's one of the oldest in my group, and he was hurt here the first time they attacked this town. He told us the story as we were getting ready to climb the hill in search of this spot. I'm not scared, just spooked, Edge says defensively. It's good to be spooked sometimes. It keeps you sharp. But I bet Rune is shaking in his boots, he adds, when no one says anything else. Rune is his best friend, so I know he doesn't mean it. He'd be in my group, but Chance wants him on his team so he could keep an eye on him, since Rune is seeing the sister of Chance's girlfriend. I've never known Chance to be quite so thoughtful. Guess a lot of things are changing. I haven't had the chance to tell him or Jax that Trish has agreed to marry me, but every time I open my mouth, I want to do it. Only this is no place and no time for any of that. The moon's almost set, I say instead. Be ready to move. The plan is simple. As soon as the full moon sets, Cross and his group will ride into town via Main Street, making a lot of noise to draw the attention of the enemy. Then the rest of us will swoop in from all sides as quietly as possible, surround the town and move inward, killing anyone who comes out of the dark, decrepit-looking houses. I gotta agree with Edge. It doesn't seem like anyone's actually in them. But I also agree with him about the eerie feeling of being watched. My back's been crawling with it since we got here. I put on my night vision goggles and pull my bandana over my face once all that's left of the moonlight is a faint glow rising behind the hill across from us. A faint rumble of bikes starts in the distance, growing louder. It turns deafening as Cross and his team ride into town via a narrow road that opens onto Main Street. Go, move, I say, and start down the hill. This will be the last of the verbal commands. From now on, we'll only communicate in gestures, the sign language the devils have been using since forever to avoid having to speak on jobs. Chance and I could hold entire conversations in that sign language before either of us could write. Should come in handy tonight. No one's coming out of the buildings, though. I see Cross make the signs to stay together and vigilant as he dismounts. I've almost reached the valley. Through the gaps in the houses, I catch a glimpse of Chance coming down too. I hear nothing but the creaking of wooden shutters and doors and my own breathing. The intel was bad. There's no one here. But Cross is still poised for a fight. And then blindingly bright light pierces my eyes and sears my brain as several explosions go off at once. Buildings are collapsing, men are yelling, and shots are ringing out as all hell breaks loose. But at least the eerie crawling along my back is gone. I rip my night vision goggles off and duck behind the house in front of me, just in time for a guy in black to narrowly miss leaping onto my back, the 8-inch blade in his hand glowing silver in the moonlight. He misjudged the distance by an inch, and that inch saved my life. I'm not even armed yet, but I've gotten real good at taking men down with my fists lately. It only takes 3 punches before this one's down. I plunge his own knife into his stomach a few times just to make sure he's down. But more keep coming, leaping from windows, busting out of houses, from behind houses, converging and coming at us from all sides. Way more than the 80 or so we were expecting. Over 200 it seems like. Soon, I can't see Cross anymore. Or Chance. Or Jax. Edge is still by my side, blood running down the side of his face. And then I can't see him anymore either. The only light is coming from the fires. Everything else is pitch black and filled with smoke. Pretty soon, I can't see anything but the next man I have to kill for this to be over, for us to win. There's no room for anything else in my mind but death. And Trisha's face. She's waiting for me to marry her. I can't let her down. So I can't die here. Then the sun is rising from behind the same hill where the moon set what feels like minutes ago. Or years ago. I can't decide which. I ran out of bullets a long time ago, and the knives I'm holding are glued to my hands with all the blood I've already spilled. Right before the rising sun blinds me, it shows me Cross, alone, 5 guys coming at him, and he's falling to his knees. I slash at the guy I'm fighting, aiming for his neck, but not really caring if my knife connects, just as long as it gets him out of the way so I can help my father. He's 50 paces away, and my legs feel like they're made of lead as I try to run it in seconds. He's already on his knees. Sweat mixed with blood running down my face is making my eyes sting, making it hard to see. A bullet whizzes past my face. Who the fuck still has bullets left? I don't turn, just keep on running. Until a bear of a man I didn't see comes knocking into my side, propelling me to the ground, making everything go black for a moment. He's grinning at me as I twist to face him. The impact knocked him down too, but he's getting up fast, grinning as he raises a huge silver gun and points it at me. He's a huge man, but all I see is the gun and Trisha's face. He pulls the trigger. I see the bullet leave the barrel as though in slow motion. The shot rings out. But it never reaches me, because Edge jumped in front of it before it could. I'm on my feet in a flash, slicing open the shooter's throat in another. Then I'm kneeling beside my friend as dark red blood flows out of a wound in his stomach. "Go help Cross," he hisses at me, his face pale and growing bluish. "I'm okay." But Cross isn't down anymore. He's fighting with Tank, Chance, Ice, and Scar at his back. Another enemy is coming at us, but he's one of the last, stumbling and limping as he approaches, aiming for Edge, his eyes glowing with insanity, probably thinking he'll take at least one more with him before he goes. I don't give him the chance. Then it's over, and only devils are left standing in the sunlit, blood-covered streets of the town. Not all the devils that came out here. Not even close. Cross and the guys with him are still standing. I can see Jax leaning against the side of a building, Ruin next to him. Some of the others in the distance. I see more on the ground. A lot of the blood getting soaked up by the dust in this town belonged to my brothers. What the fuck went wrong? "There's gotta be a snitch. Gotta be." Tank is ranting as I run up to Cross. "They knew we were coming. How else did they know? Someone fed us wrong information. Someone snitched." Chance is next to him, clapping him on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. Blood is running down the side of Cross's face from a cut to his scalp. His eyes go wide as he sees me, and he stops talking to Ice abruptly and rushes towards me. "Are you hurt?" His hands jerk towards my chest like he means to examine me. "I'm fine," I say. "Just a couple of nicks. But Edge was shot. Doc needs to see him. Now." I glance back at Edge. He's still sitting up, still clutching my shirt, which I wrapped around his stomach to staunch the bleeding, still looking alert. But that can't last. He's losing too much blood. "Doc's waiting for us at the Knights Clubhouse," Cross says. "Good thing Melody came too," Ice adds. "But how the hell are we going to get all the brothers there?" He's trying to sound rough, but his voice cracks. And what he's not saying is that a lot of the brothers don't need to be taken anywhere. We can bury them right here. I count 10 unmoving on the ground before the urge to throw up makes me stop counting. "Who the fuck snitched?" Tank says. He sounds like he's talking to himself. "What are we doing?" Ice asks Cross, and for the first time in my life, I see doubt in my father's eyes. Just a little sliver of it. But it's there. Then he rallies. "We get everyone to the Knights Clubhouse. Have them come pick us up. Bring as many cars and trucks as they can. We gotta get out of here and burn this place down before anyone comes to see what happened here." He looks around the town. "Where's Ink? Someone go get him. He needs to make the call." "I'll go," I say and take off, glad to be doing something, anything, hoping I won't find Ink face down in the dirt, trying not to really see the brothers I do find that way. Those standing are helping those who can't. Hands reach out for me to help, brother and foe, begging to be saved. I comfort as many as I can, but I don't stop. I find Ink upright, leaning on a wall at the edge of Main Street, cradling his left arm with his right, a lump the size of an apple and just as red on his forehead. "Make the call to your cousin," I tell him. "We need them to come help us transport the wounded and the dead. Now!" "I already called. They're on their way," he says, slurring his speech. 5 minutes out. "Come, I'll get you to cross," I say, wrapping my arm round his waist and leading him back the way we came. Ing's cousin now runs Knights of the Road MC, the club that used to be run by his uncle. They have agreed to offer backup support and the use of their clubhouse while we were down here doing this thing. I wish they'd also come to fight with us, but no one expected a fight like this. That's why we didn't even stop by their clubhouse before coming here. We sent Doc and Melody, the club girl turned ER doctor, there just in case we needed them on hand to fix a scrape or two. We thought. I think I can hear the cars already arriving, but that's probably just a severe case of wishful thinking. Ruin is with Edge now, so as soon as I leave Ink with Cross, I rush back to check on all the brothers I couldn't stop for when I was getting him. Some I can only comfort. Some I can do nothing for. The sun is beating down on us by the time Doc and Melody arrive with the Knights. They'd prefer to treat everyone here first, but they understand the urgency of getting out of this cursed town. No one speaks much as we load the wounded and the dead into cars, trucks, truck beds, and vans. I kill 3 more of our enemies just because we're not taking any of them. I stay for the burning of the town, Chance and Jax by my side, identical grim looks on their faces that I'm sure is on mine too. Plumes of thick black smoke rise from the burning houses, acrid, carrying the scent of burning flesh. Smoke will never smell the same to me after today. I should call Tricia. Tell her I'll be a while yet. I want to hear her voice. But I don't ever want to tell her about what happened here. She doesn't need to know about this. I still want to throw up every time I let myself think about it. If I called, she'd hear it in my voice. So I settle for sending her a text. "We should head out," I say. Chance and Jax just nod and follow me to our bikes. It's time for the final tally. Time to see how many were lost to the long, sharp, deadly shadows of old sins.
Chapter 22. Trixie. I had no trouble getting to sleep after Hunter left. I thought I might, because the bed seemed so cold without him. But the sheets and the pillows smelled like him, and the small round diamond on my ring caught all the lights from the world outside, even the moonlight, sparkling bright. Hunter's text at just before 9 a.m. woke me. I guess I slept with one eye open the whole time waiting for it. The 3 sentences, ending in "I love you," were the shortest and coldest text I ever got from him. I almost called him back, because I needed to hear his voice and because I was sure he needed to hear mine. But I didn't. He'd call if he could. The fact that he didn't means he can't. I dozed off again afterwards, until a call woke me again. But it wasn't Hunter like I'd hoped, as I nearly rolled off the bed while reaching for the phone. It was that breathing freak again. This time I just yelled at him to go to hell and hung up. But there was no sleeping after that. He kept calling. I kept cursing him out. And I would have stopped picking up, but the calls were all from different numbers and I didn't want to miss a call from Hunter, since I know he has several phones. Or a call about Hunter. But I wasn't letting my mind go there. It's almost 3 in the afternoon now. Hunter said he'd come as soon as he could, but that it could be a while. It's been a while. "What?" I snarl into the phone as it rings again. "Wow, someone's in a bad mood," Kara says in her rich, melodic voice that instantly fills me with warmth. Kinda like taking a sip of hot, sugary tea might.
Is this a bad time?
No, it's the perfect time, I say. I'm all alone and some sicko keeps calling. One of those breather types. Do you think it's some creepy regular from the Golden Temple missing you? She asks. I shake my head. Doubt it. I only had one creepy admirer there, and well, let's just say he's in no shape to be calling. She laughs. Gotcha. So your boyfriend set him straight then? My fiancé, as it turns out, I say and giggle, holding the ring so it sparkles in the sunlight. That went from 0 to 60 fast, she says. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Thanks, I say. And we're always at least at 40. Name the time and place and I'll be there, as your maid of honor, she says. We're probably just gonna do it in Vegas. Just the two of us, no big show, I say, my voice kinda catching in my throat. I don't even know why. I'm not sure anyone else will be as happy to hear this news as you are. There. I said it. The thing I've been trying not to even think about. Because it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. What matters is that Hunter loves me and I love him. But the cold, hard truth is that everyone else matters too. And they all want better for him. Nonsense, Kara says in her not taking any crap voice. You're my sister, and I'm not going to let my sister get married alone. Her words, the love in them, takes a lot of the sting from my fears. I'd really like you to be there, I say. Maybe you can even walk me down the aisle or something, seeing as I have no one else to do it. We'll figure something out, she says. We always do. But how come you're all alone now? Long story, I say. But how have you been? Everything good in paradise with Breaker? She laughs. Paradise sounds about right. I thought I was done trying to find love, and here it comes, smacking me in the back of the head when I least expect it. Hard. I knew it, I say, and almost drop my phone as I clap my hands. I knew you two were perfect together, way before you did. But we came real close to being separated for good, she says in a more serious voice. What? How? It's been a hectic couple of days, she says breathlessly. Those assholes, my ex's men, they came for me again. The ones from the Golden Temple? I ask. Yeah, she says, a shiver in her voice. But Breaker came just in time. And I'll tell you, I've never been so happy to see anyone in my life. I'm bad, I say. But you're okay now, right? Do you need anything? I'm good, she says, a smile back in her voice. Better than good, actually. The lock on the door rattles, and now I'm smiling too. I gotta go, Kara, but I'll call you later, I say. I'm about to be better than good too. All right, I gotcha, she says, and ends the call. The door is already opening as I walk towards it, ready to throw my arms around Hunter's neck the second he walks in. But it's not Hunter who walks in. It's a stocky guy, with a dark purple bruise covering half his face, followed by 3 more men. They all look real familiar, but I can't place him. I start backing away, feeling like I've been punched in the stomach and no one's even touched me yet. Grab her. Make sure she doesn't scream, the stocky guy says. 2 of the others jostle around him to get to me. I just keep backing away until the cool glass of the window is pressing against my back and I finally realize I have nowhere to go. I scream then, but it's a short scream. One of them clasps his hand over my mouth while the other pins my arms behind my back. We're gonna do this the easy way or the hard way, the stocky guy says. Your choice. What? What do you want? I ask, but it comes out as just a bunch of mumbling. Pack up all her shit, the stocky guy orders the third guy. Don't forget the bathroom. Leave it like she was never here. My heart was thundering so hard I thought it was about to blow, but it stops dead as I hear that. No! I scream and toss around. I'm no longer even scared for myself. But I made a promise to Hunter. I promised I'd never leave him again. I can't leave him again. This isn't gonna work. One of the guys holding me pants, trying to keep me upright as I thrash around. The stocky guy grins as he pulls a syringe from his jacket pocket and advances on me. You're just gonna feel a small prick, and then everything will go soft and fuzzy, he says. You're gonna walk just fine on your own, but you're not really gonna know you're doing it. He sticks the needle in my thigh with no more warning than that and pushes down on the plunger. Almost immediately, a cool liquid seems to start spreading up and down my legs, feeling as though he injected me with mint-flavored ice water. Then the soft fuzziness comes. GHB. So familiar from all the times someone slipped it to me. So hated. I try to scream again. Try to kick and rip myself from the tight hold the other two guys have on me. But it's like the stocky dude said. I only kinda sorta know who I am and why I'm here. And even that's fading fast, as is the strength in my arms and legs. But I remember where I know him from now. The Golden Temple. He was one of the guys with King Dude before Hunter came and beat his face to a bloody pulp. I try to scream again, but no sound comes out. It's stuck somewhere deep in my chest. They lead me from the room, the one in front carrying all my stuff and my 2 black carryalls. When Hunter comes back, I'll just be gone. Again. And he'll think I broke my promise. Again. Despite all my thoughts turning softer and thicker than cotton, that one still hurts. Hurts worse than a knife to the heart.
Chapter 23. Hunter. 3 dead. Mac, who was here the first time fighting the Sinners 15 years ago, he got injured then and survived. But this time he died. Swarm, a tall, lanky ex-soldier who joined us only 2 months ago. He survived 3 tours and died from a knife through his throat last night. And Crow, a guy from my father's generation who never ran out of stories of the good old days. And he never stopped telling them, even back when I was much too young to hear them. Another 4 critical, including Edge, and 15 more with injuries that'll heal, some slower than others. Not as bad as I feared, but terrible all the same. Chance took a graze along his shoulder blade. "To match the one from when I stopped that knife meant for you," he told me as Melody stitched him up. Jax's left forearm was sliced up pretty bad, too. It's twilight again. Soon it'll be night. The moon has already risen. I still feel like throwing up most of the time. The makeshift field hospital at the Knights Clubhouse is just their garage, cleared of all bikes and tools. It barely holds all the injured. I'm crouching just outside the door because I need fresh air. "There's nothing for it," I hear Doc say. "Edge needs to get to the hospital, or he won't make it." I rush back in, oblivious to the large black spots dancing before my eyes. "He can't go to a hospital," I say. "It's a gunshot wound. He'll be arrested. He's wanted." For assault, murder, and grand theft auto. If he goes in, he's not coming out anytime soon. Edge is unconscious, lying on an old blanket covered with oil stains, as pale as the moonlight outside, his lips and eyelids blue. "He's stable for now, but there's nothing more I can do for him. The bullet needs to come out," Doc says. "I can't do anything for Trax and Rock either. They need to go too." "He took that bullet from me," I say, unable to take my eyes off Edge's face. I'm stupidly hoping he'll open his eyes and be okay. All gunshot wounds coming into the ER get reported to the cops. And then they'll lock Edge up, and who knows when I'll see him again. I've had one best friend in jail. I don't want another. Especially not one who is the only reason it's not me lying where he is. "We'll get him out if he gets locked up, son," Cross says. I didn't even hear him walk up. "But he has to live first. So this needs to happen now." "Right now," Doc confirms. He looks tired, drained, worn out. We all do. "I'll take him," I say. "We'll come too," Ruin says. He's flanked by Jax and Chance, who both nod. Cross looks at me sharply, and I'm sure he's about to argue, but then he nods. "Go," he says. "But then you ride out of town and don't stop until you get home." "Except for Trisha," I say, and get another curt nod before he walks away. I rush out to get one of the cars and almost knock Melody over. She's just walking back in, covered in blood, a spear of it across her forehead, her fringe sticking to it. She's as pale blue in the face as Edge. "How are you holding up?" I ask as I steady her. She feels as fragile as a bird in my arms. I know she doesn't want to be the MC's doctor. Doc has been asking her to reconsider for a long time now, but she's adamant. Because we're all like family to her, and it's too hard seeing family get hurt, as she put it. "I was down here with the guys because I'm interviewing for a job in LA tomorrow," she says, her voice shaky. "And I've never been to San Diego." "Thank you for everything you've done today," I tell her, and she finally meets my eyes, even tries to smile. "Anytime," she says. "But I can't promise a next time." She's not making much sense, but nothing is right now. "I'm glad at least you didn't get hurt. Say hi to Trisha for me," she says, and gives me a tight hug before rushing to help Rock, who's writhing on the ground. I run out and get the car. Jax gets another. One of the knights comes with us to lead the way to the hospital, and I feel like a damn coward traitor as I cover my face with my bandana before carrying Edge into the ER and running back out and jumping into the already moving truck right before it peels out of the parking lot. At least I carried him all the way into the waiting area. At least I didn't just leave him on the sidewalk. It's a small consolation for leaving the guy who saved my life to live or die alone. But I'm going back to Trisha now, and then I'm marrying her and bringing her home. And as long as I think of just that and nothing else, everything is already sort of all right. Not as all right as it'll be once she's in my arms again, but close.
Chapter 24. Trixie. I must have passed out after they tossed me in the back seat of a SUV, with windows so black almost no light came through. The last thing I remember is being led across the hotel lobby, the guy behind the reception desk not even looking up as we passed. The rest is just fuzzy and disjointed. Waking up from being roofied is a bitch. My head's pounding, the pain that much worse for all the memories I almost have but can't quite grasp. I also can't move, and my shoulders are pins and needles because my hands are handcuffed behind me. My ass is asleep too from sitting on an unpadded wooden chair for God knows how long. I'm almost afraid to open my eyes fully. Whatever I see won't be anything I want to see. A faint beeping, a sound that reminds me of a hospital, is coming from somewhere in front of me. I smell disinfectant, too. Bleach? Or maybe iodine. I force myself to open my eyes, because there's no point pretending I'm not exactly where I am. In a shit situation with no way out. Been there before. King Dude Clive is sprawled out on a hospital bed by the window, attached to several beeping monitors. The bright light above his head is making the bald spots amid his long, dry hair shine. A short, slight man with a pointy nose that makes him look like an owl is standing next to him, fussing over his messed-up face. He's wearing a white coat over his suit and tie, but we're not in a hospital. We're in a random room of probably a house, maybe an apartment, that's just been decked out like a hospital for Clive's benefit, for the benefit of his busted-up face. I'd hoped Hunter hadn't killed him. Now I'm sad that he didn't. "What the fuck is this, Clive?" I ask. The fake doctor shakes at the sound of my voice and steps aside so Clive can look at me. Sleeping Beauty is awake," he says with a lisp, and like every word is painful. I hope it is. It sounds like some of his teeth are missing. "Why am I here?" I ask. "Because we were rudely interrupted the last time we spoke," he says and smiles. Or at least I think that's what he's doing. Hard to tell with all the swelling, bruises, and cuts on his face. His breathing is wheezy and labored too, and it sounds just like the breathing on all those phone calls I got. Clive's the creep who's been calling me. "Just so you know, we're going to be interrupted again soon," I say. Even more rudely. so you might as well just let me go now. The chances of Hunter finding me are good. He's always found me before. Clive holds up something that shimmers like stars. I recognize it instantly. My ring. Give that back. I snap at him and pull at my handcuffs. Such a small little diamond. Clive lisps. I would have given you one 10 times this size. My heart is twisting in pain, pulsing as it bleeds. I want this one, I hiss. Give it back. He tosses it on the floor like a piece of trash. No. You're getting a new one. But first, I need you to do something for me. I'll do nothing for you, I yell. Ever. You're pretty, and I want you to stay that way, he says, sounding cold and menacing all of a sudden. Together with his mangled face, it's the stuff of nightmares. If you want to stay that way, you'll mind your tongue better from now on. I want to yell and curse at him until I lose my voice, but then I'll just get slapped around, and that'll make it harder to run when I get the chance. So I just glare at him and say nothing. Good girl, he says. I'm gonna have my man uncuff you, and then you'll let your little boyfriend know that the engagement is off. I feel someone unlocking the cuffs. Never, I yell, and leap out of the chair as soon as my hands are free. The door is only a couple of steps to my left. I can make it. But I only get half a step before my ass slams back against the hard surface of the chair. The guy who uncuffed me is holding a knife to my throat with one hand and my phone with the other. A simple text will do, Clive says. Short and sweet. Maybe just goodbye. They're seriously just gonna hand me my phone? To write a text? Okay, then. I reach out my hand. What's the passcode? The guy with the knife barks. Right. The screen is locked. That's what they need. It's a complicated pattern. I can't explain it to you. I snap right back. Hold it out to her. Clive instructs. She'll draw it. The hell I will. I grasp the phone as soon as it's within reach and hurl it to the floor, then stomp on it until the screen cracks into a million tiny lines and the insides poke out. I am never saying goodbye to Hunter again. Not until the day I die. Which might be today. But so be it. Crazy bitch! The guy with the knife hisses. She smashed it! Clive chuckles. Leave it. The guy probably won't even notice she's gone. He was nowhere to be seen for the last 6 months. I told him to stay away, I yell. He was just doing what I asked him to do. But he'll come for me now. Sure, princess. Keep lying to yourself, Clive says and laughs out loud. A sound that reminds me of nails scratching a chalkboard. He's partly right. That is a lie I've been telling myself for the past 9 months. That he'd read my letter and understood I can't put him in danger ever again. Truth is, he was just angry and waiting for me to come to him first. He's not angry anymore. But the last part of what I said is entirely true. Hunter will come for me because I never leave without saying goodbye. I always do it, at least in writing or in a text if I can't do it in person. And he knows I wouldn't leave still wearing his ring. I didn't the first time. He'll know because everything is different. Because we're getting married. Because we're leaving all the shitty things from our past behind us and keeping only the good. Forever. Put her in a room and give her something to eat, Clive says to the guy still holding a knife to my throat. I need some sleep. And so does she. She's a real bitch when she's tired and cranky. A part of me wants to fight the guy for the knife, come what may. But I have a better shot at making it out of here by playing along for now. As sick as that thought makes me. And every minute that passes is a minute that brings Hunter closer.
Chapter 25. Hunter. The sun is rising again as we reach L.A., sparkling over downtown, blinding, the light cutting into my brain via my eyes, but not as terrible as yesterday's dawn. Nothing will ever be that terrible. We should get some sleep. I know I need it. But both Jax and Chance want to clear L.A. before we stop. It's a smart plan, no matter how much I just want to burrow into bed next to Trixie for at least the next 3 days. The sun hasn't reached the street where the hotel is yet, and the dim light as we approach looks more like twilight than dawn. The receptionist isn't behind his desk, and the huge lobby is deserted, the thumping of my boots on the orange marble floor echoing like they would in a church. But some of the bleakness in my soul is already caking away, replaced by the sweet thought of seeing Tricia in a couple of moments, and the even sweeter thought of finally getting to take her home with me, where she belongs. The Do Not Disturb sign is hanging on the door of our room, left over from the days and nights we spent in it. The memory makes me smile. But it fades as I open the door and find the unmade bed empty. "Tricia?" I call out, and check the bathroom too, though there's no need because the door was open and the light off. The bed is cold. Her clothes are gone. When I left, they were strewn all around, because she's no good at putting them away unless she has to, unless she's packing, unless she's leaving. She left. The thought amplifies in my mind. Sounds more terrifying than an approaching out-of-control freight train by the time I check and recheck every surface for a note, for an explanation, for an answer to why she lied to me, for the ring back. But there's no goodbye note anywhere. She didn't even bother with it this time. It makes no sense. But then again, her leaving me never made any sense. Chance and Jax are waiting downstairs. I'm glad they're not here to witness this. Yet I wish they were. I sit on the edge of the bed and try and calm down. But that just sends all the memories of the good times we spent in it to rise up and hang in the air like dust. I try the windowsill, but that's no better. By the time I try the desk chair, I know nothing will help. Not until I destroy every trace of our love, our happiness, our life together. In my mind and in the world. Starting with this room. The chair cracks the window as it hits it. The table loses a leg as I toss it clear across the room at the bed, which gets messed up next. Complete with ripping out the headboard and using it to destroy both the nightstands and both the lamps on it. They crack like eggshells. It's all a blur, yet I see every piece of the damage I do clearly. From ripping out the sink and using it to smash the mirror in the bathroom that still smells of her perfume, to ripping up the sheets and the pillows that still smell of just her. And after that, I still have enough strength to free myself for the first time someone tries to grab me and pull me out of the room, and enough to rip off the doors of the closet we never used. The second time, Chance and Jax managed to pull me out of the room and hold on to me in the hall. "Calm the fuck down, Hunter," Jax hisses into my ear. If he's not careful, if he doesn't stop talking and let me go, I'll destroy his face too. And that traitor's thought, along with the bandage on his arm, soaked in blood and dripping, finally calls me back from the brink of losing it completely. "We gotta get out of here," Chan says. "Now!" I want to go back into the room and destroy what's left of it. I want to rewind time and never leave this room in the first place. I want to... Then Chance is dragging me to the elevators and then across the lobby, while Jax barks something at the receptionist and tosses a bunch of cash at him that flies through the air like confetti. And then we're standing on the sidewalk, where the street is now flooded with brilliant sunlight as if to mock me. "Can I let you go now?" Chance asks. I nod. "And you're not going to do anything else stupid?" He yanked my arms out of his grasp instead of answering with words. I will, more than likely, do a bunch of even more stupid things. Starting with stopping at the first likely bar I see and getting so drunk I no longer know what's real and what's just a nightmare. "Let's ride," I say, and mount my bike. They exchange a look but don't say anything more. One way or another. I'm glad for it. Glad they're not asking why I went off the rails. But they already know. We've been here before. Many times. And no amount of talking is going to change it. And clearly no ring either.
Chapter 26. Trisha. About 6 years earlier. I shouldn't be here. A tiny little Trisha in my head still knows that. The room smells like shit, and sweat, and puke, and piss, and smoke. So much smoke my eyes feel like they're bleeding. Until I take another hit. Then everything is heavenly, perfect, soft like roses, sweet like honey, easy. It's been days, weeks maybe, since I moved from this couch. No one talks to me. I talk to no one. I just chase the smoke, chase the vision it brings, chase the perfection that I can never find anywhere else. That's not true. I find it just fine, but I can't ever keep it. Then the perfectness is gone again, but there's always more smoke. No one here can talk because of the smoke. Every time I try to speak, it's like someone sliced open my throat, but even that pain fades in the smoke. A guy I don't recognize is real close to me, his face right up in mine. Too close. I want him gone. I want to be alone. But the smoke isn't chasing him away, and I can't move. I can't run. Can't even scream because my voice was taken by the smoke too, along with almost all my memories. Almost, but not quite. I still have a ways to go, but the smoke will take care of those too. One of these days, one of these hours, it will. Then the guy that was in my face is flying and crashing through a hole in the drywall, like something from a cartoon. Tom and Jerry, Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny, my favorite. I haven't watched a cartoon in so long, so very long. Then Hunter is carrying me out of the smoky room and into the sunshine, carrying me like a bride. I know it's him, even though I can't see his face. I'd always know him. No amount of smoke will ever take that away. I know that now. I shouldn't have tried to smoke him away. I run my hand down his cheek, my fingers knowing, recognizing every line, every curve, every nook there. It is you, I whisper. The pain in my throat bad, but not unbearable. How did you find me? I always find you, Trixie, he says. He sounds angry, but also relieved. Also like he loves me. Good, because I love him too. Then we're on his bike, going fast. Far, too, I think. And the next thing I know, I'm puking my guts out by the side of the road while he holds back my hair so it doesn't get dirty. I thought about cutting it all off. I'm glad now I didn't. Color is returning to the world and it's too bright. It's painful, excruciating, because I messed up again. Fucked up completely. And I'm shaking so hard I can't stop. But he holds me tight as he leads me down a long path towards a tall metal fence. The sun is so hot it's burning my skin. A lady wearing all white is standing at the gate in the fence, a frown on her face. She has to want to come in, she says in a screeching, carrying voice. Hunter stops and turns to me, holds my face in his warm hands. This is rehab, Trisha, he says. And it's the last time I'm bringing you here. You either get clean, or we never see each other again. I'm not going to watch you kill yourself. He sounds so serious, so hurt, so sad. And I remember why. All of it. This is the third time he's brought me to a place like this. And each time before, I went back to the smoke. I'm serious, he says, and he sounds it. The last time. I nod and kiss his cheek. I'll stay clean this time. I promise. Why wouldn't I? There's no forgetting him. Even after I've smoked enough meth to make me forget my own name, I still always know I can't live without Hunter. Chapter 27. Trixie. If I thought I'd get some time to myself to figure out how to escape, I was wrong. The assholes drugged me again. And there's more than one problem with that. The more they give me, the more I'll want. And eventually they'll give me too much, and I'll be right back in the depths of addiction that I've spent so much of my life fighting so hard. The first time I got hopelessly addicted to narcotics wasn't my fault. The creep who bought me got me hooked on heroin and whatever else he had handy at the time when I was 11, to keep me quiet and docile. But if I spend too much time worrying about that, I'll start remembering too much. Start connecting this locked room to the one he kept me in for over a year. And then I might never get out, even if I do. So I focus just on this room. The sturdy white wood bed with a world-class mattress of the kind he's made his millions selling. The matching nightstands with matching metal lamps. The closet that covers one entire wall. The big windows, shuttered and nailed shut. I think I can hear the hissing of the sea outside. And smell it, too. But that could just be my imagination. I definitely hear the beeping of the monitors, meaning that Clive's room isn't far. My room has an ensuite bathroom, but there's nothing sharp anywhere in it, or in the room itself, that I could use as a weapon. I'm not tied down. I guess I should count myself lucky for that. If anything about this could be counted as lucky. What the fuck does Clive want from me? He can't possibly think I'm gonna grow to love it by his side. I can't even stomach the thought, so pretending is out of the question. The door opens as I'm running that sequence of thought through my brain for maybe the millionth time since I've woken up, like I'm gonna find an answer. The smell of disinfectant and iodine grows strong, preceding Clive as he walks in. He's dressed in jeans, t-shirt, and a tan linen suit jacket. He's leaning heavily on a cane, and has to be wearing makeup because I swear his face was way more bruised and cut up last night. Just let me go, Clive, I say. You know it'll never work between us. He's flanked by 2 of his gorillas, and I see several more in the hall. Otherwise I'd charge him and finish what Hunter started. But with all of them there, I'd be wasting my shot.
Nonsense. Get dressed, now,
he says and limps to the closet, opening it. Someone's put all my clothes on hangers in there. Seeing that somehow scares me more than everything else about this combined, because it makes it seem like this is already my life.
I'm taking you somewhere. How about this one?
He says and pulls out the blue satin dress I was wearing when Hunter proposed. I very nearly throw up. Where are you taking me? I ask. He smiles, still holding my dress and soiling it just by breathing on it.
I like you very much, Trixie, and I wouldn't mind seeing you around the house on the daily,
he says.
But I'm gonna need you to do more than look pretty for me.
He had been saying something along these lines back at the Golden Temple, right before Hunter busted in and shut him up. I didn't get it then, and I still don't now. Just tell me what you want, I snap.
I'll begin by showing you the alternative,
he says.
As in, what happens if you say no and continue fighting me? Because you belong to me now. Like it or not, no one will find you here.
Hunter can find me anywhere. But I don't say that. Instead, I get up from the bed and walk to the closet, pulling out a different dress, a fire engine red that I never wear because it does nothing good for my complexion. Fine. I'll get ready, I say. But I don't want you here watching.
Don't forget the pretty undies and all the makeup,
Clive says, chuckling.
And hurry up.
I'd already taken a long shower when I first woke up to get the grogginess of the drugs out of my system, so I don't bother with that. Or with doing my makeup beyond just a little eyeliner and mascara. I'm done, I yell once I finish putting on my shoes. A pair of shiny black platforms that are a lot more comfortable to walk, or run and jump in, than they look. I'd wear my boots, but they're gone. The door opens, and this time Clive stays outside while 2 of his goons come in to escort me out. I'm fully expecting a needle in the arm or leg, but they settle for grabbing one of my arms each and leading me down the hall. Clive walks behind us, whistling a tune I almost recognize. He's insane. Gotta be. In the humid but dark garage, they put me in the back of another SUV, then Clive needs their help to climb in beside me. The windows on this car aren't as dark as on the one they brought me here in, but I can't see much anyway because there's nothing to see. Just a huge stretch of an arid, desert-like wasteland that seems to go on forever. Until we hit a road that could be anywhere in L.A. Clive dozed off and is snoring beside me. And I seriously consider choking him to death, but my fingers are nowhere near long enough to reach around his fat neck. The ride is short. We stop at a warehouse not far from the Golden Temple, I think. All the windows are tinted, and there are no cars or trucks in the large parking lot stretching out around it. "Are you showing me your mattresses?" I ask as I get out of the car. How sweet. "Not mattresses. No," he says. Only one of the goons is holding me now as we walk towards the warehouse. I'm checking the tall metal fence around the lot for cracks, anything I could slip through as I make a run for it. But I don't see any. Then we're inside the building, the humid heat carrying the unmistakable odor of a lot of unwashed bodies. I don't have to wait long to see the source of the smell. 4 women shield their eyes as the door of the dark room opens for us to look inside. They're shackled to metal camp beds by a thick chain. Their clothes are so dirty they're an identical light brown color, and by the smell of it, they haven't washed in days, maybe weeks. But it's the pain in their eyes as they all look at me at the same time that almost makes me drop down to my knees. The only clean part on their entire bodies are the tear tracks running down their cheeks, and even those aren't fresh anymore. What is this? I ask, backing away from the door. No one answers. They just show me another room full of shackled women, and then a third. "If you're going to leave me in one of these rooms, then hurry up and do it," I snap at Clive. He laughs. "I think you're ready to hear my proposition now. But let's get out of here. The stench is awful." My legs are shaking so hard, I'm glad one of the goons still feels the need to hold onto my arm at all time. Outside, the sun is setting in a majestic, bright orange color, and the wind is fresh and clear. I still can't see any cracks in the tall fence, but I'm about ready to try climbing it just to get away. "I'm branching out into the adult entertainment business," Clive says once we're standing by his SUV again. "And I need a woman who knows the ins and outs of said business by my side, to keep the merchandise content and calm, as it were. Someone who's been in the trenches. Someone like you." I just look at him. No words coming to mind. None at all. "So, what do you say?" he says. "You get to live with me in the big house, and all you'd have to do in return is teach these gals to dance and be seductive as hell, like you are. And talk to them, of course. Assure them they'll be all right if they behave, that kind of thing. Nothing big. Just be their friend, and you'll have all you could ever want in return." I suddenly like the idea of being forced to marry him. Hell, I like the idea of being locked up in that warehouse with those poor women better than this. "Those women were all trafficked?" I ask. "They're all your slaves?" "The cheapest way to get enough merchandise to make a bang as I enter the market," he says. "I bought 10 strip clubs just like the Golden Temple. Gonna turn them into places where hard-working guys can get a little more than a no-touching lap dance, if you catch my drift." Unfortunately, I am catching his drift loud and clear. "Why don't you just hire girls who want to work for you?" I ask, my voice calmer and deader than it's ever been. "And let these ones go." "This is more expedient," he says. "You know how hard it was to keep dancers at the Golden Temple." He's talking to me like I've already agreed, like we're already partners in this terrible business he's starting. Must be my dead tone of voice, and whatever expressionless thing is on my face right now. I already feel myself disassociating from all this, becoming Trixie, the performer who cares about nothing, dead to the world. I've been clean from drugs for 6 years. Haven't even had enough to drink to get more than tipsy. But right now, I wish they'd inject me with some more of that GHB and keep it coming. If it weren't for the screaming in my head. Just one sentence, really. I'm the only one standing between those poor women and the hell Clive wants to keep them in. I can't shut this out. I've been where these women are. I know their pain. I know their fear. I know how it ends. I've lived it. If it weren't for Hunter, I'd have never survived it. "Come on," he says and limps to the car. "I'll show you some of the strip clubs next. I think you'll like them. One of them has this huge stage. Or you can join the merchandise in one of those rooms. Your choice." I almost tell him to leave me here. But instead, I silently follow him into the car. Because I'm the only one who can stop him. And I will.
Chapter 28. Hunter. I made a good effort at riding out of L.A., pushing hard, waiting for the rage to let up, waiting for the rumbling of my bike, the wind in my face, the swooshing of tires on asphalt to take it all away. It did. It always does. But what replaced it was even harder to bear. Impossible, really. It began with feeling Trixie's ghost touch. Her arms around my waist, her legs pressed against mine, her body leaning on my back, and ended with once again seeing all that blood that we spilled. By then, we'd already passed a bunch of bars that were closed. The first open one I saw, I parked in front of. A biker joint, with a motel attached to it. It seemed perfect. "You can get some sleep in there," I told Chance and Jax, pointing at the motel. But they followed me into the dim bar anyway. For a while, we were the only guests in there. For a while, we just drank without talking, until nothing made sense anymore, which was the best I could hope for. Then we talked about the fight, but there wasn't much to say. Then Chance made the mistake of asking about Trixie, and I made the mistake of telling them I asked her to marry me. There wasn't much worth saying after that. And the first biker that walked in looked at me funny and got a taste of my fists. That was more the other way around, because I could hardly stand by then, and all I really wanted to do was sleep. I don't know what happened after that. It's dawn again now, just as blindingly bright as the last two. I still can't believe she left me again. But I'm starting to accept it. Starting to accept I'll never be fine living without her, but that I don't have a choice anymore. My head feels about 10 times too large for my neck, and it's pounding. Chance is in the double bed with me, snoring. Jax is awake, sitting with his back to the window so I can't see much of his face. The room smells like a distillery. No one thought to close the damn curtains. "Do I have to worry about you doing anything else, stupid?" Jax asks sharply as I sit up. "No, but you have to open the damn window," I say as I get out of bed, and barely make it to the small, cramped bathroom before puking up just about a whole bottle of whiskey into the sink. That and the cold shower I take afterwards make me feel halfway human again when I walk back into the room. Jax is still sitting by the window, and Chance is smoking by the open door, the smell threatening to make me puke again. "So what now?" Chance asks. "We going after her?" "Now we go home," I say, and sit on the edge of the bed and pull on my boots. "Because I'd just as soon get it over with now, while we're still here," Chance says. "I don't want to be back here again in a week or two." "She knows where to find me." The words feel real heavy coming out, and no less heavy once they're out. "You sure?" Jax asks. "I'm never fucking sure," I snap, craving a drink again. "But there ain't a damn thing I can do to make her stay." Did I mean everything I told her about wanting only her forever? Absolutely. I still do. Did it make any difference? Absolutely fucking not. Did I believe this time would be different? That a ring on her finger would make her stay? Absolutely. Has it? Absolutely fucking not. She never bolted this fast before. But I can't think about that, or I'll go insane and stay that way. Neither of them say anything else. Thankfully. I walk over to get my cut that's hanging off the back of the chair Jax is sitting in, and finally get a good look at him. He's about as bluish pale in the face as Edge was before we took him to the hospital, and the bandage on his arm is still soaked in blood. "You need new stitches," I tell him. He shakes his head. "It's fine. The bleeding stopped." But I won't argue with him about this. I just step out of the room and call Melody, hoping she made it to her LA interview and is still around. Else I'll take him to the hospital. Drag him if I have to. Melody answers right away, agrees to let me pick her up in LA and bring her here to fix Jax's arm. We didn't make it very far out of LA at all, I realize as I ride to get her. We're back in less than an hour. She doesn't say much while she stitches Jax's arm back up and attaches him to an IV bag that Chance has to hold. The stitches in his back miraculously held while they made sure I didn't go completely insane. Then she breaks down and calls us all idiots for a while. "I'm gonna miss you all so much," she sobs once her anger runs out. "But I'm taking this job in LA, and I never want to stitch any of you up again. I'm sorry. I'm gonna miss you all so much. Don't forget me." She's still crying pretty bad, and Chance, who's closest, pats her back clumsily. "How could we forget you? You've been with us forever." It's true. She's been with us all through med school and her internship. I don't even know how she's going to make it on her own. She has no other family but us. "I just can't do it," she sobs. "I can't watch any of you die ever again. It's too hard." I could tell her nothing like that's going to happen. But why lie? We're at war. A war that already took 20 of my brothers and counting. From here on out, I'm going to give 100% of myself to the war. Or however much percent is left after I leave Trixie behind this time. For the last time.
Chapter 29. Trixie. Clive took me all over the city to look at strip clubs he'd purchased. Some were shut down, some in full swing. He also took me to another warehouse, smaller than the first, with fewer women held captive inside. But the women in there were all younger. I doubt any of them were 18. Now we're having dinner at his house, sitting behind a long, perfectly polished dark wood table that looks like it had never been used before. This room is on the ground floor of this huge house, but as everywhere else, the windows are shuttered and all the doors closed. As far as I can tell, this house is on a cliff, and there's acres of empty land all around it. He has at least 20 different goons working for him. The 4 currently in the dining room with us, standing with their backs to the wall by the door and windows, are not ones I'd seen before. Not the first day at the Golden Temple, not at my hotel room, not in his sick room, and not on today's trip. We're having steak and fries. Mine is sitting on my plate in a pool of brownish blood while I try to convince myself to at least try one fry. He's almost done with his, blood dripping down his chin as he chews, mostly with his mouth open. If I had any kind of appetite at all, I'd lose it watching him eat. "Are you always this quiet?" he asks. "I'm tired," I say, and force the fry into my mouth. It feels like rubber as I chew it. "I thought you'd be more thrilled about my offer," he says, wiping his mouth on a napkin and leaving a trail of blood behind. "I'm giving you a chance to be somebody. A madam. The boss lady." "You think that's what I want?" I snap before I can stop myself. I didn't get a great look at any of the captive women, but somehow I can still see all their faces clearly, even with my eyes wide open. "Yeah, a beauty like you working at a dump like the Golden Temple," he says. "I bet you resented that. That's why you were always such a cold bitch." Oh, that's what he thought. But I managed not to say that, or anything else. After I turned 18, I stayed in Pleasantville and continued working at the Phoenix house, helping Hunter's mom and Doc's wife Anne run it. I talked to the women there, gave dancing lessons, shared my story, tried to show them that life goes on. But I also got to know their pain. Some things you never move on from. What Clive's women are going through right now is a nightmare that will never end, not even after they're freed. "You know, I don't think you're being very appreciative," Clive says. "Maybe I was wrong about you. Maybe you're not the woman for this job.
But those women deserve to be free, even if it's free with nightmares. I am the right woman, I say, and try to smile. It must look grotesque because that's how it feels, and Clive's face is growing uglier and uglier. No, he says and slams his hands down on the table, making me shake all over. No good. There's the nice way of getting things and the not-so-nice way. Clearly, you've made your choice. What choice? I stammer. I'm here. I'll help. I literally can't make the words, "I'll help you do this thing," come out of my mouth. You can't even smile at me. He froths. Take her out of my sight. Two of the goons come forward and grab one of my arms each. What is this? Where are they taking me? I messed up. I used to be so good at pretending to be every man's fantasy. Untouchable, perfect, always just out of reach. But that only ever worked if I was, in fact, out of their reach. There's no way I can make Clive think I'd ever be happy with him. I could never let him touch me, let alone kiss me or fuck me. Hunter is the only man whose touch I can stand, and it took a while to get there. Now I crave it. Unbearably so right now. Put her in the warehouse with the others, he tells his men, before turning his tiny, beady eyes on me. Maybe a night or two in that filth will make you appreciate me more, Clive says. I doubt it, I almost say. Instead, I say nothing at all. Or maybe I won't give you another chance, he adds. I'm starting to think you're more trouble than you're worth. He's not wrong about that. I don't say that either. I just glare right back at him as they drag me outside. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing my fear. I won't beg for my life. And I won't ever do this thing he wants me to do. And before the door shuts on him, I see doubt and a tinge of fear creep into his eyes. It's not there in mine. I've survived captivity before, and I'll do it again. Hunter will find me, and he'll save me, like he's done so many times before. At least this way, I won't have to blacken my soul any more than it already is by pretending to go along with Clive's plan. All very hollow hopes, but if I hold on to them hard enough, they'll hold.
Chapter 30. Hunter. It was 9 p.m. and fully dark, downtown L.A. in the distance all lit up, when Melody finally decided Jax had had enough of the IV and we could ride. She's coming with us so she can pack up and say goodbye to everyone before heading back here in a week. She got on the back of my bike like it was nothing. Like her every fidget, every breath, every tremor would remind me of everything I was leaving behind in this city. Everything I was leaving behind forever. But there's no other way. None that doesn't lead into madness. Trixie made her choice. Over and over, she's made the same one. It's time I let her make it. My phone started vibrating in my cut pocket less than 15 minutes into our ride. I pulled over right away. It could have been Cross with news. It could have been Trixie. But it was Rogue. "The Flamingo Saloon in an hour," he said. "We should talk." We barely made it in time, because Jax and Chance both argued so hard against it. The way I see it, an alliance with the Rogues is the one thing I can still salvage from this trip, I finally told them. And I'm gonna do it. That finally shut them up. But stating that so clearly just put me in an even fouler mood, because it vividly reminded me of all the things that went so horribly wrong on this trip. "Is this place like your favorite bar in the whole world?" is the first thing I ask Rogue. He grins sourly and eyes Melody, who is sitting at the bar, looking around for the bartender that's nowhere to be seen. We're the only people in here tonight. "This is where Angel and I first kissed, over by the jukebox," Rogue says and points at the spot. "That was about 1,000,000 years ago now. It wasn't such a dump back then." I don't know if I believe that last part, and I don't think I care one way or the other. I'm itching for a drink, but I'm not going to have one. because me drinking now wouldn't end any better than it did last night. "So what did you want to talk about?" I ask. One of his men, a black guy with a patch that reads VP and a clean-shaven head, is sitting at the next table. Jax is with Melody, Chance by the door. All of them look like they'd rather be anywhere but here. "We checked out the information on Ghost," he says. "It was solid, and I'd like to thank you again. If your father wants to talk, I'll listen." "Good," I say. This could have been a phone call. The only reason I didn't demand that instead of coming all the way back here is that I'm having the hardest time leaving LA. It's a subconscious thing. An unconscious wish to stay close to Trixie that'll never come true. I denied it when Chance called me out on it, but he was right. "Your woman's not with you?" he asks, eyeing Melody again. "No," I say, and can't say anything more. He gives me a very understanding look. Way too sad. At least it's not pity. I hate being looked at with pity. "I was hoping to talk to her," he says. I sit up and glare at him. "Yeah? About what?" He leans back and shakes his head. "Nothing like that. Relax. She's just close to a guy we've been investigating, and I was hoping she could answer some questions about him." I scoff. "Trixie's not close to any guys." That's the one thing I could always be sure about, and I always will be. "You sure?" he asks, eyeing me like he doesn't believe me and fidgeting with his phone. "Positive. This is one of her regulars at that strip joint she's been working at," he says. "The Golden Temple. She gave him a lot of private dances." "Why do you know so much about her?" I ask so sharply he flinches and backs away. "Not her. The guy," he says. "As you know, my MC specializes in tracking down the scum of the earth in ways the cops can't. This guy is the worst of that scum. A low-life human trafficker specializing in underage girls." "The kind I hate the most," I say. Rogue leans forward again. "See, that's what I thought too. I did some digging around to find out more about your MC after we met the other night. And you do a lot of the same things we do, don't you? Going after traffickers, stuff like that?" I nod. "We fed you a lot of information over the years. You just didn't know it was us. We like to stay off the radar." This was another thing Cross wanted me to use to get him on our side, but he figured it was too weak to start with. His eyes went wide and stayed that way. "And Trixie hates them worse. She wouldn't be friendly with a guy like that if she knew. Not even a little bit," I add. "She was trafficked herself." Rogue nods and keeps doing it, sucking on his bottom lip like he's thinking hard. "So why is she hanging out with him and staying at his house?" Hearing that feels like getting stabbed all over again, only worse. "She's not," is all I can say. He looks down at his phone, brings up a photo, and shows it to me. "This is her, right?" I'm looking at an aerial photo, like the kind usually taken by a drone. It's of a parking lot next to an abandoned factory or warehouse or some other shit like that. The fat man I thought I killed the other day is standing by a black Land Rover. And next to him is Trixie, wearing an orange dress I never saw before. As for the expression on her face, that I have seen before, and never want to see again. It's her "I'm dead inside" look. It's the look she always gets when she's telling me she's leaving. It's the look she always had when she was using. But she's not using now. I would have known if she was. I would have seen it. She's been clean for almost 7 years. Or is that another thing I've been wrong about? "When was this taken?" I ask, my voice barely audible and very hoarse. "Sometime this afternoon," he says and checks the timestamp. 2 p.m. They went all over town after this, checking out the guy's other properties. And they're back home at his clifftop mansion having dinner right now. What's wrong, Hunter? Jax asks. I didn't hear or see him walk up. I was an idiot, I say. The best I can do, though it doesn't even come close to describing my mistake. Trisha never leaves without saying goodbye. Ever. Even if it's just that word scribbled on the bathroom mirror in lipstick. And she wouldn't leave without giving back the ring. She's in trouble. And I've let a day go by. A day I'll never get back. A day that could already mean it's too late. What's going on? Chance asks as he joins us too. You look like you've seen a ghost. All I can do is hope not. We're staying to look for Trixie after all, I tell him. Good, he says. But do we know where she is? He does, I say, pointing at Rogue, who looks beyond confused as he follows our conversation. I'm going to need everything you have on this guy, I tell him. I want to hit his house tonight. Rogue shakes his head, like I'm going to take no for an answer. You and whose army? He asks, instead of refusing to help like I was afraid he might. This guy lives in the middle of nowhere, and he's protected by a team of specialist bodyguards at all times. No way you're getting close to his house. They'd see you coming a mile away. Literally. I'll worry about that, I say. You just point me in the right direction. And I'm gonna get her back. There's no other thing that can happen. Because after 10 years of loving her, of believing in her love completely, I won't lose her because I was too dense to trust that love. That can't happen.
Trixie. They put me in a room by myself. A room with no window, not even a dirty one. A room that smells like someone died in it. That's probably because someone had. Shackled me to the wall with a heavy chain that is the only clean thing in this room, the only thing that shines in this darkness. But if Clive thinks he'll break me, he's got another thing coming. I've been broken a long time ago. Then some more. Over and over again. The next time someone walks into this room, they'll get this chain around their neck, and I won't let go until they die in this room too. I hope it's Clive. I know exactly how to do it too. Hunter showed me once, or maybe it was Chance. You just wrap the chain around their throat, cross your arms, and don't let go. If you have enough strength, you can snap a person's neck that way. You don't spend most of your life with the children of killers and not pick up a thing or two. But I'm no killer, and I probably don't have enough strength to break someone's neck. I messed up, and I know it. My best chance was fooling Clive into believing he had me. I just had to keep it up long enough for Hunter to show up, or to escape, whichever came first. But I'm not built that way. I can't even pretend to like another man, for better or worse. Looks like it's gonna be worse. I have no idea how much time has passed since they locked me in here, but I know it's been a while. Longer still since they dragged me out of the hotel room. 2 days, maybe 3. Hunter might not be on his way. He might never come looking for me again. I don't want to believe it, but it's a fear that started on the night he first came to L.A. I'd never seen such cold anger in his eyes, such guardedness, such disillusionment. He never said this was my last chance, but I felt that it was. The proposal was my last chance. He didn't say it. He didn't have to. I felt it. I feel it deep in my bones still. And then I disappeared anyway. What happens when hope is dying and there's no light? What happens to me then?
Chapter 31. Hunter. We followed Rogue to his clubhouse, which is less than a mile from the Flamingo Saloon. It's a rectangular 2-story building behind a tall metal wall, everything about it as austere as Rogue himself is, as all his execs seem to be. And the members, too, from what I've seen. They're a bunch of brooding guys and gals who all act way older than they look. Some of them were sitting around the barroom, drinking and talking quietly, soft and sad country music playing from the speaker. We left Melody in there, and now we're in their war room, as they call it. But there's no action going on. No passionate planning. No fire to right a wrong and catch a bad guy, which is supposedly what these guys are all about. Just a hell of a lot of doom and gloom and how we can't do shit because Clive is too well protected. And the clock is ticking. I called Cross. He can't make it here before the morning. He wants me to wait. But I can't wait that long. I won't. You've been watching this guy for years, I snap. So why haven't you taken him down yet? I've asked this and similar things in so many different ways in the last hour since we got here that I feel like I'm losing my mind. Though that has more to do with the impotent answers I keep getting. Yeah, he's been on our radar for years, Rogue says. But he was just a small fish we'd hoped would lead us to a bigger one. Until a couple of months ago when he started upping his game. Before, he just let other traffickers use his warehouses. But now we think he's buying women for himself. The table I'm standing in front of is covered by photos, mostly aerial ones, of various buildings that Rogue says belong to Clive. There's also a huge setup with several TV screens on one wall of this room, currently showing yet more surveillance photos of Clive's house and businesses. A pretty Asian woman with pink streaks in her jet black hair and a star-shaped scar on her left cheek that looks like someone carved it in with a knife is running what appears on those screens. Her name's Sky. She's their intel officer, and she doesn't say much. Their Sarge is a woman named Alice, with enough leather and braids in her long blonde hair to give any Viking warrior a run for her money. She's not saying much either, just frowns a lot as she looks on from her perch by the door. They don't trust us. That much is clear to me. But I have no time to try and change their mind. Clive's house is a cliff-top mansion surrounded by at least a mile of wasteland on one side and the sea on the other. As much as I hate to admit it, the rogues are right. We'll never get close enough to the house to do any damage. With all this intel, how can you not know where he's weakest? I ask. He's not weak anywhere right now, Blade says. He's the VP of Rogue Angels MC and has the blackest and the saddest eyes I've ever seen. I'd feel sorry for him if he wasn't the one saying no the most. He's hired an entire security team, 50-plus men strong, and they know what they're doing, Blade adds. They never leave him or any of his properties out of sight. How about this place? I ask, pointing at a photo of a sorry-looking strip joint, a lot like the one I found Trisha at this time, and a bunch of times before. He can't be wasting a lot of manpower guarding this place. What's your point? Rogue asks. We go in, grab the security guys, and bring them back here for a chat, I say. Blade scoffs. They're pros. They won't just talk. Everybody talks, I say. It's something I've known to be true my whole life. Scar's sure told me that often enough. He's talking torture, Alice says, her voice gravelly yet melodic. And who's gonna torture him? Blade asks. You? He eyes me up and down, but stops doing that as he meets my eyes. If I have to. Chance comes over and claps me on the back. He may look nice and shit, but there's nothing he won't do for this woman. Then he turns to me. You want to go to this place and do this thing? We go. Yeah, let's ride, Jack says. We've wasted enough time talking about what can't be done. I appreciate their support more than I can put into words, so I won't even try. Melody safe waiting here? I ask Rogue. He nods. She's fine. We'll give her a room. All right, then tell me all you know about this place, I say, pointing at the photo of the strip joint again. Then we'll leave you to your brooding and naysaying. You can follow us, Rogue says, causing both Alice and Blade to do a double take. We're coming too. You can't be serious, Blade says. We have no plan. It's the middle of the night. We've been letting this Clive guy fester for too long. Rogue says. "You know it's true." They share a look that lasts and speaks volumes. I have no idea what this silent exchange is all about. I just know they're wasting time again. Blade looks away first. "When you're right, you're right." Then we finally leave. Finally go to do something. And not a moment too soon. Because I was nearly drowned in the feeling that it's all too little too late already. Trisha's strong, but nowhere near as strong as she pretends to be. That's another thing only I know about her. Only Alice, Rogue, and Blade rode with us. Skye stayed behind in her computer room, but she sent ahead a remote-controlled drone to tell us what we're walking into. We're in radio contact with her via walkies, but she's not saying much now either. We don't really need all that fancy spy equipment to tell us what's what. Only 3 pickups, 2 station wagons, a rig, and 2 Harleys are parked in front of the strip joint, named the Harem. The owners of those bikes are smoking by them, already decked out to ride. The 2 security guys next to them look totally out of place in their sleek, black, spandex-enhanced pantsuits and windbreakers and white earpieces. "There's likely at least 2 more inside," Blade says hoarsely. "I told you, this guy doesn't do anything in half measures." "All we need is 1, I say. We're parked about 300 yards from the strip joint, on a slight hill, hidden behind a wall of wild-growing oleander bushes, watching the place through military-grade binoculars. Chance, Jax, Rogue, and I rode our bikes. Alice and Blade came in a black van with golden angel wing decals on the side. Those wings are also a part of their club logo. But on that, they're surrounding a guy with a hood pulled low over his face. Rogue and Angel, I presume. Or just a straight-up Rogue Angel. To put the logo on a van is too flashy. But from what I've read about these guys in Cross's file, they like to be known as the city's Dark Avengers. Like Batman or something. "Yeah, well, they travel in pairs," Alice says. I don't even bother commenting on that. Instead, I just look at each of them in turn, but mostly at Jax and Chance, who have both already pulled their bandanas over their faces. "Here's how we're going to do it," I say. "Rogue and Alice will go into the strip joint. Then the rest of us will roll up. Jax, Chance, and I will pack the 2 guys outside into the van, and then we're out of here. We move as soon as those bikers hit the road." "Oh, it's that simple, is it?" Alice asks, exchanging a look with Blade and trying to with Rogue. "Simple's best," I say. "Less room for confusion and mistakes. Everyone just does what they're supposed to, and we can roll out again in 5 minutes. "See those earpieces they're wearing?" Blade asks. "They're all wearing those. What one hears, they all hear." We sometimes use those too, on jobs, but they tend to get in the way. Simple hand gestures still work better. "So we'll be real quiet," Chance says, saving me the trouble. "I can try to jam the frequencies for a couple of minutes," Skye says over the walkie. "But as soon as I do, they'll know. So the distraction will only be good for a minute, 2 tops." "More than we need," Jack says. "I'm not so sure about this, Rogue," Blade says. "I'd prefer a better plan." Rogue doesn't say anything for a solid minute, during which the bikers by the strip joint finally leave, the rumbling of their choppers echoing in the night silence. "No, I think this'll work," Rogue finally says. "They have no idea we're coming, so surprise is on our side." "Surprise is overrated," Alice chimes in. "And besides, when's the last time we did something on the fly?" Rogue adds and grins. "Without agonizing over it for weeks and months." It's the first time I've seen him do anything other than frown, and it takes years off his face. "On the fly gets people killed," Blade says. "Come on, it's 5 of us against maybe 4 of them," I say, "and I can take 2. "Don't be modest now," Chance says. "We can take 3 each easy." "Well, They've got balls, I'll give them that, Blade says. So let's do this thing, I say, and get no more pushback. So I lay out my plan in more detail. Then we finally roll. We wait for Rogue and Angel to go inside and confirm there's 2 more inside. I ride into the parking lot alone and park my bike right across the entrance, acting all drunk and stupid as I dismount. It's a good enough act to make both the security guys come at me, one from each side, and not enough for them to call in reinforcements. Blade rolls in with the van, preceded by Jax and Chance. They take down 1 guy each while they're still ordering me to move my bike and leave, and before they even reach for their weapons. All done in a third of the time it took to talk about doing it. Simple. Fast. We're rolling, I inform Rogue over the phone as soon as Blade, Jax, and Chance clear the parking lot. So are they, Rogue says, right before a shot rings out on his end of the line and a bunch of women start screaming at once. I hang up, grab my gun, and train it on the door. Alice comes out first, waving her gun at the room with one hand and supporting Rogue with the other. 2 security guys follow, and I don't think. Just get between them and Alice and Rogue. I don't do much thinking before shooting either. 2 in the chest each does the trick. Can you ride? I ask Rogue, who nods but can't stand on his own. I'll take him. You take his bike, I tell Alice. We gotta move, now. For a wonder, she doesn't even try to argue. Just lets me put Rogue on my bike as she runs to get his. And another minute later, I'm following her out of the parking lot and into the darkness. How bad are you hit? I ask Rogue. I'll live, he says and chuckles. But you didn't lie. You said you can take 2 and you meant 2. Thanks. I really hope he's not exaggerating. The last thing I wanted was his blood on my hands. What the hell happened in there? No idea, he says. They just seemed to know what you guys were up to before you even got started. We tried to stop them going outside and only somewhat succeeded. You succeeded, I say. I just hope he also lives to tell about it. Another dawn is close. I can tell by how dark and cold the night's suddenly grown. And so far, this dawn is not shaping up to be any less terrible than the last 3 were.
Trixie. Time has no meaning anymore. I tried counting to keep track, but I lost the count so many times that it, too, means nothing anymore. Nightmares are coming, no matter how hard I'm keeping my eyes open. This is what happens when hope is dead. Nightmares come. Nightmares that are memories I wish I didn't have. Memories I forgot I had. Of greasy men, with garlic and death on their breath, groping me with their sweaty, smelly, meaty fingers, tearing me apart. I see it all. Feel it all. All the things I never think about, never remember. It's all real again. All happening again. This time I won't survive it. Not if I can't stop reliving it. I can't stop reliving it. I messed up. For the last time. And it's too late now. I wish I still had my ring. That would shine in this darkness too. But I don't. Clive took it and never gave it back. And Hunter's not coming for me. He'd be here by now if he were coming. I've left him too many times. But as long as I can stay in that tiny corner of my mind where I haven't hurt him beyond repair, where we're only happy and nothing else, where only the love we share exists, I'll be fine. But this darkness is invading that part too. There's nothing I can do to keep it out. I was never strong enough to do it. Not without him.
Chapter 32. Hunter. The lot in front of the Rogues' clubhouse is lit up almost to daylight as I ride in with the injured Rogue. What I assume is most of the members are gathered around Alice, some still in their pajamas. Alice is gesturing wildly, probably explaining what happened, but as soon as she spots me, she freezes, her eyes laser-focused on me and colder than ice. Several of the guys run over and lift Rogue off my bike. He's been drifting in and out of consciousness, and the blood he's lost has seeped right through my cut all the way to my skin. Some more blood that'll never wash out. "I'm fine," Rogue slurs at Blade. "You don't gotta carry me." But Blade carries him anyway, clear across the lot and into the bar right past Melody and Jean, of all people. "What happened?" Melody asks as I approach, pure horror in her eyes as she sees all the blood on my clothes. "Are you hurt? Were you shot?" She starts frantically checking my stomach and back for wounds. "It's all just his blood," I tell her. "Help him." She doesn't need telling twice before running back into the bar. Jax and Chance are talking to Jean, and I'm going to let them handle that for now. I follow Melody inside. They have Rogue laid out on one of the larger wooden tables inside, and Melody's trying hard to reach him. "Stand aside! I'm a doctor!" she's saying. "Let me take a look." "She's good," I say. "You should let her help." Blade glares at me, and if looks were knives, I'd be a dead man right now. But he lets Melody get to Rogue. "This is your fault," Blade says. "You and your simple fucking plan. I told you those guys were dangerous." "Leave 'em be, Blade," Rogue says, while Melody lifts his shirt to check the wound. "I need my bag, Hunter," she yells. "And gauze, and hot water, and more light. You can argue later." Someone procures a whole suitcase of medical equipment for her before I even reach the door to get her stuff off my bike. "That woman of yours was safe right where she was. We didn't have to do this tonight," Blade says. He's got his back turned on Rogue and Melody, I'm guessing because he can't bear to look. "It's just a scratch, Blade," Rogue says. "Right, Doc? Tell him." Melody shakes her head and scoffs, and I know the look in her eyes well. She always gets it when one of us is being stupid. "The bullet just grazed him. It didn't go through, but it took a huge chunk of flesh with it. He's going to need stitches and antibiotics." "Di Maria just finished his shift," Blade says. "They're coming with the bus." I have no idea what any of that means, but Melody turns to him. "A fully stocked ambulance is on the way?" she asks, and Blade nods. "What's the ETA?" "Minutes," Blade says, "if he has that long." "Don't be such a drama queen, Blade," Rogue says. "This is just like old times. When was the last time we saw this much action?" He sounds delirious, but his eyes are alert and clear, and kinda excited. Blade opens his mouth to argue, but is stopped by the door bursting open and two paramedics running in, lugging so much equipment I can't tell if they're male or female. I make way for them and leave the bar altogether. Jax, Chance, and Jean are huddled together by the van, a little removed from everyone else, but Alice is watching them like a hawk. "Rogue's gonna be fine," I tell her, and the look she gives me could cut a diamond. "No thanks to you," she hisses. After already listening to Blade, I'm not about to get into it with her, too, so I just continue to my guys. "What are you doing here, Jean?" I ask. "Where's everyone else?" He's no longer the scrawny guy Jax brought with him from prison, and his limp's barely noticeable these days, but his eyes are still soft most of the time. "They can't make it," Chance says, in a very toneless voice. He's also very pale in the face. "They ran into some trouble." "What?" That's all I can utter. I don't know if I can handle any more bad news. And something that makes Chance go pale is bound to be the worst kind of news. "They ran into the reinforcements we were trying to keep out of that town," Jax says. "Not the full 100, just 40 or so, but they didn't expect them." "What's the damage?" I ask, the words sticking in my throat. Jax and Jean shrug at the same time. Chance just turns a couple of shades paler. "Your father sent me ahead to help you find your girlfriend," Jean says. "I had to come alone. Everyone else was fighting." "We should be fighting," Chance says in that same toneless voice. "They need us." I've never been more torn, and if my whole stomach wasn't a painful ball of knowing I better hurry and find Trisha now, or else it'll be too late, maybe my words would be different. I need you. His face is an ugly grimace of anger and pain as he marches past me and pulls the back door of the van open. Then let's hurry the fuck up with this. Inside, the two security guys are completely still as they glare at us. Where is she? Chance barks at them. Who? One of the guys asks, sounding perfectly calm, like he's been asked for the time or something. Clive's stripper friend. Call and have her brought here, Chance says, or I'll cut off little pieces of your flesh until you do. Maybe they flinched a little, but I'm not sure. Like this, Chance says, and jumps into the back of the van, his knife already in his hand. He tilts the guy's head sideways like he's going to cut off his ear. Wait, Gene suddenly yells. What are those? He climbs into the back to join Chance, who's looking at him like maybe he'll cut off a piece of his flesh too if he doesn't back off. What? He barks. The headpieces, Gene says, his voice excited. Those are VRX 500s. We gotta get them off them, now! He yanks it off the guy closest to him. It's not just an earpiece, it's some sort of camera too, all attached to a thin receiver the guy kept in his breast pocket. Chance gets the contraption off the other guy. And now both the captives finally do look frightened. Can I get on with it now? Chance asks as he hands the second earpiece to Gene. He gets no reply because Gene is too busy fiddling with the earpieces. No need, he finally says as he climbs out of the van. I can make these babies tell us all we need to know. I just need my computer. His voice is growing more and more excited with every word he speaks. You can tell us where Trisha is? I ask. I can tell you all the places they're guarding. I can mess with their frequencies and send them away. I can... That'll never work, one of the captives says. It'll work, Gene tells me, but his eyes are very wide and very serious as he looks at me. But they probably already know where to come looking for these two. You should have taken these off them right away. They're all connected in real time. You mean they might be coming here? I ask. Gene nods. Do your thing. Find out what you can, I say, already moving back towards the bar. Hurry! How do I tell the rogues that a bunch of pissed off and highly trained security guys are coming here to get revenge? How do I live with that? Why can't it ever, just once, be easy for Trisha and me? In the end, I didn't waste any time exchanging words with any of the rogues. I just explained it, told them to dump the two captives somewhere far away from here with one of the earpieces switched on, then come back and be ready for an attack. Melody decided to stay and look after Rogue, so the rest of us rode out. Not far, just to the first likely spot that the three of us could control while Gene did his computer magic. They got a good look at our faces before we switched these off, Gene says, so they know we're after them. We're not waiting, I say before he can suggest it. Can you find her? He's been fiddling with the thing for what feels like forever. He's attached it to his computer and is running some sort of program on it, reading lines of code off the screen and typing every once in a while. Dawn is creeping up on us. The worst one yet. These things are super sophisticated, he says. They feed data in real time to one another over satellite, as well as to a central command spot, or several of them if need be. The MC has them too, but Cross won't use them. He thinks they're too much of a liability if they get hacked. But the thing is, can you hack them? Jack snaps. Gene doesn't look up from his computer and continues to type intermittently. That's what I was saying. Cross is being too cautious. These things are incredibly hard to hack. Impossible, some say. If he knew how hot my blood was getting, he wouldn't be talking so calmly. It's about to boil, and I'm not the only one. Chance is getting there too. I know that look on his face. He's about to tell me to go to hell and ride out to help the brothers. Then Gene looks up at me, grinning wide. Impossible to hack for most, he says, but not me. From the speakers of his laptop, I can hear men talking. He turns up the volume. "Lock down the house," a man is saying. "Secure it with 3 guys. The rest will protect the merchandise." "He wants the woman brought to the house," another man says. "No, that's insanity," the first one says. "The merchandise comes first. He hasn't paid it off yet." "She's the one they're after. We let her go, we buy some time." Happiness enters my chest for the first time in 3 days. They're talking about Trisha. They're going to let her go. It'll all be over soon. "No," the other guy says. It feels like a punch to the gut. "She's leverage. Now go get them." The line seems to go dead. "Can you track them on this?" I ask Gene. "Do you know where they're going?" He nods and starts typing away. If they're all going to secure the merchandise, which I can only assume are the trafficked women, then the 4 of us will be outnumbered anywhere we try to intercept them. But I'm not thinking that far ahead yet. First, I need to know where she is. The rest will take care of itself. It better. Gene suddenly whoops and claps his hands. "I got it!" Then he turns his laptop so I can see the screen better. It's a map. Neon blue lines on a black background with a single pink dot blinking in one corner. "This map was just sent out to about 30 of them," Gene says. "This is where they're going." "To get the merchandise?" Chance asks. He didn't look like he was listening, but clearly he was. "I hope," I say. "And where are we?" Gene points at a spot on the map. Not so far from the blinking dot, but not so close either. "We can get there before they do," I say. "Let's ride." They don't argue. They just get on their bikes. Chance and Jax must be thinking I'll stop before I plunge us into a fight with 30 men. But right now, I can't promise anyone that. Dawn came and went, more terrible than the 3 before, because I had high hopes for this one. Hopes that were dashed as soon as we reached our destination, a derelict-looking multi-story concrete building with all the windows blacked out and an 8-foot metal fence surrounding it. We broke into another abandoned multi-story building to get a better look over the fence. 5 white earpiece-wearing security guys were already here when we arrived. 5 more arrived since we've been here. "The gate is our only way in," I say, and don't get any kind of a reaction. Just 3 stony faces looking back at me. Gene might not think I'm serious, but I'm sure Jax and Chance know I am. "Can you use that hacked earpiece to send them all somewhere else?" Jax asks Gene, who shakes his head. "They'll know something was up as soon as I tried to do that." "Have you gotten an ETA from Cross?" Chance asks me. I shake my head. "They're still tied up in San Diego." And will be it for at least another day. Maybe 2. But at least no one else died. It was a relief hearing that. Not so much that they can't make it here to help right now. "The thing is, we don't even know if she's in there," Chance says. "But there's only 10 of them in there right now," I say. "We don't know how many more are coming." "Or when," Jack says. They're both completely right. I know this is a lost cause. I know the 4 of us trying to storm in there would be suicide. But I'm not ready to accept it yet. Not ready to admit defeat. Not ready to consign Trisha to several days more of captivity, even if I'm only doing it in my mind. "We know when they're coming," Gene says, and slides his laptop closer to me. "Now." A bunch of blinking pink dots are coming towards us. Too many to count because there are so many they're overlapping. Whether I want to do it or not, I have to admit defeat now. Especially as the first cars appear on the road leading to the gate in the metal wall. More and more follow. Cars, SUVs, vans. "Looks like they're bringing all the merchandise here," Chance says, frowning as he looks on through our only pair of binoculars. I take it from him. "Maybe they've brought Trisha here too," I say as I look on. At least then I'll know for certain she's here. But I already feel that she is, as much as I still feel her anywhere. As soon as all the cars and vans are inside the wall, they start unloading the women. They're all blindfolded, all wearing clothes so dirty I can't name the color they're supposed to be. None of them are Trisha, I can tell that much. All of them look on the verge of collapse. Why spend so much money on slaves and then treat them this bad? Worse than animals. But I know why. It's to break their spirit. And it works. I can't think about that. But now I can't stop. "Did you see her?" Jax asks after they drag the last of the women into the building. There's 25 guys surrounding the building now. 10 more went inside with the women. It's hopeless. Even if we hit the place with a force of 50, we'd still be walking into a bloodbath. The 4 of us might as well slit our own throats right here. We have about the same chance of surviving if we attack. Cross doesn't have 50 men with him anymore. 30 at most. My phone starts, and I've never hoped to hear my father's voice more. But it's Rogue. "You sure left in a hurry," he says. A sound comes from one of the lower levels of the building we're in. A sound like a window breaking. "Didn't want to put you in any more danger," I say. "But I gotta go now." Wait, Rogue says. "Where are you?" I can hear footsteps coming from downstairs. "I'll go check it out," Jack says, heading for the door. But I grab his arm and shake my head. "We can defend this room," I tell him. I didn't see any of the security guys coming this way, but maybe I was too focused on watching the women. "I wasn't clear," Rogue says. "What floor are you guys on?" "It's us. We've come to help." "Top floor, center door," I tell him. "How do you know where to come?" "You're not the only ones with a good hacker," he says. "Sky was able to get the info off the earpiece too. And the one your guy's hacking." The footsteps are on the landing now, and Chance and Jax both already have their guns pointed at the door. I walk over to the door and open it wide. Rogue is standing on the other side. He grins at me as he hangs up the phone. He's followed into the room by Blade and Alice. Several others stay on the landing outside.
"You are lucky they're not expecting anyone to be here,"
Alice says.
"Otherwise they'd have made you in a second."
"Why are you here?" Chance asks, with way too much challenge in his voice. "What we heard when Sky hacked into their comms is that they're rounding up all the trafficked women and moving them somewhere else," Rogue says as he walks over to the window. He's barely limping and talking fast and loud like he's got all the energy in the world. Not like he just lost a lot of blood and a chunk of his flesh. They must have given him something. "We figured this was our only chance to hit them before they disappear again," Rogue says. "And we wanted to help you." "Not everyone agreed," Blade adds. "But here we are," Rogue counters. "How many men did you bring?" I ask, before they start into yet another of their signature long-winded and pointless discussions.
"Everyone's here," Alice says. "All 30 of us. Minus Sky, who stayed back at the clubhouse, and Judge, who is keeping down the fort. We don't take any chances."
That is not an encouraging number. "There's at least 35 of them," I say. "But you guys can take 3 each, am I right?" Rogue says, and laughs. He's definitely on something. I just hope it doesn't wear off before we do this crazy thing. He comes over and claps me on the back. "We also got an eye in the sky and a way to jam their frequencies." "Your hacker figured all that out?" Jean asks, sounding impressed. "She did," Rogue confirms. "It might be better if we do the thing we discussed before," Jean says. "You know, divert them somehow." "Clive's house," I say. "They'd go there if he thought he needed help." There's no avoiding the discussion that follows. But at the end of it, Rogue puts Sky and Jean in touch, and together they do whatever they have to so that 6 of the security guys leave in 3 cars. "The rest will be up to us," Rogue says, and pulls out his gun, checking his clip. Sky will open the gate remotely, and then we go in, Rogue says. Teams of 5. I'm going in first, I tell him. And we're coming with you, Jax and Chance say at almost the same time. Jean just nods. But he's too valuable to risk in this thing that could still turn into a bloodbath. Chance and I grew up training for fights like this, and Jax is tougher than both of us. Jean is barely trained, and he's good with computers. So I tell him we need him up here more, and he doesn't argue. I let Rogue arrange his men and women, but he wants to be on the first team too. Alice and Blade won't let him out of their sights. So it's 6 of us who burst into the parking lot as soon as the gate is open wide enough. We have the element of surprise for a total of about 3 seconds before bullets start flying. But everything's just missing us, and all our bullets are hitting true. But there's a hell of a lot of them, and they seem to have the ability to move as one when they want to, like a black wave, rising and rising, until it descends. Kill. Stay alive. Save Trisha. Those are the only 3 thoughts I dare let into my brain. The rest of my focus must be on this fight if we're to have a chance. With 30 of my own brothers with me, I'd be sure of victory. But the rogues are not devils.
Chapter 33. Trixie. My nasty, nightmarish thoughts just cycled and cycled, like dirty water down the drain, until I had no more tears, until I had no other thoughts but the bad memories, until years seemed to pass in my mind, each worse than the last. But then, at one glorious point, it just stopped getting worse. Turns out there is a bottom to all my painful memories, and I found it. Again. I lived and relived all the bad things that ever happened to me and found I was still alive, still breathing, still able to hope for a better life. My whole body was shaking. My mouth was so dry sores were opening all the way down my throat each time I took a deep breath. But I no longer feared my own mind. So when I heard footsteps approaching the locked door, I was ready, with the cold chain in my shaking hands, prepared to kill to get out of this darkness. The door opened, and I leapt, but couldn't lift the chain high enough to reach anyone's neck, which was a good thing, because I collided with a thin, fragile body and went down on top of her. To the laughter of the men, wearing bright headlamps that seared my eyes, they'd brought 4 more women into my room, then picked me up and dragged me into the corner, where they tightened my chain so much my fingers started tingling and turning cold minutes after they were gone. I asked the women all sorts of questions, but none of them spoke English, and they chattered at me in Spanish, which I don't speak, until only sobbing remained. Now, there isn't even that much. I can hear them breathing in the darkness, and I guess that's something. Better than nothing. Better than being alone. But it's not freedom, and it's not Hunter. The chain is useless to me as a weapon now, my blood-deprived hands even more so. But I tried to explain to the other women what to do, how to fight the next time the door opens. I don't think they understood, and I couldn't show them because the room is so dark. Maybe they understood anyway. I hope they did, because I hear running footsteps in the hall outside. Such a terrible sound, yet so familiar too. Welcome, anticipated, because it means I'll get to see light again. I didn't know how much I missed light until that guy's headlamp blinded me. After they faded, I even missed the bright red spots behind my eyelids it left. I hear doors slamming open, hear women screaming, then more footsteps. More doors slammed open, more screaming, more footsteps. And then I hear Hunter call my name. And the room suddenly turns brighter than a new summer day, even though no one turned on the light. I'm here. I'm willing it to be a scream, but it's barely a croak, and I think my throat really is bleeding from it. But I croak again and again, until the door of my room finally opens, and he's there, in the dim hall, rushing in, ignoring the screaming women in there with me, who are all lashing at him as best they can, chained as they are. "You found me," I whisper as he kneels beside me and brushes my hair away from my face. His hands are so warm, so wonderfully soothing. But the other women in here are beating on him.
I always find you,
he says, ignoring their blows. The other women finally stop beating on him. I was afraid he wouldn't come this time, I say. I deserve it, for messing up so many times before. All those times I left him featured heavily in my nightmares. I had to relive the pain caused by each and every one of them over and over. He smiles and kisses my forehead.
Yeah, well, I didn't get my goodbye this time. You know how I feel about that.
I laugh. Just minutes ago, I was sure I'd never laugh again, and here I am, laughing more freely than I have in years.
How about we get out of here now?
He says, checking the chain. I'd love that. He's halfway done breaking the metal bed the chain is attached to when Chance bursts in.
We found the keys,
he says, and tosses them to Hunter before coming to me.
How are you holding up, Trisha?
He asks, his eyes searching my face. He never calls me anything other than Trixie, so all I can do is nod, because the lump in my throat is threatening to split it open, and I have no more tears to cry, even happy ones.
We'll get you out of here now,
he says, and turns to Hunter, who's looking for the right key to unlock the chain.
But we gotta hurry. The damn rogues called in their friends the cops to finish up, and it's better they don't find us here.
Then I'm finally free and in Hunter's arms. I still can't feel my hands or much of the rest of my body, but I can feel his heart beating against mine as he carries me out of the darkness and into the sunlight like a bride. And that's already every one of my hopes and dreams, wishes and prayers coming true. I don't need anything more, but it's all mine for the taking anyway. And this time, I'll die before I ever let it go again. I promise. Chapter 34. Trixie. I love the way the new dawn sunlight streams in through the open window, making the air shimmer and everything glow. I love the fresh air and the view, even though there isn't much to see, just a tall wall and apartment buildings in the distance. But most of all, I love running my fingers through Hunter's hair as he sleeps beside me. We're at the clubhouse of the MC that helped him, Jax, and Chance storm the place where I was held. But we're leaving today. Going back to Pleasantville. Going back home. He asked me to wake him if I was up first, and that's what I'm trying to do, but not very hard. As far as I'm concerned, we can stay right here, just like this, forever. He opens his eyes, and I smile as I run my hand down his cheek. He smiles, too, the way he used to before all my running away from our love made it guarded.
What time is it?
He asks. No idea. Early, I tell him and lean in to kiss him. Doing that feels better than watching the shimmering sunlight, better than smelling the fresh air, better than freedom.
Then we probably have some time,
he mutters in between the kisses. He helps me out of the shirt I slept in and lays me on my back. Then he grins down at me before trailing kisses along my neck, across my breasts, and all over. Everywhere his lips touch, sunlight enters me and mixes with my blood until I no longer know where this perfect dawn ends and I begin. Once he slides his cock into me, it no longer matters. The circle is complete. I'm one with all of it. The world, the sun, him. I'm running my fingers through his hair again and down his back and over his arms as the slow, steady, rolling movements of his cock lets even more light in. So much it's blinding in every sense. So much it's everywhere. And all I'll ever need. He picks up the pace, starts thrusting into me, deep, entering me all the way, demanding my surrender. Yet it's the gentlest, sweetest thing I've ever felt. I try to hold on to it as long as I can, but the light is everything now. And as I come, it bursts into a billion tiny pieces inside me. They will be with me forever, shimmering eternally. We should get ready to ride soon, he says. He's lying in my arms and we're still catching our breath.
It's a big day today,
he adds. Because we're going home, I whisper. He raises his head and grins at me.
Nope. Because we're getting married today.
I don't know if I ever heard anything sweeter. I have no words to answer, so I just kiss him again. Put all my love, past, present, and future into that kiss, and all of me besides. I don't have the ring anymore. I tell him later, when the sun isn't just bright, but getting hot, too. Clive took it. Of all the things that happened to me in the last couple of days, that one somehow hurts the most. A hardness crosses his eyes, like the entire ocean I always see there just froze over. But then the sun comes out again. I'll get it back. Don't know how and when yet, but it's gonna happen. And I have no doubt that it will. Rings are overrated, I say and grin. As far as I'm concerned, we're already married anyway. Been that way for a long time. Yeah, me too, he says. His eyes are very soft, and so full of every good thing I thought I lost I can hardly catch my breath seeing it all. I was afraid you weren't coming to find me this time, I say. I was so terrified that I messed up one too many times and you were done with me. That fear is nothing new. I'd had it every time I left him. I just shoved it somewhere deep down with all my worst memories and never acknowledged it. You know, his eyes turn the color of the sky right before a really big storm hits. It's pretty much official now. He can never mess up bad enough for me not to come after you. Hearing it makes my eyes mist over, but I won't cry. Not over something that makes me feel so good. You saved me, I say. Over and over you saved me. Come on now, he says. I just loved you from the first day I saw you. This time I can't stop the tears from filling my eyes. You loved me enough to convince me I'm worth loving. Good, he says. Finally. Then he kisses me again, softly, lastingly, filled with all that love and then some. Love that can never overflow. Love that can't ever break. Love that will never end.
Hunter. As much as I appreciate everything Rogue and his club have done for me, I'm itching to hit the road. Trisha is waiting for me. Jax and Chance want to get home, and we're meeting up with Cross and the rest of the brothers on the road. I don't want anything else to go wrong and stop me and Trisha from reaching Vegas today. After the warehouse battle, Rogue promised us we'd be safe from the cops and everything else behind the walls of his clubhouse, and so far that's holding true. But Rogue is talking. He likes doing that. Everyone in his MC seems to like doing that. But it's just the two of us in their war room now. He's somehow less grouchy than I remember him, though, and there's a light in his dark eyes that I definitely didn't see there before. The cops will take care of the women, he says, but the fight with Clive and his men will have to wait for another day. In the end, the men we attacked to free Trisha and the rest of the women didn't put up the kind of fight to the death I'd feared they would. They cleared out as soon as they realized that we were ready to fight to the death. The worst of the injuries on our side were a couple of sprains, superficial knife wounds, and concussions. Nothing serious, in other words. Call me when you decide to take the fight to him, I say. I have some unfinished business with him, too. Namely, getting back the ring I carried around with me for 10 years. I'd go and get it right now, but finally marrying Trisha is more important. I will, he says, and we shake on it. And I'd like to thank you again for helping me, I say. You didn't have to, and you did anyway. Whatever you need is yours. You just have to ask. It's his turn to thank me. But I kinda had to help you, he says and grins. You were saving your soulmate. I had to make sure you got your happily ever after. If someone had helped me when my angel was in trouble, I'd have a better story to tell now. I wanted you two to have a good story. He lets me go after that, but his words keep echoing in my head as we ride. The truth of them, anyway. Trisha is holding on to me tight, leaning against my back. We're on our way to spend forever together. And Rogue helped me make that happen. I don't know if I can ever repay him for that, but I'll sure try. Today's dawn finally brought nothing but love and happiness. Twilight will bring even more of it. And once the roaring of Harleys behind us grows louder and louder and the rest of the devils catch up to us, the day between those points turns perfect too. I let them all overtake me, checking who's with us, seeing who had to be left behind. As soon as we stop, I'll also know who will never ride with us again. There'll be time enough to mourn later, once we're home. I ride the rest of the way next to Cross. The sky is a pale rose gold with no cloud in sight as we near Vegas. I signal to Cross that we're getting off here and we'll see them at home. He glances at Tricia, then locks eyes with me, and signals, "Nonsense. You're getting married at home." He has to improvise a sign for marriage because we don't have that one. But I understand it anyway. I shrug, signal that I'll see, and pull over on the shoulder. It's not a decision I'm going to make by myself. Tricia still has doubts about coming home with me, even if she's not voicing them. I won't do anything that could stall us ever again. "Cross wants us to keep riding?" she asks, once the brothers have all passed us by and we're alone by the side of the road. "Actually, he wants us to get married at home," I say and smile at her. "But it's your call. I would love to get it done tonight." The roaring of approaching bikes is growing louder, but I ignore it as I wait for her answer. "You're really going to do it this time, right?" Chance says as he stops beside us. Jax is with him too, and more bikes are approaching. "So let's go," Chance adds. "You'll need a best man, or two." He claps Jax on the back as he says it. And he's right. I can never pick one over the other for the job. Tricia's still not saying anything, but her eyes are growing mistier and mistier. "Come on, Tricia," Jack says. "You didn't think we were going to let you two do this alone, after everything we've been through?" Cross pulls up before she can answer him. "So what's it going to be?" he asks. "Are we all stopping?" He looks at her, and she swallows hard. But it's not a hard look. He's asking her as much as me. Maybe more. "What you did for my son is a debt I'll never be able to repay," he tells her. "We could use a wedding back home after this ride. Something to celebrate. But we can do that here too." Her eyes water some more, but then she nods and finally says, "Let's go home." It's a whisper, but somehow louder than the roaring of all the bikes that accompanied us here. "Then it's decided," Cross says, and rides off, signaling the rest to follow him. Jax and Chance leave too. "You're sure about this?" I ask her once they're gone. "I've never been more sure of anything," she says, and wraps her arms around my neck. "We don't have to do it all alone anymore, do we?" I hug her back and let my fingers get tangled in her soft, golden hair. "No, we don't," I say. "But even if it was just the two of us, I'd still be the happiest guy on earth." "I know," she whispers. "I feel the same way." Then we ride, her hands holding me tight, her body seamlessly molded to mine, the clear wind and bright stars in the night sky guiding us home, and our family by our side. But what I told her is the absolute truth. Even if we were the only two people left on Earth, I'd still be the happiest man on it, because she was with me, and nothing will ever change that. Because even eternity spent with her will never be enough.
Epilogue. 5 days later. Tricia. I twirl in front of the mirror, admiring how the skirt of my wedding dress slides over my body like water. It'll look perfect when we dance, and even more perfect when I take it off for him tonight. I should go down. Everyone's already gathered in the clearing next to Sanctuary. I can hear them laughing and talking as they wait for me to come. I can't wait to marry Hunter. But I can't say I'm not nervous walking down the aisle that Harper, Summer, and Eden spent the last 2 days perfecting. It's made of white roses, trained to make an arch leading to a podium where Hunter and I say our I do's. The minister will be none other than Old Wiry, who is not just a poker shark, but also an ordained minister, as it turns out. The door opens slowly, and I watch Roxy enter through the mirror before turning to face her. She's been nothing but kind to me since I got here. I was the first person she hugged when we arrived at Sanctuary, whispering, "Welcome home," into my hair. She clears her throat and opens the small box she's holding. "I was hoping you'd wear these." She holds out the box. It contains a pair of earrings with brilliant, clear blue stones set in silver. "These belong to my grandmother," she says. "It's the only thing I have left of her." She's not saying it, but it's probably the only thing she has left of home at all. She was forced out of it with nothing but the clothes on her back when she was barely 20 years old. She's an orphan, just like me. "I thought they could be yours, something old, something borrowed, and something blue all rolled into one," she says. "Thank you. They're beautiful," I somehow manage to say past the lump in my throat. My hand shakes as I reach for them. I don't take them, though. I just hold Roxy's hand in both of mine. "I want you to know how much I appreciate all you've already done for me. I thought coming back here would be hard. You made it easy." Her eyes turn misty. I don't think she can speak, which is okay because I have more to say, things I need her to know. "I always only wanted the best for him," I say. "That's why I left so many times, because I thought he could do better. But I love him. I want to spend the rest of my life making him happy. And I'm so grateful to you for welcoming me back." "Oh, Trisha," Roxy says and wraps her arms around me. "I never wanted you to feel unwelcome. I know you love my son, and I know he loves you. That should have been enough for everyone. That is enough for everyone." The door creaks open wider, and Cross clears his throat. "If you're ready, we should get started. They're getting a little restless down there." "I'm ready," I say. Then Roxy helps me put the earrings on, and they both accompany me out of the house. The laughter and talking starts to fade as we approach the aisle, but whooping and cheers erupt as Cross offers me his arm at the start of the aisle. I take it, and Harper starts strumming "Here Comes the Bride" as Cross walks me down the aisle, the song growing louder and louder as it echoes off the trees. Happy faces are all around me, but all I really see is Hunter's smiling face. I'll never get tired of seeing that. Both Chance and Jax are beside him, and on my side, Kara, my sister, my only family for so long before I met Hunter. Her smile is as contagious as always, her whole face beaming as she gives me a big thumbs up. She and Breaker arrived this morning, and they're staying for the party that will follow, so we'll have plenty of time to catch up. Old Wiry clears his throat, and Hunter steps forward to take my arm. Cross is smiling too now, something I don't think I've ever seen before. Hunter's eyes are the color of deep ocean as the summer sky hits it, wavy yet soft, promising me a forever of nothing but smooth, safe waters.
"We are gathered here today,"
Wiry begins, and I do listen, but only partly. He warned us that he will do a straight-up classic ceremony with none of those New Age vows mumbo-jumbo, as he put it. That's fine. Hunter and I already exchanged our vows on the night we got here, in the moonlight, under the stars, surrounded by the fragrant redwood trees swaying and whispering in the breeze. They were the same vows we've made over and over again since we met, in words, in actions, in love. I see them all come true now. As I look so deep into his eyes, I no longer feel myself standing here. We also already got our wedding rings tattooed on our fingers last night. And when the time comes, when Wiry asks,
"Trisha Susan White, do you take this man to be your husband?"
I whisper I do, and slide the real ring, the one engraved with our initials in the day we met, over Hunter's tattoo, sealing the deal. A few moments later, he does the same with my ring, which matches his in everything but size. And then Wiry pronounces us husband and wife and invites Hunter to kiss me. The whole forest seems to erupt in cheers and happiness and joy as he does. But all that is not louder than the love booming inside me, the happiness threatening to consume me whole and leave nothing behind as we deepen the kiss. But of course, that doesn't happen. The kiss leaves everything behind. All the joy, all the love, everything good that ever was and ever can be. All of it ours for the taking, for as long as we both shall live, which I hope with all my heart and then some will be a very, very, very long time. This concludes Hunter's Girl by Lena Bourne, narrated by Savannah Rivers and John William Maddox.